projects that they've unfurled into the world have been nothing short of deeply inspiring. So we welcome you to experience that inspiration. Welcome you to our 1 Million for 1 Billion Impact Summit here at the United Nations headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. Let's please give yourselves a round of applause for making it here. I'm going to give you a high-level overview of what you're going to experience these next few hours today. Not just what you'll see, but what you'll experience, what I invite you to experience fully when you come to find out and discover and feel and understand and to really know why we're here, why we come together in forums like this, and what we could do together to make a difference in saving our planet and creating a sustainable future. We've been setting the context over the last few days of preparing for today, a context of listening. Listening differently than we usually listen. Listening for our future. And we invite you to be listening beyond the usual, listening for that inspiration, listening for ideas, listening for connections you might make, and ways you can collaborate and experience a conference like never before. Experience this conference like none before. We will start very shortly with some of the Changemakers presentations. For me personally, this is the heart of all of our events. There will be presentations from these young Changemakers throughout the day, interspersed with other commentary, insights, perspectives from dignitaries, corporate leaders, and government leaders like the ones that Swati has so generously introduced. I put my phone on airplane mode, but the alarm just went off. Forgive me for that. Just reminding me we're starting momentarily. Please also silence your phones if you wouldn't mind at this time. These young people we sometimes refer to as future leaders are actually leaders today, creating more impact and results in communities in just a few months. More impact and change and improvements than many people make in a lifetime. You will see outstanding innovations in AI, green skills, and entrepreneurship, all relevant to making a difference today, but also changing how young people understand and embrace and succeed in the future workplace. We'll have comments throughout the day, leadership from the United Nations, world leader organizations, and leading sustainability supportive corporations will add perspective to the day. And this will add perspective on sustainability as it applies to the health of human beings on the planet, you and me. And then you will experience the launch, the birth of 1.5 Matters, an initiative focused on the reality that if we can prevent the Earth's average temperature at the polar caps from increasing by 1.5 degrees, we allow for the healthy sustainability of the polar caps, the otherwise melting of which would bring the further catastrophic climate change to our world. I don't know if I have to tell you what happened with Hurricane Melissa, which devastated much of Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, and the Bahamas and Bermuda, and the storm just this week that destructed billions of dollars of infrastructure and took lives, the typhoon that devastated the island of Cebu in the Philippines. We must reverse this trend. We must listen to what the climate is telling us in very loud terms. Before we break for lunch, we'll hear a stirring and motivating keynote address and then tee up the release of the 1M1B Impact Compendium for 2025. This is our second compendium where we release in print the impact of all the work we have been doing from our programs with IBM, Salesforce, Meta, Ernst & Young, Oppo, and others, and the impact our programs that partners and future leaders have created. We started this compendium last year, released it at the UN headquarters in New York, and we plan to publish every year We plan to publish every year, bringing to the world a transparency in the execution of our work and the stories that create real difference on the ground. This leads to an interactive discussion and panel session on how AI and green skills are shaping the future workplace and the skills required to succeed in one's career in this brave new world. We'll also conduct a similar panel on the subject of climate action and net zero emissions accelerations for a sustainable future for this beautiful earth we call home. This is about the planet, this is about our people, this is about our professions. It all comes together. Of course, throughout the conference, we encourage you to make new connections, new friends, and explore relationships through our structured and informal networking and social events all day. You'll also find opportunities for partnerships and collaborations and interactions with the media representatives that are here today. So, okay, that'll be a pretty powerful morning, chock full of inspiration and opportunity. What happens after our lunch and our networking during lunch, as you meet new people and build relationships with the contacts, people you know already and connections you make anew today. After we open our afternoon with representatives from 1M1B and the United Nations Environmental Program, we have an opening that is sure to re-energize our focus on sustainability. We then have a special treat for you. You will see presentations by schools showcasing initiatives on climate resilience. If youth are our future in saving the planet, schools are the platforms, the launching pads, and the amplifiers of such possibilities. And this is why at 1M1B, 1 million for 1 billion, we have always had a special focus and commitment to collaborate with schools. This is a new discussion regarding new initiatives that we are doing with schools, so you'll definitely want to be listening at the edge of your seat for this portion of our event. The core theme is listening for youth climate diplomacy. Listening as our students in schools showcase scalable grassroots solutions for climate action, followed by expert commentary. You'll find this segment exciting and worthwhile to listen to and listen for the possibilities that these presentations and responses inspire within you. We will bring this segment to a crescendo, a new height, with powerful verbal declarations and vote to take this draft resolution to a new level of impact. You'll be part of a history-making moment, and we thank you now, and we thank you envisioning the end of our day and the beginning of a new future, and thank you for making it to this 9th annual 1M1B, 1 Million for a Billion Impact Summit. Thank you for how I know you'll be listening and how you're already listening at the edge of your seat, in the beginnings of your minds. And thank you for the difference you make for our world. And now, Swati, if you'll continue, lead our program.
Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan. Before we go further, I would also like to welcome the audience, the young changemakers who could not come here but are connected with this summit through the live webcast. And to enable the webcast to go seamlessly, may I request all of you to not use the Wi-Fi, because different corners of the globe, this is being directly telecast. Before we go on, may I request a short video on the 1M1B Young Changemakers.
Today, in every corner of India, from remote villages to crowded city lanes, young changemakers are answering one big question. How can youth turn the climate crisis into a climate opportunity? Across the nation, youth are rising to the challenges of today. They're transforming problems into possibilities, and despair into determination. At the heart of this transformation is 1M1B, from 14-year-olds in Jharkhand villages building sustainable livelihoods, to youth in southern India training peers in eco-skills and education. From Mumbai's slums, where school dropouts are being reversed, to urban centers where young leaders tackle mental health and e-waste, India's youth are rewriting the story and reshaping their future. Whether it's climate action, economic growth, quality education, or sustainable cities, these young voices are echoing across the Sustainable Development Goals. Take the Generation Green campaign, led by 1M1B with Oppo India and AICT, 5,000 green internships. E-waste drives, youth pledges, and eco-conscious campuses, real change, real impact. At the UN House in New Delhi, 1M1B's Green Skills Academy launched the 1.5 Matters initiative, turning India's youth dividend into a climate dividend. Climate advocacy, circular economy, green jobs, skills that build a sustainable future. The Changemakers World Cup is a national talent hunt uniting youth from villages to metros, showcasing climate innovation and local leadership. The Future Leaders program nurtures youth-led projects with real impact. From livelihoods to education, they're building the climate infrastructure of tomorrow. Through CBSE and AICTE, 600,000 plus students have been empowered on AI, and through IBM Skills Build, 25,000 youth have been trained and 13,000 plus successfully placed in jobs. Through 1M1B's Green Skills Academy, access to opportunities will be provided for 50,000 youth. And now, this movement is going global. Having empowered thousands of youth across India, 1M1B is extending its mission beyond borders, engaging young leaders from nations driving climate progress, and from those where climate action is urgently needed. Through platforms like Youth Climate Diplomacy and 1.5 Matters, youth voices from India now stand shoulder to shoulder with changemakers from around the world, co-creating sustainable solutions for our shared planet. From the grassroots to Geneva, youth are proving that leadership knows no geography. Their voices carry solutions, urgency, and hope. Join the 1M1B global movement. Drive change from the ground up.
Requesting Manav now for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Swati. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You know, in the morning, I was thinking a silly question, saying, why am I here? What gets me here? And of course, we have this lovely gathering, some distinguished guests, amazing change makers. We are in Geneva. Thank you for the support by the United Nations office in Geneva here. We all could convene and be part of this great conversation on AI, green skills, youth climate diplomacy. And that's a very evident why we are here. But I thought, you know, there has to be a deeper why. And when I was thinking in the morning of the deeper why, you know, I went back in 2014 when I was doing an entrepreneurship workshop in Uttarakhand in the Himalayas. And I was very excited about, no, we need to get entrepreneurship training to young boys and girls who don't get this training and don't get those access. Because inclusion is something that we really believe in. And I took a few weeks off. At that time, I used to be in my corporate job. And I went to the Himalayas and I was doing a workshop. And when I was doing the workshop, a typical question that I ask is, you build your innovation based on your superpowers. What do you have that the world may not have? And there was a group of girls who came and said, you know, we want to go to the cities. We don't have the nice infrastructures that all of you have. We want to live that life that all of you have. We want to make money. We want to have the great education, and we want to really break free and represent our communities and do well for our village. And I just looked at those girls and I said, you have something that we don't have. What is that? And these girls thought for a while and told me something that I still remember. And they said, we have clean air. We have the mountains. We see the snow-capped mountains all the time. We are in a safe village. We don't have to worry about security like all of you have. And these girls landed up building their rural enterprise, a rural tourism company, out of all this conversation that we had. And those girls are somewhere successful, building their ventures, but they are not here. They're not here because they don't have passports. You know, they might as well stay in the village and serve their communities. And I think I'm here for them. What if we all are representing the communities that we are impacting? We are representing the people who could not be here. Imagine that why. That's why we are here. And that's why we are talking today, that how do we impact the community? So the conversation shifts from why to how. And the how is something that I'm very excited about today. The how is there are 45 plus change makers here who are going to be presenting their solution that could be scaled up, that are in the open source category, that could be, you know, in a way, replicated all across the globe so that we can scale. The other how is we are here for AI. There is a wonderful partnership that we have with IBM Skills Build. That is one of the largest AI workforce development program in India that is happening, and we're going to be talking about that. Imagine if AI could accelerate net zero. AI for good is a big narrative. India is 900 million people under the age of 35. Imagine if those people get the skills, get the AI technology, get the green skills, have a sustainable mindset. Imagine what the next generation could look like. We are here because Telangana Rising is a wonderful program, and we are announcing today a big climate innovation center which will be hosted in Hyderabad as part of Telangana Rising, and this is going to be the first youth-led climate innovation center. So the why gets you to the how, and I would urge you to think about the deeper why that you are here for and the communities that you are representing. With that, I welcome you all. I hope we have a great summit today. We learn, network, exchange ideas, and collaborate, because we cannot get there individually. We need to get there as a team. Welcome, everyone.
The focus of the narrative is youth-led climate action. And youth inspires youth across different geographies. So here is a glimpse of a few young change makers who are bending the curve and taking action on the ground. And for that, requesting my colleague Safin and also Manav to facilitate the various discussions that these young change makers have been bringing to the foray.
Thank you so much, Swati. And I think we come to the interesting part of today's summit, where we are listening to some of the top change makers. And of course, you listen them through the day. A big welcome to all our dignitaries here, and I'm sure you're excited to listen to some of these change makers as well. To begin with, we'll have one set of change makers present, followed by some discussion with Ms. Claudia and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, and along after that, we'll have another set of change makers present their projects. So let's begin with our first set of change makers. Let's have the slides on, and let's do with your presentations. Saisha, we'll begin with you. You can press the button. Once you press it, the red light comes on. Yeah, and all the guests, you can also use the white microphone that is there, the speaker. You can use that for a better audio as well. Thank you.
4 minutes. That's how long it takes without oxygen for your brain to start dying. 6 minutes, you'll probably be dead. And choking is one of the silent reasons that this happens. Years ago, I was drinking water when I popped an ice cube into my mouth, but it slipped. I was suffocating. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, but I got lucky because the ice melted just in time and I was able to gasp for air. But not everyone gets that lucky. So years later, when I saw my brother eating grapes, a major choking hazard, I couldn't help but wonder, what if this happened to him? Would anyone have known what to do? Hi, I'm Saisha Sriraghavan, and this one thought was the spark for Project Chokepoint. Choking causes 100,000 deaths every year, and it's one of the top 5 accidental killers for children under 5. The heartbreaking part is that anyone can learn what to do when these emergencies happen, but no one knows how to respond. That response is the abdominal thrust. It's simple. It doesn't require any machinery or any medical license, yet less than 1 in 7 people know what to do when someone chokes. And that's why I made Project Chokepoint. Aligning with SDG 3, Good Health and Well-Being, I created Project Chokepoint as an initiative to teach school teachers and caregivers at preschools and special care homes how to perform the abdominal thrust during choking emergencies. So far, I've raised funds to buy mannequins and toolkits, earned my first aid certification in basic life support, and taught over 500 teachers and caregivers how to do the abdominal thrust. I've extended my indirect impact to more than 2,000 children, and I aim to complete at least 500 more trainings by the end of this year. So I'd like to leave you with one small request. Please learn the abdominal thrust, practice it, teach it to someone else, because if you had the potential to save even one life, why would you be a bystander? Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's have the next presenter.
Hello everyone, my name is Abhidyu Chandiwal and I'm the founder of Fruitium, a project with the purpose of reducing childhood obesity rates across the globe, focusing on SDG number 3, good health and well-being. Childhood obesity is an important topic in today's society as its prevalence is increasing worldwide. As of 2025, there are over 200 million children living with childhood obesity, a figure that is expected to rise to over 250 million by the year 2030. Childhood obesity increases the risk for diabetes, heart disease, and cancer, and also poses psychosocial effects, such as creating social stigmas and reducing body image. So why do I care about childhood obesity? Well, in 2021, I was diagnosed as borderline obese. This diagnosis flipped a switch in me, so I began to optimize my nutrition for my needs and believed others should do so too. So I collected 62 survey responses from students in my high school. I found that over 2/3 of students felt insecure about their body image, that a majority of them consumed multiple snacks per day, and that there was a major lack of awareness when it came to reading nutrition labels. All of these factors are why I created Fruitium. Fruitium works by teaching about nutritional topics while creating practical and sustainable habits. It explains why these habits are necessary and shows how to implement it into daily life. Fruitium uses modules in order to teach about nutritional topics and serves as the basis for education within the app. It uses learning quizzes in order to ensure full comprehension of knowledge and serves as a benchmark to measure growth. And lastly, it uses fun games in order to shift the standard of learning from forceful to purposeful, making the app something a child would be more likely to return to. In the near future, we hope to conduct virtual webinars, more in-school presentations, and nutrition workshops in order to spread awareness about the risks of childhood obesity and show what Fruitium is doing to fight it. So, as my mascot friend Fruity always says, nutrition is not a diet, it's a lifestyle. So you should learn it, live it, and Fruitium it. Thank you.
Last year, I met Meena, a 32-year-old woman who was suffering from a chronic infection. When she went to go see the doctor, he just said, it's probably just a rash, put some cream on it. Well, it turned out she had skin cancer, and this left her body permanently scarred with irreparable damage. A similar case happened with my own father. He was misdiagnosed with psoriasis in 2010. It bothers him to this day, and knowing that it could have ended 10 years ago bothers me. This has motivated me into making a change, into making a world where misdiagnosis does not exist. Over 50% of rural Indians are misdiagnosed on their first visit. 1 in 3 skin diseases go left unchecked, and there's only 1 dermat per 130,000 people in India. Millions suffer every day, Not because medicine doesn't exist, it's because access to it just doesn't. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dhanvan Patel. I'm a student studying at GEMS Modern Academy, and I'm the founder of PScan AI, the world's first skin diagnostic tool with no bias against dark and light skin that works with all types of skins and has been trained with 500,000 images and has been established with 2 NGOs and partnered with 2 doctors. It's been trained with the YOLO V8 model and several other medical grade tools. My vision is to see a world where AI powers healthcare so that no one is left unchecked, no one is left misdiagnosed. This addresses SDG 3, good health and well-being. My goal in the future is to see that my tool get expanded to 100 rural clinics, 1,000 staff members get trained using it, and the WHO certifies it as a medical grade tool. So, together, we can't change the future. We can't change the past, but with AI, we can change the future of every single patient. Together, let's make healthcare smart, human, and just.
Imagine waking up every day, seeing the world out of focus and thinking, that's just how life is. That is the world some children live in, without even realizing how much clearer it could be. Hi, my name is Shruti Lakshmi Manepalli, and I am the founder of Project I Can Do Wonders. Remember that world we were talking about earlier? I used to live in it too. When I was in 3rd grade, I didn't notice any problems in my vision at all. That is, until my older brother started complaining of not being able to see the blackboard in school properly. So my parents took him to the eye doctor, and they took me along too, just in case. And it was in the doctor's office that I realized my sight was already at -3. To put that into perspective for you, I could barely see that little white arrow on the door over there. It was all just a blur, and I didn't even know it. But how could this happen? The sad truth is that almost every 1 in 10 children suffers from an undiagnosed vision problem, which can knowingly or unknowingly impact almost every aspect of their everyday life. This is what inspired me to start Project I Can Do Wonders. Its aim? To empower SDG 3 by detecting and correcting vision problems at an early stage in children and ensuring they receive the glasses that they need. Through this initiative, I have raised over 400 euros. Our first eye screening was conducted with the help of Shankara Eye Hospitals at Kismatpura Government School, where 130 people attended. Out of those, 13 children were found to have vision problems that might have otherwise gone unnoticed. But this is only the beginning. My goal is to sustain and expand I Can Do Wonders, to reach more communities, more schools, and ultimately more children who deserve a clearer view of the world. Because good vision isn't just about eyesight. It's about opportunity, education, and hope. So if you want to take one thing away from my story today, let it be this. Sometimes, even the smallest change in perspective can open a child's world to endless possibilities. Because when you see better, you live better, learn better, and believe you truly can do wonders. But that's not all. You can be a part of this journey too, by following us at I Can Do Wonders on Instagram and sharing it to spread the message. Thank you.
A few years ago, I watched my parents save my grandfather from cardiac arrest. But a few months ago, a close relative of mine succumbed to the very same condition. And this contrast showed me the key issue that not enough people are trained to respond appropriately to this situation. After experiencing both hope and loss, I decided to get trained in CPR myself. Hi, I'm Sanjay Swaminathan, a grade 11 student at the National Academy for Learning in Bangalore, India. And I started Mission Prana to train high schoolers and teachers in life-saving CPR. Cardiac arrest is a leading cause of sudden death worldwide, and it has a survival rate of only about 10%. But immediate CPR can double or even triple a person's chance of survival. Yet, in India, only about 2% of Indian adults are trained in this life-saving skill, and the bystander response rate is extremely low. That's why Mission Prana is collaborating with ICAT Air Ambulance Services, who provide free basic life support training to everyone ages 11 and above. And so far, in collaboration with them, we've trained over 430 people, which includes both students and teachers. Also, through our online campaigns, we've reached over 47,000 people. Mission Prana started a fundraiser to accommodate for event logistics and training costs. And so far, we've raised over 30,000 rupees, which translates to around 330 US dollars. Mission Prana aims at training 3,000 school students and teachers by the end of 2026. We would also like to advocate to make CPR training a necessary part of the school and teacher training curriculum. And lastly, we aim at achieving a Guinness Book of World Records record in number of school students trained in CPR in one day. The vision of Mission Prana is actually very simple, where no life is lost to inaction, and every student, every teacher, and every bystander has a skill to bring back a heartbeat. Mission Prana started in India, but this is a global call. We're looking for educators, young leaders, and partners to help expand our mission. So if you can teach, coordinate an event, or even just share our mission, you could help save a life. Thank you.
Imagine an 11-year-old boy named Arish. He's incredibly gifted at music, but he struggles in school. Although he tries to understand the content, he often can't express his challenges to his teacher. Arish is my brother, a high-functioning autistic child who attends a mainstream school in Bangalore. And he's not alone. Almost 1 in 127 children all over the world have autism, and it's not surprising that this number is expected to increase. Hi, I'm Sahana, a student from TISB, and I started NeuroSpark to use my understanding about my brother's challenges to help caregivers all around the world support children who have autism. I started my project by conducting 90 interviews I started my project by conducting 90 interviews of parents and teachers all over Bangalore. I identified the main problem to be unawareness about autism and all the possible resources and coping mechanisms to help the children. So, I conducted a bake sale and a series of awareness campaigns and raised about 1,000 euros to further the cause. So next, I began by building an app. My app includes a list of screening questions which have been approved by 3 professionals in the field to promote early diagnosis, a portal to manage and keep track of developmental goals, and resources for parents on how they can support their children. Join me in turning potential into possibility for every single child. My mission is to reach 500 children by the end of this year. And you can help me by posting #LightTheSpark with NeuroSpark on any social media platform and talk about my story to improve the lives of every single child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing to see how young people across the world are stepping up to save the planet. And we had projects from CPR training, Choke Point, NeuroSpark, unbelievable. I'm sure all the dignitaries here are, in a way, mind-blown, if I may say. With that, I would like to invite Claudia and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Thank you for joining us today, and we'd love to engage you in a short conversation. Claudia, if I could ask you, what do you think about the presentations you heard right now?
Thank you, Safin. I'm speechless. One of the things that calls my attention is that you have built the projects based on your personal experiences. So, as to Manav's point, it's very important that as you go and you grow in your careers, that you always keep that authenticity. This is really engaging. You were moved by the right feeling, the right motivation. You saw a real situation, and you try to scope based on a real situation, and using technology to apply and make it more scale. That's exactly what AI is about. That's exactly what technology is about. So really, really engaging and really impressive.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Jayasa, I'll come to you in a bit when we have the next set of change makers, but I'd like to kickstart this conversation with you both. We are talking about young change makers, and we are talking about AI, automation, sustainability. With AI and automation redefining what employability means, 5 years from now probably, although it's happening, how do you see it reshaping job markets and skills in the coming years? It's a question for both of you.
It's actually already happening. Some of the studies we have been conducting in the past years, they identify that it's not only the jobs that are being changed, but most of the tasks that can be automated by AI, and that's going to facilitate a lot of our work. So this is essentially very beneficial for all of us. The point is that as any other technology innovation, it can be applied for good things. It can be applied for things without the proper judgment. So one of the things that we reinforce a lot as a company is about AI and ethics. So all the job changes and all the changes in the tasks that we have, they have to be modeled by a profound understanding of ethics. So some of the things we heard from these solutions, for instance, they consider, all the realities from the globe. And this is a reality that is applied for India, but can probably be applied for other emerging economies. But it takes into consideration local circumstances and context. So this is one very important thing about AI and the jobs. It will take that into consideration. The roles that we see today, of course, they will be embedded with a lot of technology. So everyone has to understand technology. That's going to be the common language like we use the cell phones today. It's going to be as basic as that. And we believe that the younger ones, that they are born already with technology, this is going to be absolutely natural. So sometimes I hear some questions about, are you concerned about the changes? Absolutely not. I think if we use this properly, this will actually open much more possibilities in terms of work than we had before.
Absolutely, and I resonate with that. It's a time where everyone needs to know how to use technology, and especially the future technologies like AI, right? Jayasa, your viewpoints on the same.
Thank you. So before I speak about technology, I'll also respond to the previous question that you asked, Claudia. So first of all, I'm also very impressed to see the presentations made by students, and each of them have identified a very niche kind of a topic. Obviously, there's a strong personal motivation to pursue that line of activity. So one can presume that the engagement with that line of activity will be sustained, will be long-term. But I also would like to flag a few issues. So obviously they have made a very impressive beginning, but I have been following innovation and entrepreneurship by young people, particularly in Hyderabad, in the state of Telangana. And I see that the challenge of scale, the challenge of impact still remains. While it's obviously a good first step to reach out to maybe 10 people, 20 people, but these are problems which have potentially thousands and hundreds of thousands of use cases available. So how do you really reach that scale? And what Manav mentioned in his opening remarks, the center that we are starting in Hyderabad on youth innovation, hopefully will try to give these kind of answers, that how do you provide scale? It's something which is not very easy to achieve. So one important fact is technology, that you use technology, and I completely endorse what Claudia is telling. But the other very important thing is collaboration. See, to reach scale, you also need to find out who will help you with your outreach, who will help you in creating go-to-market models. There are different considerations related to commercials. There are considerations related to being a very diverse, very heterogeneous country. There are also lots of tweaking that you need to do. You might have designed a solution, let us say in Bangalore or Delhi or wherever, but when you are looking at a different context, do you still try to impose it from the top, or do you prefer to do a little bit of a bottoms-up understanding? So this is something which hopefully the center in Hyderabad will work on, create templates which will help people go to scale much, much faster. See, if you do things at your own pace also, you will reach somewhere. Today you have reached, let us say 30, you have trained 30 students. If you are persistent, maybe after a year you can claim that I trained 100 students. But if there are 100,000 students willing to be trained or waiting to be trained, when will you reach that? So how do you do? And the point on technology is also, it has one more dimension. So many of us know, particularly in a country like India, of this phenomena which is called digital divide. So there are technologies, there are cool technologies like AI, but something else is also happening. What is seen is that people who speak English, who have access to gadgets, who have gone to schools and colleges, they are much more conversant with technology. And people who live in rural areas, remote areas, who don't have access to gadgets, who have not studied English, language is also a big barrier in accessing technologies. They're getting on the other side of the divide. So how do you really make your technology more inclusive? How do you use technology or create tech solutions? So some of you spoke about developing apps. So obviously it's a great thing. People use apps for literally everything. But are you creating an app which is easy to use? People who are on the other side of the divide, you get their buy-in as well. So we have to understand technology in a much more holistic way, but nevertheless, all of you deserve absolute appreciation. You have made a fantastic kind of selection. See, it's not very common for young people to think of others. Most of them are extremely kind of self-centered. To see so many of you who are thinking of social problems, who are thinking of how can you use your education and position to help others is by itself, it's a very ennobling kind of a thought. How much do you succeed? How far you go? Obviously time will tell, but just to have the seed of this idea that let me be of help to someone else, that itself is very, very noble. So good wishes and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so much, and absolutely, you know, what we're doing is sowing a seed of going beyond yourself in them, and of course, like you said, creating that scale, making it, you know, sustainable while they go ahead with their careers, with their higher education. That's something as a next step that we are mentoring them on. And thank you so much, sir, for you and the state government of Telangana for the first of its kind innovation center that we are setting up on climate in the state. So thank you so much for that support there. While we're talking about, sir, you mentioned about, you know, the digital divide. Claudia, I want to come to you on this. IBM Skills Build is a global platform which is doing a fantastic job in democratizing access to tech skills and employability skills. So if you can tell us more about the work you're doing with Skills Build across the world and some of the impactful stories that you have seen emerge from the IBM Skills Build programs from India and other countries, while you have set a big target for Skills Build to skill youth across the world.
Thank you. So at IBM, we have announced a couple of years ago that we ambition to skill 30 million people by 2030. That was the original motivation for us. But the main motivation for us to build IBM Skills Build was to bring the knowledge that we have as a company on how to skill professionals and how to help this to be really effective. So we built the program based on our own experience on how to hire and deploy resources that we have been doing this for 100 years. And one of the things that was really important when we built the structure of the program, and that's why we call it a program, not a platform. This is a hybrid model, so we have the platform, but we also have a hands-on training, and that's exactly what we need. So for instance, for each one of these young talents that they build the solution based on a specific problem, when you are doing that, you need to have a hands-on practical understanding of the scope, how you translate that into a real technology solution, how you achieve scalability, and how you can use that for the next step that you might have if you are going to be an entrepreneur or if you are going to work for a company. That gives you the credentials that you need to apply for a first tech job. So that was the essential motivation that we had for IBM Skills. We built something that is very practical and using the skills that we know the market's in need right now. So there's a huge demand across the entire planet. India is one of the most dynamic markets, and that's why we started in India most of the models that we have today. We tested most of them in India, and we learned from our experience in India. Most of the webinars and the hands-on training capstone projects that we had, they were developed initially in India, and then they were expanded across the globe. We operate these programs today. The platform is open, is entirely free in more than 130 countries. We proactively execute in more than 50 countries programs similar to what we have in India. India is the benchmark and the reference model. First of all, because the country has an amazing ambition that we all admire. Anyone that is traveling to India first time like I did a couple of years ago, it is really admirable, the ambition that the country has and the youth and the talent and how this is being bridged into a technology opportunity. The second thing is that I think there is an alignment of the country agenda, the ambition that the country has, the companies and the society, which is also almost unique, and of course the capacity to execute, which is provided by nonprofit organizations across the country. So that's essentially where we started. By now, we have skilled more than 16 million people across the globe, not only with Skills Build, but mainly with Skills Build and Grow It.
Thank you for that. And I truly resonate with this line that says, when you solve for India, you solve for the world. And good to see Skills Build being implemented in India. And we are glad as 101B to be one of the trusted partners of IBM since 2018, 2019 for these initiatives. Jay, sir, coming to you, Telangana Rising is become very synonymous with forward-thinking governance. So can you tell us more about it and how does this initiative position Telangana as a state as a leader in net zero initiatives?
Yeah, sure. So many of you would be aware about two things. One is that Honorable Prime Minister of India has committed that India will become net zero by 2070. And many of you would also be aware that Honorable Prime Minister of India has also placed an aspiration before everyone that India should become an advanced country by 2047. So 2047 is when India completes 100 years of independence. So he uses a term called Vikasit Bharat. And he has thrown this challenge that all states should also develop their own visions, their own aspirations, because for the country to achieve something, states also need to contribute. So in our state, as would have been understood by now, I work for the government in Telangana in Hyderabad. So we are also preparing our visioning exercise, which is called Telangana Rising. And there are different aspects to it. So for instance, what will be the contribution of Telangana to the country's GDP by 2047? We contribute 5% of the country's GDP now, but can we aspire to contribute more? Similarly, how will Telangana create skills for the young people? What will it do for the farmers? What will it do for women? So the different components, how will it improve its human development indicators and so on. One very important component of the visioning exercise, Telangana Rising exercise, is a section on net zero. So we are confident, we have done some back of the envelope calculations that while the Prime Minister has committed the country to become net zero by 2070, we can do it much, much faster. So our thinking is that the city of Hyderabad can become net zero by 2040 itself, and the state can become net zero by 2047. So it has been included in the visioning exercise. And we have taken help of domain experts to identify what are the interventions required to actually achieve that. So if you have planned to achieve something by 2047, it does not mean that you keep sleeping till 2046 and you suddenly wake up and some miracle happens. So you have to be at it right from now. So what it is that we will show within the next 5 years, what will we do in the next 10 years, and so on and so forth. So we have prepared a roadmap, but one of the biggest challenges that we face, and hopefully, again, the Center for Innovation will kind of help us figure this out. I'm sure intuitively everyone in this room knows it, that there's a huge sense of disconnect between the common people and global goals related to climate. Many people think, I don't want to name anyone. There are very famous people, presidents of important countries, who feel that climate change is a hoax. I mean, there are skeptics, but the reality is that on the ground, even today, there are quite a few people who feel that this is not my responsibility. I'm not going to be affected. If at all climate change is happening, it is maybe happening in some remote deserted area or some area which is prone to some floods, etc., etc. I don't have any role to play. And if at all someone has to take action, the governments have to do it. Why should I spend sleepless nights worrying about climate action? So this is a real challenge that we want people to get involved. We know that every initiative matters, every person matters. Smallest change at your own household level makes a big difference. But how do you convert that intent into action? So we do hope that young people like the Changemakers and the future leaders who are here in this room, they will come up with good ideas on how to bring the buy-in of the community. The unfortunate reality today is that the credibility of the government in the eyes of the common people is very, very low. So if I tell as a government representative that climate change is there and all of you switch off your air conditioners by this time, they will laugh at you, saying that you yourself keep 10 air conditioners in your house and you are lecturing us to switch off our air conditioners. So how do you bridge that credibility gap? Who else can do that, which as a government you are not able to do? So lots of kind of complexities in this issue, but we are very confident that as a part of Telangana Rising, we will make that happen.
Fantastic sense. Absolutely fantastic to hear this and the ambition behind Telangana Rising. Thanks for sharing this. With that, we'll move on to the next set of Changemakers. We have another set of Changemakers who will make the presentations and we'll listen to your comments and continue the conversation for a little longer. So over to the Changemakers again.
Namaste. I'm Tejas and I founded Project WOFM with one simple goal: to make financial literacy accessible to each and every woman. Before we begin, imagine a small situation. Imagine a woman working hard all day long just to make the ends meet. Then, tragedy strikes. An accident leaves her disabled. She cannot work anymore. She cannot pay her medical bills. She cannot feed her children and has no savings to rely back on. This is not because of her carelessness, but because lack of access to financial planning, to insurance, or even a simple bank account. This is not fiction. This is the reality of millions of rural women in India. 92% remain uninsured. More than 20% do not even have a bank account, and less than 25% are even financially literate. This realization was the foundation for WOFM, the Women's Financial Empowerment Movement, a movement dedicated to educating women through financial literacy sessions, empowering them by helping them open bank accounts, and enabling their access to government schemes. As a first step, we conducted a bank account opening drive and helped 32 women open their very first bank account. But I knew this was not enough. What these women truly needed was protection. So WOFM launched a fundraiser to help underprivileged women procure insurance. Through this effort, we raised funds to help more than 5,000 women procure insurance. Right now, WOFM's focus has spread over 3 Indian states, where we conduct workshops to teach them about financial literacy and also help them access government welfare and insurance schemes. So far, WOFM has helped more than 300 women get financially literate and open more than 120 bank accounts. WOFM helps women save, grow, and thrive because financial freedom is real freedom. Thank you.
When I first visited a government school to teach children as part of my dad's corporate CSR, I noticed that most of the children were not really interested. This was not because they weren't able to understand what I was teaching them, but more on because they didn't believe that this would help them in any way whatsoever. The reality of millions of rural children across India is that they chose to give up on their dreams because they believed that they were lesser than those kids in schools in urban metro cities. So, I started Project Propel, an initiative to bridge the learning gap between children aged 8 to 12 in rural and urban areas by exposing them to the right resources. Hi, I'm Arav, and through Project Propel, I have successfully impacted over 500 students across 3 schools. Each session consisted of several follow-ups and interactive hands-on learning. We covered topics like public speaking, leveraging online tools such as AI for their education, which were totally free of cost, and entrepreneurship. I have also partnered with an NGO called Yuvalok, which sets up schools for these underprivileged students and gives them education for free. In the future, I plan to impact over 1,000 students through 8 schools by the summer of 2026, and also plan to host collection drives in my own school to collect material for these students. One of the biggest challenges I faced across my journey was that even though the children were interested and liked what I was teaching them, the government school officials were not. They didn't really care about what I was teaching them, and they weren't really interested. For them, the basic education that they felt they provided those children was more than enough. So I urge you to join, support, and collaborate with me in ensuring that we can bridge the learning gap between every child in India. Follow Project Propel on Instagram. Thank you.
In Geneva, trams operate like clockwork. You know the route, when to get off, and even the stops along the way. But when it comes to periods, 71 out of every 100 girls are expected to board a tram they were never told was coming. And for girls with autism, it's not just the unexpected one. It's also the sudden change in route, the loud honk, the confusing timetables, all of it at once. My name is Gitanjali Chidambaram. I'm an 8th grader from NPS Koramangala, Bengaluru. Pyar means love in Hindi. Project Pyariad enables girls with autism to manage menstruation independently by equipping their caregivers. Traditional period education can be overwhelming, and that's why I created simple, sensory-friendly tools. This journey was not without its challenges. I realized that the problem area was a niche, and the content needed co-creation and endorsement from special educators. Since every child with autism learns differently, I realized that it wasn't just taking help from a few caregivers, but collaborating with the educators. So, while I continued to work on inclusive resources, I decided to expand the horizon. I conducted menstrual awareness sessions for the underprivileged and the hearing impaired, impacting 60 plus girls through them. My goal is to impact 100 plus girls every quarter. In addition to this, I also advocated for period positivity and sustainable menstrual products through both online and offline campaigns. Join me in creating a world where inclusion is the norm, not the exception. Spread the word on Project Pyariad, and together, let's help accelerate SDG 5. Thank you.
In a small village in Gujarat, India, there lived a young girl. For 8 months, she woke up before everyone else to wash a blood-soaked rag instead of a sanitary pad because she believed her period was a disease. That girl was my mother. I want everyone to close your eyes and imagine what life is like for girls who can't see. Now open them and imagine what it means when they can't even see their own periods. If a sighted girl had to learn about menstruation through fear, what happens to a girl who's visually impaired? A few months ago, I met Fatima, a bright 12-year-old who's fully blind. She told me that when she got her first period, she cried because she thought that she was injured. And Fatima isn't the only one. She's just one of 128 million girls in India who start their periods without even knowing what a period means. Hi, I'm Yashvi Trivedi, the founder of Project Bloom. I aim to empower adolescent girls of every ability with menstrual health education and support them with the resources that they need. So far, I've conducted awareness sessions for over 250 girls, made an inclusive menstrual health curriculum, raised over $1,000 with which I've distributed over 1,200 pads. Did you know a single sanitary pad has the carbon footprint of driving a car across Geneva? On ground, I saw that these pads were difficult to use for visually impaired girls, and on top of that, they have such a negative environmental impact. So I introduced biodegradable, disposable period underwear, which made their cycles easier, changing the way they experience menstruation as a whole. After speaking to Fatima after my session, she told me it felt like someone had explained her to herself, which shows that inclusion is not optional. I urge policymakers to mandate an inclusive menstrual curriculum in every school of India and to incentivize the use of sustainable menstrual products. And to all of you here, male or female, menstruator or not, I ask you to have one conversation with a girl about periods, because I know that a conversation can change everything. And to conclude, if SDG 5 means more to you than just a promise, let's act now, and let's act together for 128 million girls in India and billions more worldwide. Thank you.
Let's count together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In those 5 seconds, 250 million liters of fresh water was wasted in the world, which is enough drinking water for 1.2 million people, or the entire city of Munich for an entire month. That's the extent of the water crisis we live in today. But I'll be very honest, I was once oblivious to this too. It all started in 2023 when I was 13. I turned on the tap and not a single drop of water came out. Our borewells had dried up and there were endless discussions. But by the end of the 2 months of summer, nothing changed. And this isn't just my story. This is the story of 4 billion people, literally half the world's population that lives under high water stress. My name is Adya Kanchan, and I envision a world where water conservation becomes easy, flexible, and efficient for everyone, where it is a daily habit and not just a crisis response. And that's why I launched Project Neeri. It's derived from the Kannada word for water, Neeru, in our local language. It works towards SDG 6, and it's built on 2 pillars, technology and advocacy. So here's what we've done so far. Neeri is a patent-applied technology. It is recognized as a national water champion by Stockholm Junior Water Prize. We've engaged over 100,000 people, raised $7,000 in funds, and featured on news and radio platforms. On the technology front, Neeri is a tap-mounted IoT-enabled device with 5 adaptable modes to gradually reduce consumption and instigate behavioral change. On the advocacy front, through the Water Warrior campaign, we've engaged engineers, communities, industrialists, and policymakers. In the future, I would like to build a Neeri ecosystem where more than 1 billion liters of water can be saved by less than 1 million people. Neeri is not just a device, it's a movement. It's a reminder that every individual can make an impact with the right mindset and the right tools. Every drop counts, whether it's Bangalore, Geneva, or anywhere in the world. So today, I invite each one of you to act. Please write down one thing you can do to save water every day. Share it, tag Project Neeri, and commit to it. As the saying goes, my grandfather saw water in rivers and lakes. My father saw it in wells. I'm seeing it in tankers. And the next generation may only see it in tears if we don't act now. Ensemble, crions l'effet des ondulations. Let's make a ripple effect together. Dhanyavad, thank you so much.
Imagine this. I'm a shiny toothpaste box fresh off the store shelf. A person picks me up, takes me home, and I'm thrilled. I get to be a part of their morning routine. But just when I think I found my purpose, boom, I'm tossed into the trash. My journey ends almost as soon as it begins. This little thought made me pause, and that's exactly how Project Unboxed was born. I'm Samira Daniel, a 12-year-old student from DLF School Ridge Valley, Gurugram. My initiative, Project Unboxed, is developing a sustainable packaging awareness campaign to help consumers and brands understand the waste caused by unnecessary toothpaste boxes. My journey began with a petition on change.org, which received over 200 signatures in just 2 days, proving how ready people are to support sustainable change. As the campaign grew, so did my confidence. An open letter to Colgate earned a thoughtful acknowledgement. Sensodyne sent encouraging words, and meeting environmentalist People Baba reminded me that even small actions can spark really big change. My proposed solution to the brands is a stacking stand made from recycled cardboard, applicable in shops and markets. However, since change can't happen overnight, I decided to maximize the impact through awareness. Through my various awareness sessions and collection drives, we successfully gathered 2.9 kilograms of toothpaste boxes and sent them to Greenhaven Recycling Center, where they were made into books for underprivileged children. Overall, I was able to engage with 400 people and spark real-life conversations about sustainability. I plan to expand Product in Box through more community events and collaborations with NGOs and recycling centers, competitions, school challenges, street plays, and more collection drives and awareness sessions. Join me, spread my idea, follow my Instagram page, Project Unboxed, and together, let us package a greener future. Thank you.
Two years ago, I went diving in an ocean that was choking with plastic.
And that same plastic found me on land. And that realization brought us together to form Project Plastainable.
Good morning, I am Prachi.
And I am Sanskriti. And we are Project Plastainable, a social impact initiative under the 1 Million for 1 Billion Foundation aiming at SDG 12, responsible consumption and production.
The word plastainable. I guess that's what happens when two teenagers decide that grammar rules should not stop climate action.
Well, that and a vision of a world where plastic and sustainability can coexist, plastainably.
Our impact is as follows.
In our schools and communities, we have held poster-making competitions, awareness sessions, cleanups, eco-weeks, impacting over 100 people, collecting over 5 kgs of waste, and impacting 300 plus students.
Our efforts extended through collaborations with the NGO Sahas, Open Water Swimmers Foundation, and Hasirudala Innovations, collecting over 15 kgs of waste.
We've also built a strong digital presence by spreading our message to over 3,500 people in just 1 week during our Eco Week challenge.
And recently, we got a chance to speak at the 1M1B 1.5 Matters Summit at the UN House in Delhi, as well as speak at a TEDx stage at NPS Koramangala.
Totally, we have impacted over 4,000 individuals and collected over 20 kilograms of plastic.
But we want to do more. In addition to painting a mural in Bangalore and selling eco-kits, we want a way to make Project Plastainable sustainable. And our idea is the Yuva Plastainable Mission, an annual nationwide inter-school sustainability competition where schools across the country they participate and compete to make their areas more sustainable. In partnership with local governments and education boards, we hope to make this movement sustainable so that it can go on even after we have graduated.
So go home today and make one different choice. Ditch that plastic cutting board, ditch that plastic toothbrush, and join us. Follow us on Instagram.
Now I have a request for all of you. When I say 3, 2, 1, I want you to say #Plastainable. Okay? 3, 2, 1, #Plastainable. Thank you.
Fantastic, isn't it? I think I echo the words that Claudia shared earlier, speechless. Very diverse from the first set of changemakers that you saw. I think that deserves a huge round of applause for all the superstar changemakers in the room. Claudia and Jayesh, I want to have last question for both of you. Claudia, the world of skilling is changing. It's becoming gamified. We also have digital credentials today. So if you can tell us how digital credentials are becoming the new skills currency and how it's transforming how hiring and talent hunt is looked at.
Thank you for the question. So basically, it's a way to recognize that the skills and capabilities that we need for the workforce today, they are different from where, what they were 3 years ago, 2 years ago. This is changing so fast that the industry is coping with different ways to recognize those skills. And the digital credentials are definitely one reference for that. They translate the experience that you acquire through non-traditional skills or grades. So this is how the world is moving, especially in Asia Pacific. This is very strong. We can see the companies are recognizing those badges and credentials as a way mainly for early professional hiring. So I would say this is something that a lot of programs from IT companies, they offer today, and it's accessible across the globe for free for the majority of the countries.
Thank you so much, and that's one of the key highlights of Skills Build, I suppose, because it's all about digital credentials and enabling students to youngsters to build those skills and get noticed and recognized. Thank you so much. Jayesh, a question for you. You spoke about Telangana Rising, and I'm assuming there are multiple facets to the whole initiative. And Hyderabad is becoming one of the most favorite cities in India for young talent, for MNCs, for startups. So if you can touch a bit more and tell us about what is the state doing to attract global talent?
Sure. So this is a very important point included in the Telangana Rising vision document. How do you become an attractive center so that more R&D, more innovation, more entrepreneurship happens in the state? There are 3-4 plans that we have. So livability of a city is very important, and I notice lots of people from Bangalore are here. I don't want to run down any other city that too in an international platform, but there are certain cities. If they lose out on this livability quotient, then talent flees from those kind of places. The other important thing is, how do you incentivize people who want to do research, development? This is something people speak frequently about India, that not enough foundational work happens in terms of R&D. We move on to other things. So as a state, we are creating institutions, we are putting our money where our mouth is to support R&D. And the point on collaboration cannot be understated. So every government, while they may have good intentions, there'll also be limitations to their abilities to deliver. And that can only happen, good delivery can only happen if you are agile enough and you are humble enough to identify partners and create a very open kind of a system in which all your partners join hands with you and contribute perfectly. So these are some of the ways in which we hope that Hyderabad will continue to remain a very role model city when it comes to attracting young people to come and live and work here, and obviously create products and solutions for the benefit of the larger society.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much. And I'm sure, all the other cities are taking note and looking at Hyderabad and Telangana as a role model state. So with that, I would like to end this segment. Manav, if you would like to add anything more or ask questions, and after that, Swati, over to you.
No, thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Jayesh sir, for your remarks today. It's a big privilege to be working with both of you and accelerating the future skills, and specifically Claudia on AI, and Jayesh sir on the net zero acceleration in India. So thank you very much for the partnership. Thank you very much for your remarks today. Safin, over to you.
Thank you, and that was the inspiration that we all needed in the morning to get on with more inspiration coming later in the day. But before we go to the next segment, Her Excellency Ambassador Clara and His Excellency Ambassador Mohammadou, the reason this was the start of the summit is because the Young Changemakers addressing the different SDGs, apart from the work being done in climate action, but also for the other SDGs, is something that has worked in the respective geography and is there for scale up in other similar geographies where these problems also exist. The reason being, at this international platform, talking and bringing these dialogues so that wherever the solutions exist and the problems can be solved, they can be a mix of those conversations and a way forward. To also kind of highlight the different other works and the different programs currently being run by the 1M1B Foundation, may I request the next audio visual.
Change doesn't begin with policies or profits or plans scribbled on paper. It begins when one mind dares to ask, what if I could do more? That's where 1M1B lives, at the intersection of courage and opportunity, of youth and leadership, of vision and action. Across India, governments are rising to the challenge of preparing the next generation. From the hills of Meghalaya to the innovation corridors of Telangana, from Uttar Pradesh's heartland to the coasts of Andhra Pradesh, 1M1B is joining hands with state and central governments. But solving the world's biggest problems takes more than policy. It takes powerhouses like IBM, Salesforce, EY, and Oppo. It takes corporates that believe the future is not just a market, it's a mission. Through mentorship, innovation challenges, AI, and green job accelerators, these giants are shaping tomorrow's leaders today. Apex public bodies, NITI Aayog, CBSE, AICTE, are amplifying the ripple. They're not just endorsing change, they're embedding it. Through national frameworks, boards, and platforms, they're scaling impact at speed, at depth, at scale. Together with 1M1B, they are rewriting curriculum and developing a future-ready workforce, equipped with AI. In schools and colleges, something powerful is unfolding. A student in Bengaluru builds a clean water solution. A teenager in Delhi rethinks mental health access. They're part of the 1M1B Future Leaders program, turning ideas into movements, classrooms into launchpads, and every project into a purpose. And when that purpose is ignited, it travels to UC Berkeley's halls of innovation, to United Nations podiums in New York, to companies like Intel, Uber, NVIDIA, and eBay, where Indian changemakers present not just dreams, but data, not just passion, but progress. Because 1M1B isn't just local, it's global, and it's heartbeat. Young people who dare to believe that one idea, one project, one voice can impact 1 billion lives. Change.
I would now like to request Ambassador Clara for her opening keynote address. Ambassador Clara has served since 2021 as the Ambassador of Cabo Verde to Switzerland and as permanent representative to the United Nations office in Geneva and the World Trade Organization. She is also Ambassador to Austria and permanent representative to the UN in Vienna, Austria. A career diplomat with over 3 decades of experience, she has held senior posts including Ambassador Advisor to the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde and also Charge d'Affaires in Luxembourg. She has served also in the Netherlands and Belgium. Ambassador Clara is recognized for her leadership in advancing international trade, gender equity, gender equality, climate diplomacy, and youth engagement. She is one of the co-chairs for the informal working group on trade and gender at the WTO. Madam, we are very privileged and honored to have you here and requesting you for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Geneva. A warm welcome to Geneva. It is a joy to be here today among so many talented, beautiful, and young people coming from India. Excellency, distinguished colleagues, my dear colleague, Ambassador Professor Ka, changemakers, and most importantly, the inspiring youth joining us today. I was asking also myself why I'm here today. I was so surprised. when I received the invitation to be here today. At the outset, allow me to thank the organizer for inviting me to speak at this important event and for creating a platform where young people are not just heard, but empowered to act. It is, of course, a great honor for Cape Verde to join this very important summit. Across the globe, young people are leading initiatives that drive climate action, advance the agenda, and transform communities for a sustainable future. In India, 1M1B has empowered over 1 million youth and teachers to implement sustainable, tech-enabled and green solutions through programs such as the Green Skills Academy and Generation Green. Your story from Small Villages program to a global blueprint for youth-led change is truly inspiring. Beyond India, youth leadership is driving climate action across the developing world. In Africa, as you may know, the youngest continent with over 400 million people, aged 15 to 35 years old, young people are at the heart of realizing Agenda 2063. Have you ever heard about Agenda 2063 in Africa, African Union? Recognized in Aspiration 6, they are catalysts for education, skills development, entrepreneurship, climate action, governance, and social inclusion. While the African Union has developed several youth policies and programs to ensure the continent benefits from its demographic dividend, African youth are actively taking the lead on the ground. Initiatives like African Youth Initiative on Climate Change, the African Youth Climate Hub, and the goal-led action on climate change are empowering young Africans across to become green entrepreneurs, to innovate, advocate, and transform their communities while connecting across the continent through knowledge sharing and skill buildings. These initiatives show that young people are not only participating, they are courageously leading, innovating, and delivering solutions that strengthen communities, transform livelihoods, and drive sustainable development. Youth and women are catalysts for resilience and inclusive growth. When they are empowered, all communities thrive. Cabo Verde too. I'm from Cabo Verde, a small island state located in West Africa in the Atlantic, nearby Senegal, 500 kilometers from Senegal, in the south of Canary Islands, that belongs to the European Union, so we have borders Africa and European Union with Canary Islands. Cabo Verde too is embracing this spirit of youth-led action at the national level. As a small island nation, as I mentioned, and like many of our fellow small island development states, we feel the impacts of climate change every day, from rising seas and coastal erosion to droughts and floods that threaten our agriculture and food security. What's more, Cabo Verde economy is heavily dependent on tourism and imports, which makes us especially vulnerable to climate change. The urgency to act on climate is clear, and so are the opportunities investing in knowledge, digital skills, and sustainable technologies is essential to prepare young people to lead in sectors such as renewable energies, fisheries, agriculture, and the blue economy. As I mentioned before, in Cabo Verde, initiatives like Campus do Mar, Mar in Portuguese means sea, and TechPack CV are already supporting youth innovation, skill developments, and green job creation. As these projects expand, they will not only strengthen our blue economy strategy and empower young innovators in fields such as AI, cybersecurity, and sustainable technologies, they will also create space where youth can lead solutions, partner with international institutions, and turn ocean knowledge into green jobs. So I hope that one day you can exchange also with Cape Verdean youth or with African youth in these matters. Diaspora engagement is another powerful lever for countries like ours. Cabo Verde and India, you have a huge diaspora. Cabo Verde also has a huge diaspora. I don't know if you know, in Cabo Verde, we are a country that we have more people living abroad than living in the country because of this problem that we face since before we were independent. We suffer with a lot of drugs, and we have lack of water, so we have a lot of problems in Cabo Verde, so that's why we have also a huge diaspora like India. So diaspora engagement is another powerful lever for countries like ours with a large and active diaspora. Through the Global Diaspora Policy Alliance, we are enabling young people and experts abroad to contribute to knowledge, networks, and resources to climate action, health, gender equality, and youth empowerment, connecting communities across borders, and reinforcing local capacity to implement solutions. These examples show the power of youth leadership in shaping climate action and the importance of collaboration across governments, the private sector, development actors, and civil society in accelerating global sustainability efforts. They also show that when locally driven resilience is supported by global partnerships, we unlock opportunities for inclusive and transformative change, especially when young people like you are at the center of that process. Excellencies, young changemakers, the message is clear. Climate action belongs to all of us, but it will be the youth who drive the bold and transformative change the world needs. As you know, yesterday it started the COP13, so I hope that you are following it. Your creativity, energy, and commitment are the force that transform challenges into solutions. Just as 1M1B empowers youth in India and in youth initiatives across Africa demonstrate, you are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of now. I encourage each of you to embrace your ideas, connect across borders, and continue to take action in your communities. Together, we can power a sustainable future, one in which youth, innovation, and collaboration shape a world that is greener, more inclusive, and resilient for generations to come. I thank you and wish you every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador Clara, for those inspiring words. And as you mentioned, this is a unifying act where youth-led initiatives can drive a lot of action on ground for the communities that they come from. And this is something that can scale further. So we would love to have the opportunity to work with the diaspora and the youth at Cabo Verde and expand the good work that is being already done in different geographies. So thank you for those inspiring words.
Thank you so much.
I would now like to request His Excellency Ambassador Mohamedou for his opening remarks, his opening keynote. Ambassador Professor Mohamedou is the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Gambia to Switzerland and the permanent representative of the Gambia to the UNOG, WTO, and other international organizations in Switzerland. A visionary Gambian diplomat and scholar, Ambassador Khan is redefining the global digital landscape from Geneva's multilateral corridors. As the Gambia's ambassador and the permanent representative to the UNOG, WTO, WIPO, ITU, and beyond, he champions ethical AI, digital public infrastructure, and human rights, ensuring the Global South's voices shape frontier technologies. In his own words, technology must serve humanity equitably, ethically, and without borders. Requesting Ambassador Mohamedou for his remarks, please.
Thank you, and a very, very good morning. As I sit here today, listening, more importantly, to the voices of the Changemakers, I must say I am truly, truly inspired by your brilliance, your energy, and oh my God, you deserve a round of applause. Excellencies, distinguished participants, and yes, our brilliant and inspiring young leadership and change makers, once again, welcome to the Palais here in Geneva. A very good morning. It is indeed an honor to join you here where ideas meet purpose and where the next generation, such as yourselves, is charting the path towards a just, sustainable, and inclusive future. Today, as we gather under the banner Powering the Future with Green Skills and Youth Climate Diplomacy, we are not merely talking about the 1.5 degrees centigrade goal. I submit to you, we are reaffirming our shared commitment to protect our planet and power a greener, fairer tomorrow through youth-driven action and innovation. And your voices this morning encapsulates that. As a Gambian diplomat representing the Global South, LDCs, SITS, and Africa, alongside with my sister Ambassador Clara from Cabo Verde, I truly witness daily the proportionate toll of climate change on those least responsible for it, inclusive all of us from in this room. For countries like mine, the Gambia, the 1.5 degree centigrade target is not an abstract number. It is for us a threshold for survival and hope. Rising seas, erratic rainfalls, and shifting seasons threaten livelihoods and heritage. Yet, amidst these challenges, we find immense opportunity in our youth, who, like yourselves, in technology and in global solidarity. This is where, in my mind, I am inspired by 1 million and 1 billion, 1M1B. Platforms like 1M1B, 1 million for 1 billion, indeed becomes a vital catalyst. This platform, as I discover and continue to be inspired, empowers youth to develop green skills, master artificial intelligence and digital innovations, and indeed become climate diplomats who influence policies and drive local and global solutions. From our continent, Africa's solar startups to AI-powered agriculture and coastal resilience initiatives, our youths are demonstrating that innovation and inclusion can coexist. These young pioneers in our continent, whom you should connect with, remind us that the path to 1.5 degrees centigrade is not only through policies negotiated in boardrooms, but through ground-up action, which you're doing, where ideas are born in classrooms, in our communities, in our villages, and in code labs, and scaled through meaningful collaborations and conviction. As our world undergoes profound geopolitical shifts, we must ensure that the voices of our young people, particularly voices of our young people from the global south, are not peripheral, but indeed central, shaping the narratives, influencing decisions, and bridging divides through diplomacy, through technology, and more importantly, through empathy. Investing in youth climate diplomacy and green artificial intelligence skills, such as we've heard from Claudia, I think is wonderful. Indeed, very wonderful. We must invest in green and AI skills, and we need organizations such as yours to scale that up across continents for our youths. Because it is both a moral and, I must say, a strategic imperative. It is how we create an inclusive transition that leaves no nation, no community, and no young mind behind. To you, I've discovered friends now. You, the brilliant change makers that are here today. Let me tell you, make no mistake, you are not bystanders, and you have demonstrated that for the little opportunity I have to see in your collective insights. You are architects, truly, of our future, our collective future. Your generation has the tools, has the imagination, and indeed the courage to reimagine development, to redefine diplomacy, and to restore balance to our planet. The Changemakers work on plastic that I've just had a moment ago, and your movement, Madam, I must say, is truly inspiring, and I say keep it up. Use artificial intelligence ethically, build green solutions boldly, and engage diplomatically with compassion and persistence, linking up and networking with youths beyond India, beyond your continent, linked with other youths across the world. I hope you take that challenge. Let this summit ignite a new wave of youth global engagement. The power you have, you underestimate it. Where your voices rise from the ground up, resonating across borders and institutions, transforming ideas, your ideas, into action, and action into enduring impact. As we power the future, I want you to remember this. I want you to remember that the future is not something we inherit. It is something we build together with purpose, with purpose, with purpose and hope. As a Gambian diplomat serving here at the United Nations organization in Geneva, and welcome to our director, the WTO and other international organizations here, and drawing from my humble leadership roles in advocating for the Global South, least developing countries, small island developing states, and particularly my continent, Africa, I stand before you here with a profound sense of urgency and hope. And what is giving me hope is organizations like 1M for 1B. Truly, our team today, powering the future with green skills and youth climate diplomacy, ground-up actions. For me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a call. It is indeed a lifeline in these critical geopolitical shifts, where rising powers and alliances, I submit, must prioritize equity to avert climate catastrophe. First, why is the 1.5 degrees centigrade mission critical for countries like mine, a small country, smallest in the continent of Africa, but by the Atlantic Ocean on the coast? Why is it important to us? In the Global South, we are on the front lines. As I said earlier, rising seas threatens our coasts, erratic rains devastate our farms, and extreme weather displaces our communities. For the Gambia, a riverine nation, vulnerable to flooding and salinization, exceeding 1.5 degrees means existential peril, amplifying poverty and migration. So it must be everyone's challenge and everyone's business and everyone's priority. Yet, global youth platforms like 1M, 1B empower young people like yourselves by providing skills, training, networks, and advocacy tools, turning passive observers, you're no more passive observers, are you? Into active diplomats who amplify our collective voices in international forums. I think your presence in this house sends a very, very optimistic to all of us diplomats here in this house. Second, across Africa, our youth are innovating boldly. Solar microgrids in rural Kenya, drought-resistant crops in Senegal, and artificial intelligence-driven conservation in South Africa. These grounds-up actions scale resilience, reduce emissions, and drive sustainable growth, keeping us on track for 1.5 degrees centigrade. The reasons why I say your energy, your creativity, your passion, your innovations, your drive must go beyond the borders of India and connect with your similar peers across Africa, across Asia, across Latin America, and of course across the North. You have young people like you who are equally passionate. Connect with them. So the initiatives like 1M, 1B strengthens this by giving you the platform by fostering green skills, boot camps, cross-border collaborations, and funding access, bridging geopolitical divides to united youth for a climate force. So take that message with you, please. Let me conclude. The future we seek, collectively, the 1.5 degrees centigrade world is not a distant destination. It is a path we build with every skill we master. Every conversation like this one we bridge, and every ground-up action we take. You are not just the leadership of tomorrow. You are indeed the engineers, the diplomats, and the heartbeat of a greener world today. So go forth, build, negotiate, network, and power our future. The world is indeed waiting for your blueprint. They say the world is in the hands of the next generation. With that point, do you think I agree? I do not agree. I disagree with that. It is not in your hands. I'm provoking you if you're not noticing. It is not in your hands. It is in your choices. The choice to wield green skills as your tools, and indeed climate diplomacy as your compass. From the ground up, you're proving that 1.5 degrees centigrade is more than a target, and you have demonstrated that to us this morning with the few interventions, and I'm sure you have more in your collectives. So let's make this our global agreement. Signed not by nations. It's interesting coming from me, a diplomat. Signed not by nations, but by actions. Let's go. I leave you one message. Your voice, your voices, your collective voices is the tipping point. Act locally, as you're doing in India, but influence globally by connecting the dots with other youths like you. And organizations like 1M1B turn this into action through your continuing efforts in mentorship, in policy simulations, and impact challenges, equipping you to negotiate at COPs. I'm hoping that you are keeping tabs on what is going on in Brazil, as my colleague have requested that you do. Innovate solutions and hold our leaderships accountable. In this era of geopolitical flux, let's forge a pragmatic pathway. Invest in our youth diplomacy. Let's prioritize South-South and South-North meaningful partnerships, and let's harness green and AI skills for a just transition. I submit, together we power the future. And thank you, and I'm truly, truly inspired, and will be watching closely how you grab the world and make the world a better, safer place that is equitable, where all voices matter for all of us, and how we use artificial intelligence for good, for the betterment of humanity. Thank you so much.
That was a very inspiring speech, and thank you, Ambassador Mamadou, for those kind words. I think it embodies what we are trying to do at 1M1B through the different initiatives. And yes, definitely, the grounds-up approach where youth climate diplomacy will drive the change that we want to see, or the youth be the change that we want to see in this world. Thank you very much. And a warm welcome to Madame Tatiana Valovaya. Thank you for accepting to be here at our summit, this annual summit for the first time at the UNOG, and thanks to you and your office for facilitating that. Before I request Madam for her remarks, Madam Tatiana Valovaya is the 13th Director General of the United Nations office at Geneva and the first woman to occupy the position. Ms. Tatiana has more than 35 years of experience in public service, diplomacy, and journalism. She began her career in 1983 in the editorial office of the Economic Gazette in Moscow, first as a correspondent and later as deputy editor for the Department of World Economy. In 1989, Ms. Tatiana joined the permanent mission of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic to the European Union, where she served as third secretary. She then became second secretary of permanent mission of the Russian Federation to the EU, a position she held until 1994. During her diplomatic career, she oversaw issues relating to financial and economic cooperation. It is our great honor to have you at this year's summit, and may I request you for your kind keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear young leaders, for me it's really a great pleasure to welcome this year meeting of 1 Million for 1 Billion Foundation here in the Palais des Nations. And you find yourself here in a very special place. This building, this palace of the peoples, was built practically 100 years ago for the League of Nations, the first multilateral organization which was established after the First World War in 1919, and this organization has chosen Geneva as its headquarters. I always say that please think about the atmosphere after this First World War. It was a very challenging period. Quite often we are complaining that we are living through challenging times, and that's correct. But the situation 100 years ago was at least as challenging. The First World War left Europe and half of the world in ruins. Economic and social situation was very difficult. And pandemic, the first global pandemic, the Spanish flu, took 50 million of lives all around the world. Tragic times, but at the same time, the member states who have created this first multilateral organization decided to invest huge resources, both financial and physical and human resources, to build this beautiful palais. Why? They believed into the future of multilateralism. They believed in the future of international cooperation. And they were absolutely sure that multilateral organization devoted to the prosperity of humanity need this palace. That was the first palace ever built, not for noble people, not for royals, but for the peoples of the world. And we, as the United Nations, have inherited this palace. So when you look around, think how visionary our predecessors were, and be inspired by their belief in the future and their belief that if we work together, we'll be able to find solutions to all the global projects. They were inspired, they were visionaries. We should really be the same. And so for me, it's very, very important to have you here and to talk to you about this vision of international cooperation and the work you as young people representing civil society are doing. By the way, the rooms, and this is one of the rooms of the historical palais, at that time looked absolutely different. We do have photos in our archives and we quite often show them. These rooms were full of middle-aged men wearing dark suits and wearing hats. Practically no women. Women just, well, sitting, maybe taking notes, but even they were very, no young people. Not a single young face in the room. And so many things have changed, and so many things have changed for the better. When you look around the Palais you will see the representatives of all the nations of the world. You see both men and women, and you'll see many young faces. And for us, it's a great satisfaction to see young people around the Palais. Why? Because we understand that multilateralism in the 21st century should be totally different from the multilateralism 100 years ago when League of Nations was born, or even 80 years ago when United Nations were born. And this year we're celebrating 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and we really think that this is the time for changes, for modern multilateralism, for the multilateralism which is integrated, which is inclusive, and which is efficient. And we were talking about this multilateral, we are talking that that's the system which should listen to all the voices. We have, of course, to listen to the voices of all nations around the world. And it's very, very important really to listen to all the voices. Small countries, big countries, rich countries, poor countries, they are all equal within United Nations. And the voices of smallest countries should be as important as the voices of the biggest countries. And why? Because we have the same challenges. You are representing one of the biggest countries in the world, but you are preoccupied with the climate change. And small nations, small Pacific Island states, for example, who can't compare in size or population with India, they have the same issue, climate change. Just look, for example, what recently took place in the Caribbean with the Jamaica, how this climate change has exacerbated the situation for this region. So we really have to listen to each other and take our voices into account. But the world is absolutely different now from the period 80 years ago. At that time, sovereign nations represented by their official delegations were only speakers when we were negotiating something. As I said, these rooms were full of men in dark suits. But now we have different actors. We have international organizations and regional organizations, and we United Nations are working with these organizations together. We have civil society and non-governmental organizations like yours, who really represent the voices of millions of people, who are representing the voices from the ground, from the field. And we, the United Nations, are working with you. That's why I'm so happy to have you here. And for example, we in Geneva, we work with hundreds of non-governmental organizations accredited to us here, and their representatives are able regularly to come to the Palais, sit around the table, raise their issues, and have discussions. We have as our partners also private sector, because without private sector it's impossible to find solutions. And when we are talking about, for example, the climate change, if we do not involve private sector in our everyday activities, if we do not change our economic policies, if we do not really make sustainable development the mainstream type of economic development, we will not succeed. That's why we work with the private sector. And here in Geneva, it's very, very visible, even physically. Just on the other side of the lake, just in front of us, there are headquarters of the World Economic Forum. And we work a lot with them, and they also work a lot with young people. Of course, we have to work with academia, with universities, because without a scientific society, because without receiving a scientific point of view, it's very difficult to make decisions. And of course, we're working with different groups, and young people is one of the biggest groups we're working with. Here in Palais, we regularly have very interesting events with young people, and I'm very happy that this summit we have with you this year adds to this rather long list of events when we host young people in the Palais. And I personally am always inspired after interaction with you, because just seeing that you are ready to come, to discuss, make suggestions, and to work together, that's really inspiring. So here in Geneva, we really try to create this atmosphere of integrated and inclusive multilateralism, where we listen to each other, make decisions, but also then we implement the decisions. That's maybe one of the most important things, because there are lots of very important treaties, many important decisions which are already taking place, including Paris Treaty, including the necessity of keeping within 1.5, as you are well aware. But it's one thing to make the decision. However difficult, quite often we do succeed with very tough decisions. But when it comes to the implementation, we find out that it's even more difficult. For example, as I said, Pact for the Future, or another treaty, very important treaty we achieved last year, Pact for the Future, which also includes the necessity of fighting the climate change. But it's very, very, very difficult. And I tell you why. Because the governments, political elites, nations, they are preoccupied with many, many issues. And one, quite often, they have to make very tough choices. Because sustainable development is not always the easiest thing to receive quick economic development. And quite often we know the governments have to make not the best choices from the point of view of sustainability, but they have to invest in the sectors, including oil, gas, etc., just to create jobs for the country, just to earn money, just to increase trade. And that's something they have to do because they are responsible to the current population. They are responsible for their voters, and they want to show that they are really bringing jobs, bringing prosperity, economic development. But we all have to think not only about current time issues, not only about short-term economic and social perspectives. We have to think long-term. That's where civil society, young people, non-governmental organizations should really raise their voices and push the governments, push us, the international organizations, really to make decisions which are sustainable, which will be beneficial for the current generation, but they will be beneficial for the generations to come. Here, your role is crucial, because without your permanent push, without your permanent raising the issue, we will not succeed. That's why it's so important to work together and to listen to you. Speaking about the climate change, and I said at the very beginning, the whole world is suffering in a different terms, differently. For some nations, it's already an existential question. For many nations, it will become so in the years to come unless we make changes. For example, you came to Switzerland. It's a perfect weather now. It's sunny, it's very pleasant, not too cold, not too hot, perfect season. But if you come here in summer, you will find out that the weather, well, not like in India, but it's already very, very hot. And it's not normal. And when you look at the statistics, at the data, you will find out that Switzerland is one of the countries which is warming much quicker than other countries in the world, much quicker. And you can see here and feel, the reason is very simple. The mountains and the glaciers. The glaciers are warming up, and the climate of Switzerland is changing very, very quickly, much quicker than in many other places. Quite often, when we are not aware of these situations around the world, we can't find the partners. That's why it's very important what Ambassador said. This movement, you really have to interact with your colleagues and friends, likely-minded people all around the world. We're all facing the same destiny unless we work now together. So I know that you are doing a lot every day and you're inspiring others. I really would like to encourage you to do even more, to be very, very active, not to be afraid to criticize us, older generations, not to be afraid to criticize your governments, your politicians. That's normal. Young people should always be critically minded. You shouldn't be satisfied how things are standing, but I think you should be collaborative. And that's very, very important, not only to criticize, not to be dissatisfied, but really to find ways to work together, to be positive, and really to look for the solutions. So once again, thank you for coming to Geneva. I'm sure you will make new contacts, you'll receive many new ideas, and I really hope that this atmosphere, or this old but still so important place, will inspire you and you will return home with many new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for those inspiring words. And quite rightly, partnerships. This is not a fight to be fought alone. It is collaborative, working together across sectors and bridging the silos. As a symbol of our commitment of the 1.5 Matters initiative by 1M1B, at Geneva, we will be unfurling the 1.5 Matters flag as a gesture of our initiation of this initiative here also. So may I request for the unfurling, please? Thank you.
It sounds small, but in climate science, this is the line between a livable world and irreversible damage. At just approximately 1.2 degrees Celsius of warming, the world is already changing. Rainfall patterns shifting, dry seasons lengthening, and flash floods more frequent, more intense. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, other alarms are blaring. Within the warming ocean world, a rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius could wipe out 70 to 90% of coral reefs. Move to 2 degrees Celsius and we're looking at over 99% loss. On land, the change is no less dramatic. Vegetation zones are shifting. In some regions, the shift is altering fundamental land carbon cycles, threatening food security, livelihoods, culture, and those who bear the brunt of these changes, they live closest to the land, in our villages, near forests and rivers, on farms, by the sea. What if the response didn't just come from big cities or global summits? What if it came from here, from the very places hardest hit? 1.5 Matters envisions to engage 10 million people in the movement, develop a climate talent pipeline of 1 million young professionals, and mobilize 10,000 schools to accelerate net zero goals. Through strategic campaigns, partnerships, and leadership forums, the platform brings together corporations, businesses, academia, and governments to take urgent action on the climate crisis. And now, it's already beginning. A group of young girls in Jharkhand raise their hands toward the sun and light up homes with solar lanterns, becoming beacons of change. Young leaders from 1M1B Youth Climate Diplomacy Program step onto global stages, not just to speak, but to represent. 1M1B's Youth Climate Diplomacy for 1.5 degrees Celsius will be convening global gatherings, mobilizing youth leaders and global institutions to accelerate net zero and keep the Paris promise alive. These global gatherings will elevate youth voices not just as activists, but as diplomats, bridge builders, and ambassadors for climate action. launch programs to carry the 1.5 degrees Celsius message into classrooms, boardrooms, parliaments, and UN halls. Curated by Manav Subodh, supported by 1M1B, 1.5 Matters is not just an initiative. It's a movement led by those whose lives are in the balance. The science is clear. We still have time, but only if we act now, together.
Our commitment for the 1.5 Matters through youth-led initiatives has been ascertained with our very first summit at Geneva. But this follows a legacy of the good work that many of the young change makers have been doing with 1M1B over the past many years. And each year, we release a compendium of some of these stellar initiatives that we are very proud to highlight. And now, may I request Madam and Her Excellency, Madam Clara, and His Excellency, Ambassador Mahamadou to unveil, and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan and Claudia, please join us in the unveiling of this year's compendium. Thank you. We will continue with the session. And may I request everybody to settle down? We'll continue with the session. In the next segment, for the next segment, I will request Manav for the special announcement on one of the very promising partnerships that you would have heard earlier in the morning, and over to Manav to elaborate it further.
So it's a big honor and a privilege today to be announcing this first center in India that 1M1B will be establishing in the state of Telangana on youth, climate action, and technology. And this is under and with support from the Telangana Rising Initiative. This is one of the first centers of its kind which will be encouraging young people like you to come up with your solutions, and it could be scaled up in the state of Telangana. With support from the Telangana government and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan specifically, it's a big honor to be announcing this MOU today. And we will be just signing the MOU and launching this partnership that we are so honored and proud of. And it's a big honor to be doing that here in United Nations office here in Geneva. So I request Jayesh sir to please unveil the MOU and request all of you to be part of this big occasion that is the first center on climate innovation in Telangana. Please come.
This is the document.
Where's the MOU? Oh, that's there.
Just hold it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support.
I'll hand it over to Deepika. Can you give her a speaker move, please? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'm sticking up to
So before we conclude the session, I would request and to conclude the session, a warm thank you to Claudia and to Mr. Ranjan, who's stepping out right now. It has been an absolute game changer when it comes to what things work out when different sectors and different partners align on the mandate, and this is something that we have been witnessing through the different work that have been enabled through different programs. Excuse me. So thank you very much for your presence, and Manav, anything from you?
No, thank you everyone, and thank you Claudia for joining us today. I always say that when you're up to something purposeful, you get beginner's luck. And today we got a lot of beginner's luck, and one of them has been Claudia. She flew from Brazil to US, and she's on the way to Milan. So this event just perfectly fitted in her schedule. So thank you so much, Claudia, for being here. Big round of applause for Claudia.
Well, at the 1M1B Impact Summit, inspiration doesn't cease. And we are here to be inspired by yet another set of young change makers. And for this, may I request my colleague, Elizabeth Saunders, to please take the stage and invite the panel.
No, you can sit just here, 1, 2. Yeah. All right, so it has been a very inspiring morning. I hope you're all feeling excited. All right, we've had a morning filled with energy, creativity, and a lot of purpose coming from all of our young changemakers. We've heard a lot from all of our distinguished guests. We've heard some bold ideas and practical actions that truly reflect how youth are driving innovation for a better future. And now we're going to have a conversation that's going to take that forward, looking at how artificial intelligence and the green transition are redefining what the future of work will look like and what we can do today to prepare for it. So we are joined by a diverse panel representing international policy, learning, innovation, and industry, each bringing a unique view on how we can build an inclusive, sustainable, and AI-ready workplace. To my right, we have Sergio Andres Iriarte Quesada, who is our Youth Employment Specialist at the ILO. Maria Cecilia Gutierrez Mideros, the Chief of the Liaison Section at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Reda Satki, the Executive Director of the Learning Geneva Foundation, the Geneva Learning Foundation, and Sarah Voles, the Global Head of Sustainability at TACON. All right, so with that, we're going to go into our panel and have some reflection on the changemakers. So to all of our panelists, you've just seen some of the really incredible changemaker ideas. And so what skills and mindsets stood out to you, and how do you think those can be scaled to build a workforce that is living with AI and not competing with it? I'll start with Reda.
All right, thank you for that. I think that's a great, wonderful question. I would answer that learning to work with AI, that it is likely that your generation is going to be the first one that is going to be encountering and really learning to work side by side with AI in the same way that my generation learned to navigate the internet, and would suggest that it requires 3 things, A, B, and C. A is really being ambitious, B is being bold, and 3 is being courageous. Things are going to change a lot in the next 2 to 5 years, and the sooner we are thinking, learning, and getting ready for those, to navigate those changes, to navigate the unknown, the better, the more likely we are to survive. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. On behalf of the ILO, we're very happy to be here, to be present. And I'm delighted to see how many young people are here with the smiles, being very interested in what the discussions are going. So I'm really happy and welcome everybody here as our Director General from the UNOG mentioned, to this beautiful and historic building. So from ILO's perspective, that then I will talk more about the ILO, but from ILO's perspective, I think that the critical mindset that we need to keep in mind is adaptability, so digital curiosity and collaborative problem solving. So we're talking about core, what we call at the ILO, we call core skills, but it's more known as soft skills. And we believe that young people actually who embrace lifelong learning and ethical use of technology are better positions to thrive alongside AI. Employability for us is very important, so how we are preparing young people to enter into the labor market, so that's something very crucial. And I will add one point that everybody's talking about you being change makers. I will just push to call that you're leaders, so just keep that in mind, that your mindset should be as leading not only the future but also the present. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah.
Thanks very much. It's wonderful to be here and to have heard from the Changemakers today. So we were asked in preparing for this, to think about what had really stood out for us, and what's really struck me is that desire to have a positive impact, and I'd say don't lose that. It's really, really easy for that to get worn away, just eroded by the challenges of moving through the world. You've obviously already shown a lot of tenacity and ability to be in this room already. That's what corporations are looking for. I'm here with the corporate perspective. So don't lose that, build on it, learn from each other, and use the resources that are out there already as well. So the Adecco group, for example, has already put a lot together about working in the new world of work that AI is bringing. They themselves built on the work of the OECD, which was really early out there with some principles and guidelines. So take what's there and build on it, but keep your passion and your drive as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Maria.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I'm coming from UNCTAD. It's an organization that is mainly focused on development. The vast majority of the young people in the planet lives in developing countries. So for us, I think the most important factor is fairness, closing gaps. The ethical development sometimes goes far below the technological advances and is leaving many people behind. So for us, there is no way that progress can be attained without fairness. That's something I think every actor should keep in mind. Also, that is very transversal. You cannot focus just on technology, forgetting all the other factors that are there, like environment and not leaving people living with less than $1 a day, because that will not let us to a fair and a good, to a development, a sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So those were some great reflections to get us started, linking what we've seen this morning from the young innovators to the kind of future skills that we're going to nurture. With that, I have a question for Sergio. So you lead the ILO's work on youth employment and the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, which is a partnership focused on preparing young people for the jobs of tomorrow. So from your experience, what policy actions or skill-building approaches are the most effective in creating meaningful work opportunities in this digital and green era?
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So first of all, as I promised before, so you heard that I'm from the ILO, but I'm not sure if you know what the ILO is. So I will try to be very brief on that. So the ILO is the International Labour Organization, and it was founded in 1919. So it's one of the first UN agencies that was created. The difference from the rest of the UN is that we are a tripartite organization. We don't work only with governments, but also with employers and workers organizations. So that's the beauty of our institution. It makes it a bit heavier, but then everything that we took as decisions must go through the three constituents of the ILO. Regarding the question that I was asked, so I will start just mentioning one word, that is hope. From the estimates that we have at the ILO, 262 million young people are needs, not in employment, education, or training. This is an indicator that we have that shows the reality a bit better than youth unemployment, because it's young people that are completely out of the labor market. So we see that the positive thing on this is that a big part of young people, have a climate concern. So you are interested in climate. So that's a hope that you're having into the labor market regarding the green economy. Not only the green, but digital, of course, as well. So Elizabeth, you mentioned that we're preparing young people for the jobs of tomorrow. but actually the labor market is evolving really at a very increasing rapid pace, especially because of technology. We see AI, we see climate change. So there are new jobs that are being created because of these reasons. Some jobs might be substituted by others. There are certain jobs that will be lost or eliminated without being substituted, and most jobs will be transformed. So we help young people to prepare for jobs of today. It is very important to mention that the ILO works extensively in integrated employment policies, being comprehensive, cross-sectoral strategies designed to achieve full, productive, and freely chosen employment. So I will be brief on the effective approaches. So we see that national youth employment strategies are very important. Public-private partnerships, they need to be co-designing curricula, for example, and my name is down, no worries. Also, the recognition of prior learning and portable digital credentials are key, so we can have mobility and inclusion. And I have my colleagues in the panel that will certainly know more about them than myself. And also targeted investments. So we really need to give or increase investment in youth-led innovation, especially in the care, circular, and the digital economies. So the policies must also ensure social protection and decent work standards in emerging sectors. So in the context that we have, that Elizabeth mentioned as well, the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, a collaboration between the ILO, the UN Environment Programme, and UNICEF, we have a big ambition by 2030 to create 1 new green million jobs, to green 1 million existing jobs, and to support 10,000 young entrepreneurs in the green economy. So there are several efforts being put on this, on capacity building, for example. We have a project that is really strengthening the knowledge and the capacity of policymakers, including young policymakers. We're active in 3 countries, Cuba, Madagascar, and Senegal. And the project actually is funded by a fund of the UN Development Assistance Fund. And we're really focusing on young people, as I was mentioning. And at the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, we're trying to walk the talk. So we're not working for young people, but working with them. We have a youth advisory group, 6 young people coming from different constituencies, and of course coming from the workers and employers side, that it's really important for the ILO. And I will close just mentioning that of course, you are all invited to be part of this journey of entering the labor market, that it's a big concern. We see at the ILO that there's an increasing anxiety between or among young people because you are fearing, if you are already in the labor market, to lose your jobs or to be in trained university studies or technical and vocational education training that are not matching to the labor market needs. And I will stop there. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Sergio. That was a very strong reminder that government, employers, and youth programs all need to align to make sure that this twin transition works for everyone. Maria, in your role at UNCTAD, how do you help countries navigate the intersection of trade, technology, and sustainable development? And how can international cooperation ensure that the opportunities emerging from AI and the green economy are inclusive, especially for the developing countries?
Thank you very much. Well, we have several programs. We have, for example, an e-readiness program that we first implemented in LDC countries to evaluate with policymakers the status of all the policies and legal framework to allow them to better start using e-commerce tools and digital tools for trade. We have many programs like that. We also have intergovernmental discussions. We recently finished our 16th conference, the UNCTAD conference. We have an intergovernmental outcome. One of the most difficult discussions we have among countries is about technology transfer, because technology has a cost. And it's very difficult to create international frameworks to allow developing members to benefit from the recent developments of technology. So I think what we can do, what we continue, I mean, it's difficult for governments to agree on a very open source, but there are tools. And the issue is that developing countries should try to find a way to better use these tools. We try to help them. I think many organizations in Geneva are supporting countries to do that. But I think also maybe individuals can try to do this. You know, when you find a source, when you spread the voice about how to use technology in projects like those like you are participating in, that's really, really helpful. But also we need to put some pressure to really create frameworks that help to close the gaps on technology and to allow the technology to be accessible for all countries, something that is not happening now as we wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. That perspective brings out the importance of equity and access, ensuring that everyone truly is transitioning and not leaving anyone behind. Rita, I have a question for you about your foundation, because you have pioneered learning networks, or peer learning networks, that have reached thousands globally. So what can we learn from this model about how to democratize access to AI and green skills, making lifelong learning more inclusive and action-driven?
So thanks. So the Geneva Learning Foundation's mission is really to discover, research, develop and implement new ways to learn and lead. And our premise was originally, almost 10 years ago, that the reason we need that is because our education systems are broken in many different ways, but they're actually in today's world creating risks that are quite significant when it comes to the critical threats that are upon our societies. And that includes both climate change, specific impacts like the impacts of climate change and health that we work on, and the potential impacts of AI. So in response to that, we set out to find ways to solve 4 problems: the problem of scale, problem of speed, problem of cost, and problem of sustainability. And what we've developed is a model that in every geography where we've tested it in over 137 countries, working with partners like WHO, UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, and many others, but working with ministries of health, and most important, working with people on the ground in local communities, both health and humanitarian workers. We found ways to solve these problems, and the premise to that problem solving is that knowledge and learning in today's complex, hyper-connected world where there is an abundance of knowledge, simply knowing things is necessary but not sufficient to tackle the challenges that we face. So that's the first lesson learned. So in response to that, having said that, we also learn to recognize that what people know because they are there every day is significant. And we operate with knowledge systems that, this is a bit of a caricature, but not so much, tend to devalue the value of local knowledge in favor of other types of knowledge that, even though they are no less legitimate, and we're very much going to need to know what the health worker knows, what the mother or grandmother knows, what the children know, and what the youth know in order to solve the challenges that are before us. The third lesson is about the power of digital networks to enable connections. So indeed, we always learn by experience. That's the primary ways we learn. The contribution of formal learning systems is very small compared to what we learn by living. That seems obvious, but in the past that was constrained by our local environment. You could learn from people in your village or town or city. With digital networks, of course, you can make connections with people from all over the world. And that is, in fact, leads us to posit, and this is the key, the central piece of our learning systems and the innovations that we've developed and tested in 137 countries, is that peer learning mediated through digital networks can give us scale. There's no upper limit to how many people can learn in the peer learning system. It can give us speed. We can learn at the speed at which problems are solved. We can also, peer learning also turns out to be incredibly cheap and to be sustainable. People keep doing it because it is actually helping them solve their needs. So then comes the question of our specific work in 2023, we launched our program on climate change and health. What that meant was that we started by listening to the voices of thousands of health workers from all over the world, including those from India, who painted a very scary picture of the ways in which they were seeing the impacts of climate change on the health of those they serve. But we also found that health workers were being incredibly creative with very limited resources in many cases, and were actually had begun to solve the problems that they were facing in their communities, but unfortunately very often with no one helping them or supporting them. That led us to formulate and to do the analysis of what we could do through these peer learning networks, is that if we're able to connect, and I hope this will resonate with this particular group, if we're able to connect 1 million health workers to each other, to be learning from and supporting each other, by 2030, that group of health workers could be positioned to save 7 million lives. And for the bean counters in the room, or at a cost of less than $2 per life saved, which is actually cheaper than vaccination, which is one of the most effective interventions that we have in health today. So there is both risk and crisis and challenge, but there's also an incredible opportunity and to link up health workers with other segments of society, including youth. And we work primarily in countries where most of the population is under 30. So when we put all that together, we really see the potential for building coalitions, building networks, and really see peer learning as key to our survival as human beings. We may end up working with machines that already are exceeding our cognitive capacities, and will almost certainly do so definitively in pretty much every area of work within the next 3 to 6 years. And we're going to have to respond to that by strengthening the connections we have as human beings, think about what it means to be human in the age of AI, and peer learning from each other, supporting each other, has to be, is likely to be very critical, very key to that survival.
Thank you, Ada. That's such a forward-looking approach, showing how collaboration and local leadership can scale knowledge faster than our current traditional systems. Sarah, for you at Tekon, you lead a sustainability efforts in a global life sciences company, so a sector where automation and innovation are already transforming work, as we've heard from a few people. How are AI and green skills being integrated into workforce development, and what kind of roles and mindsets are becoming essential for the future?
Well, I'm going to be honest, it's still early days for us in a lot of ways. So AI in our products we've had for a while, and so for counting cells under the microscope, that kind of thing. AI in the workplace, when ChatGPT was launched, that was really a turning point. And we very quickly realized we had to educate our colleagues on not uploading sensitive information, right? That kind of thing. So we also had some really enthusiastic colleagues, very much into these new developments, who then built out an internal platform that we could all use. And I think that's very representative of what Swiss corporations in general have done. So most companies now, you'll find, have got their own internal platforms. And then it's a matter of training colleagues to use those effectively. So good prompts and, being aware of the bias, never taking out the human element, right? So anything that's generated needs to be checked by a person. And I think that goes to what you're saying about human-centric. Absolutely, that's something that we've tried to build into our guidelines, our trainings is really important. The other thing we've been doing, and I think this might be a bit different to other Swiss corporations though, is really trying to connect use of AI to environmental impact. So I found an article in June of this year from the Merle Institute for Technology, talking about choosing the right kind of AI, right? So it came up with 5 principles saying you've got to be aware that different AI will have different impacts, and you don't need a sledgehammer to kill a fly kind of thing. So really think about what you're using, and do you need to keep using it every single time, or can you save your answers, share them in more traditional human-centric ways, and really be conscious of that. And we do within Switzerland run on renewable energy. We almost globally run on renewable electricity. But that isn't true of every company everywhere. So as corporations start integrating these tools, if they're not running on 100% renewable energy, they really need to think about what kind of energy use they're driving with these new behaviors. And so what we haven't seen yet is a radical transformation, jobs disappearing, new jobs being created. We can anticipate that and try and be ready for it. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen by the end of the year. We're a corporation, so we naturally think kind of short term, I mean, we're responsible to our investors. Thinking 5 to 10 years out is not something that goes into everything we do. We are aware of this very big change. And we're trying to empower people, and I think just going right back to what you're saying again, like keeping that human element is really key, and trying to connect the dots between the decisions we make and the environmental impact it will have, as well as the social impact.
Thank you, Sarah. It's fascinating to hear how sustainability and innovation are being embedded directly into your workforce planning and what you're doing. So for all of our panelists, here at 1M1B, we are developing the Green Skills Academy, and that's training rural youth in the sustainability and AI, bridging the gap between future skills and real livelihoods. So from your perspective, what will it take to scale such initiatives globally, and how can more companies and organizations get involved? I'll start, we'll go actually start with Maria this time and go back the other way. Let's start with Maria.
Well, this is a bit tricky, but well, so far I think, for example, in our organization we are starting to use AI to develop several tools to do some economic research. So I think this is the way. Of course, I was paying attention to what you mentioned about the kinds of the different platforms that you can use, and that's something that we are exploring. We have very limited resources, so it's very difficult. I think this is one of the huge challenges we are having. But what can I say? We are trying. At the same time, and I know that this is about other topic, but the thing is that we are focused a lot on AI now, and there are many, I'm thinking about development problems that require very simple solutions. So I also pay attention to what, I don't remember your name, but from the panel that he was saying that doctors were having solutions. Sometimes development needs very simple solutions, very far from AI, for example. So you need, the thing is that you have the solution probably in India, and this same solution can be applied in Ecuador, my country, of origin. So I think it's very important to use AI, maybe to try to find the solutions that are available. But the technology, so sophisticated as itself, is probably not needed. It's trying to kill a little animal with a huge missile. So I put it in perspective. I think it's very important. It will change your life, but it's not a silver bullet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Sarah.
So I think you're asking us also about what will it take to scale innovations globally, right? Yeah, so, and how we can get corporations and organizations involved. And I think one way to get corporations involved is let them know what you're doing. So a lot of international corporations, as you know, they'll come to India. They have a kind of a predetermined view maybe of what India's like, but they don't necessarily know about organizations like 1 Million for 1 Billion. And they really should. So make sure someone tells them, make sure local leaders are aware and that they include this in the conversations. Hold them to account. So corporations, you know, they're obviously beholden to their shareholders, they want to make a profit, but they're also aware of the social contract. They know they need to have a license to operate, they need to do the right thing in the areas they're working in, and they need help and local guidance on how to do that. So they will listen if you tell them what's needed and how they can support. I guarantee, especially the corporate sustainability leaders in those organizations, if you can reach them, they will listen. I would say also, don't let corporations get away with treating India differently, right? If they can go to Finland and have data centers that run on renewable energy, why not in India? Why go to India and think, oh, it's okay, we can get away with coal here because people have different standards. It's like, no, go for green hydrogen, you know? I mean, the solutions exist, you know them, hold people to account. So I think that's really, really key to scaling globally is bring corporations on board by telling them how they can help and then making sure that you hold them to account so that they do when they're in your country.
I love that. Thank you, Sarah. Sergio, how do you think we can scale globally?
Thank you. I'm really happy to see that we have a lot of synergies and we're thinking alike in this table. So I think that it's an opportunity to maybe to sit together and to think about a collaboration between us, but I am really happy about it. So I think that there are different points. So we heard about digital platforms. I think that it's important to take advantage of AI specifically to really go to the next level. I think that it's important to have strong multi-stakeholder coalitions. So from ILO's DNA, we always work in this type of coalition thinking. So government, employers, workers, we go to academia, we have now youth organizations as well. And I think that it's very important to have the financing mechanisms. So I think that it's important to blend this investment from public and private as well. And I would like just to mention one example, because in the context of the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, I mentioned ILO, UNEP, and UNICEF. We just finalized a piloting of Green Jobs for Youth Academy in Mexico with one of the biggest universities there, and also in collaboration with a network of more than 500 universities in Latin America. It was a success, so we were putting together different technologies, and now the interest is really to move it to different regions, and I think that that might be a good opportunity as well to collaborate with 1M41B on scaling this up, and maybe why not to join forces beyond that. Thank you.
I like it. Already taking action at the table. I appreciate that. Reda.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so first, I'd like to make just a point about creativity and necessity. It's just to be very clear, it should be obvious, and I believe, I'm sure it is to everyone in this room, that resources to support health, to support climate action, to support development are likely to be shrinking in the foreseeable future, not growing. So we're going to have to be creative by necessity, and we're going to have to not just think about the box, think outside the box, but question: is there still a box? And if there isn't, that's also potentially liberating as well as a bit scary. So that's the first point. Then I just want to emphasize sort of 4 keywords. So knowledge, trust, partnerships, and ChatGPT. Okay. So I'll start with ChatGPT because I think there's any education initiative starting in 2025 needs to start there, needs to think about, needs to consider, and I believe it sounds like you already are, what is the impact of AI? What does it mean for education? Now, formal education systems tend to be obsessed with cheating because formal education systems are primarily based on summative assessment in order to determine what is a credential of value that will have value in the marketplace. So I think the first, goal could be sort of part of the strategy would need to be, how do we escape the trap of summative assessment to think about learning in new ways in which, again, AI is part of the solution rather than seen or assumed to be part of the problem. The second goes back to what I said earlier about knowledge, and formal education systems tend to be mired in a content view of the world. So the first question we believe in developing a learning system suitable for the digital age that can actually drive change is not what are the courses we need or what is the content we need, but what is the change that we are seeking. And then to look at how by building networks rather than content and supporting the building really the pipelines, the infrastructure that's going to help people learn what they need, when they need it. And certainly AI can be helpful with that, but so can I believe more important than anything, is likely to be the ability to make connections with other humans who share the same convictions, who share the same values, and share the same purpose. And we believe that actually the investment in a modern learning system should focus on that first, because we live in a world of content abundance. Asking questions to ChatGPT is just further evidence of that. Just on trust and partnerships, so we believe that there are areas, not all industries, but where the changeover with AI is happening very quickly. And it is part and parcel of the breakdown of trust across our societies. And so I would say that an education initiative starting today would need to start, one of the starting questions should be, how can we contribute to actually rebuilding bonds of trust? That is very much about building connections as humans with each other, but also thinking of why has trust broken down? And making that central, making the critical thinking around that, the collective intelligence around that, critical to a learning initiative. On partnerships, I'd say, of course, there is a need for a global initiative, to have global partners, to have large funders, to have corporates, to have, wonderful to see so many of them here. But I would say also think about the role of local organizations and communities. Think about how individuals taking initiatives in their local communities with their local resources, how important that ultimately turns out to be, and would encourage you to start building those bridges, building those connections with organizations at the local level. And again, it sounds like you already are, right from the outset, and thinking about what is their role, not as recipients of knowledge that would come from on high, but as knowledge producers, knowledge creators, and how then that knowledge could be used to drive change. So just a few thoughts grounded in our own experience.
Thank you, Rita, for that. And it's amazing to hear. I think you all reinforce that this is going to take a lot of collaboration across all the sectors, across generations, and all of our geographies as well. With that, that's a perfect transition to our close. And I'm going to ask each of you in one line to give one skill or mindset or value that you think is going to define the success of the future and of work in the future shaped by AI and sustainability. So since you kind of gave us your 4, I'll let you kick it off, Rita, and then we'll go down.
I'll cheat with the 4 words. Always think about scale, speed, cost, and sustainability. If you can bring together those 4 ingredients, you're far more likely to lead change and grow as a leader.
Thank you, Sergio.
From my side, I will give you 2 drops of the ILO that are really on the core of the mandate. So for us, and for me personally, I think that a mindset of continuous learning is very important, and with a touch of awareness of the importance of decent work. Decent work is key, not any work, but decent. And social justice, because the driver of peace in the world is through social justice, and anchored in social and environment responsibility, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Sarah.
Thank you. So I don't think I'm going to disagree with anything that my fellow panelists say at all, and I don't want to repeat it. So drawing on my own experience in corporate sustainability, I would say is very much to have a positive impact in this world. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward. So throwing out one word, I'd say persistence. You all know what to do. You know what's brought you here today. Just keep going. Listen to the advice of the fellow panelists as well, and persist.
I like that. Thank you, and Maria.
I think maybe repeating myself, but I think fairness, solidarity, and keeping in mind that the voice of everybody counts. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you to each of our panelists for all of your reflections and for a great reminder that work isn't just going to be about technology. It's going to be about purpose, adaptability, and shared responsibility. So give a big round of applause to all of our panelists. Thank you. And with that, I will turn it back over to Safan, I believe, to Deepika for our next studies.
Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone present here. Thank you, Elizabeth, for such a great panel. All right. I'll start with a small quote in my mother tongue, Telugu. Manishi bhumiki adipati kadu samrakshakudu, meaning human beings are not masters of the earth. We are its guardians. I grew up hearing this from my grandmother, and today, standing here with so many change makers, I feel the meaning of this line more deeply than ever. Sustainability isn't something we build for ourselves, it's something we protect for those who come after us. And that's exactly what this panel, Sustainable Future, is all about. How do we protect our planet while still driving progress? To help us explore these questions, we are joined by 4 extraordinary voices, each bringing a unique perspective to sustainability. Let me introduce by starting with Rajat Rai Handa, Specialist Plastic Value Chains and Policy, Global Plastic Action Partnership, World Economic Forum. Theophilus Wellington, Lead Youth Engagement, World Meteorological Organization. My friend Theo is still on the way. He's delayed by a couple of minutes, but he will join us soon in a few minutes. And Martina, Net Zero Research and Sustainable Finance, IATA. Paul Rose, Head of Expeditions, National Geographic, Pristine Seas. We will begin with a question to all the panelists. You've seen passion and ideas from our changemakers this morning. What inspired you most, and how do we ensure more young people are part of the sustainability movement, not just as advocates, but as active contributors? Shall we start with you, Rajat?
Sure. First of all, please allow me to congratulate all of you here. First of all, please allow me to congratulate all of you. You had absolutely wonderful presentations, and it's so inspiring to see all of you with such great ideas. Thank you to the 1M, 1B Foundation for having me here today. I think what really stood out for me today was the fact that I've seen anxiety change to agency. It's very interesting to see young people like yourselves turn away from describing problems to implementing solutions yourself. And furthermore, localizing those solutions, starting where you are. I noticed someone talk about water problems or hygiene problems that they face and taking those forward, really applying the skills that you're learning to the problems you're facing. I think that definitely stands for a good future. So that was very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat. Over to you, Martina.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for very inspiring presentations. This was truly, I can only say and echo what has been already said, has been inspiring, and it's truly remarkable what you guys doing at such a young age, so congratulations. And maybe I'm just gonna follow up on something a bit broader, because I work at IATA, which stands for International Air Transport Association. And as you know, aviation, just maybe let's play this just to wake up a little bit. How many of you flew to Geneva?
All of us.
No, here we go, right? So, and who hasn't raised a hand? Have you flown by plane in the last, let's just say 3 months? Here we go, okay. And as we know, aviation is really an industry that helps people not just travel, you know, for fun, for leisure, but for everything, for business, to exchange ideas. And aviation is unfortunately a sector that is super hard to abate. So we can't decarbonize in a heartbeat. It's very complex and difficult. There are solutions that we can apply. There are certain pathways how we can get there. One of them, and I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but it's super fascinating. There is something, there are many ways how we can reach net zero and create safe, economic, so-called affordable aviation, so we can all travel. Everyone can afford a plane ticket, but also sustainable aviation, right? And there are certain pathways in terms of, you know, you can fly current fleet more efficiently, or have more sustainable aviation fuel, which is something that is IATA really hard, every day working so hard in scaling up. Currently it's very expensive, and a lot of sectors and a lot of stakeholders in the sector are just saying it's just too expensive, not economical. But what is the cool thing about sustainable aviation fuel is that it can be made out of a lot of things, like we call feedstock. So not only, you probably heard that from something like corn or feedstock that or food, and there's quite a lot of discussion in terms of that what we put in airplane is competing with what we eat. But what is actually quite interesting is that we can make fuel from a lot of different feedstocks, such as municipal waste. That can solve a lot of socioeconomic problems that a lot of countries have. We can create feedstock, create sustainable aviation fuel from carbon, so CO2. How cool is that, right? And just to answer the question of where probably the collaboration can help and what young people can do is really just trying to address issues that are very challenging for sectors such as aviation, that are hard to abate, make you really, I hope that it's gonna like make you think a little bit, and you're gonna come home, talk about how difficult it is to make aviation more sustainable, make it affordable and accessible to everyone, but in a sustainable way. And then you're gonna come up with solution until we find more sustainable transportation, such as teleportation. Hopefully one of you will find it out one day, who knows. But until then, the aviation, and if you can come up with any solution to aviation, that's definitely super exciting.
Wonderful. Thank you, Martina. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you. This morning, more than anything, reinforced my experiences in India. I've always found it a country full of solutions. And this morning, just looking at you all and hearing the stories and the changemakers and the panelists up here, go, wow, what a terrific source of powerful, good energy. You know, I spend my life, my whole career, over 50 years actually, meeting scientists with big, hairy, ambitious hypotheses. And those hypotheses have been developed in laboratories, in classrooms, in cafes, and I convert those hypotheses into high-performing teams in the world's most remote and challenging places. And no matter how much time we put putting together this project, each individual project, whether it's at the South Pole, the North Pole, in the deep ocean, in the deserts, wherever it might be, we can put all of the risk assessments together, all of the detail technically, and go, right, that's the project. But it's still risky. Going to remote, challenging places is full of risk. And the only certain way to control the risk is by having the right team members. And I just had this vision this morning. I've just come back from Vanuatu, 5 weeks in the Southwest Pacific on our latest expedition, where we had 30 hours of submarines, we had 380-something dives, deployed hundreds of remote cameras in very, very challenging conditions indeed. And the only thing that really made it work was the team. It was a hugely successful expedition in support of Vanuatu's environmental leadership, in particular their 30 by 30 campaign to protect 30% of their ocean. And I was standing at the back there with a cup of tea, imagining any of you being on the team, or even all of you being on the team, and what a joyful experience that would be. So that's what I've brought back from this morning. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. That is a great, great start. I think youth energy is clearly the powerful catalyst for the kind of change we are all working towards. So I welcome Theo as well, and we'll start with the next question. Rajat, my next question is to you. Your work at World Economic Forum focuses on building circular value chains through the Global Plastic Action Partnership. From what you are seeing, what system-level changes in policy or practice are needed to move from managing waste to truly designing waste out of the economy?
Thanks a lot. So first of all, at the World Economic Forum, so first of all, we at the World Economic Forum work to bring together governments, businesses and civil society to help improve the state of the world. And more specifically at GPAP, Global Plastic Action Partnership, we're helping countries convert national commitments into plastic action. What we've seen can be encapsulated across 3 points. First of all, we are seeing a transition from voluntary action to clear rules. This is echoed by businesses and civil society around the world. Policies like extended producer responsibility that place the responsibility of cleaning up on the producers based on the polluters pay concept. policies like eco-design, which ask manufacturers to think about products from the beginning and not just at the end of the life cycle, as well as recycled content targets, so that we are not just producing new materials, but that we are recycling and reusing the old ones. And this leads to the second point, which is that we have to stop looking at only downstream solutions, and we have to also start looking at upstream for a truly circular economy and for a truly circular approach, which means looking at how products are designed and not just how products are wasted away. And finally, it's very important to acknowledge the fact that a just transition is needed. In waste management across the world, informal sector plays a huge role, and often they're overlooked. It's important to integrate them, include them, and compensate them fairly to include not just a sustainable, but a just transition to the future.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rajat. And my next question is to Theo. Theo, at World Meteorological Organization, WMO, you lead the Youth Action Plan to bring young voices into climate science and resilience work. How can institutions make youth participation more meaningful and sustained so it becomes part of long-term climate governance?
Thank you so much for that question. Good morning, or afternoon now. I just had a bit of a flashback of when I was 13 in DC and I was in the Model UN, and just looking at you guys, I'm curious to see where you guys will be in the next 10, 15 years. So at the WMO, my answer to this question will be two parts. It will be firstly on the UN Youth 11 Principles of Youth Engagement. That has been the guiding principle in which we've used at the World Meteorological Organization. I think why I like these 11 principles is that you can't pick one. It has to be all 11 of them. And just to name a few, it's rights-based and safe, institutionally mandated, designated, resourced, transparent, accessible, voluntary, informative, diversity and inclusion, reciprocal and accountable. I will share this with Deepika so you guys have that information. But more practically, how we apply this at the World Meteorological Organization is that when it comes to engaging with young people, especially a lot of you who are interested in water, climate, and weather, we do know that it was about how do we ensure that there is a plan to meaningfully include this, and how do we embody these 11 principles. And through that process, we tried as best as possible to go through a series of consultation processes. From last year at COP, we engaged with a lot of youth organizations. We had youth focal points across the world. Having even me, I was an intern starting and then going into employment in a position eventually. And so they very much backed the youth, and we very much had that support from our executive management. And we managed to create a plan which we are very proud of, and we just launched it in our Congress in October. And it has five pillars. The first being governance, youth being part of the governing systems, having a youth network, and contributing their ideas to how the World Meteorological Organization is run. The second being capacity building, not just for internal staff, but as well externally. How are young people learning about the work that we do? Not many people know that weather and climate services and how they change. The WMO supports that by ensuring shared data. Weather and climate is not just in one nation or in one member's country. We have to have, it's transboundary, these events, and so we have to monitor it, and how one event affects, you have to look at one country in order to predict where a storm is going to go, and so we have to have agreements. So building that capacity so young people find new ways of engaging and new ways of learning and new ways of being part of climate and water and weather action. We have human resources. We're very proud that we do pay our interns. We also have partnerships and as well communications. Young people, we got asked at COP, why are you guys not on TikTok? And this was very important for us to learn. And as well, the last pillar being very important, monitoring and evaluation. Without monitoring and evaluation, all of this that I've talked about, without a good supporting mechanism to ensure that this plan is carried out, then there is no meaningful youth engagement. And so this is how we've tried to embody this 11 principles with our action plan, and that's how young people now, not just in the Secretariat, but across the world, are now being included in how the WMO is being run. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you, Theo. Very, very important 11 principles. I really appreciate that answer. My next question moves on to Martina. Very, very interesting aspect that you bring, because a lot of our students, don't know that finance can be, also sustainable. Right? It's quite an interesting topic out there. You work at the intersection of sustainable finance and aviation's climate transition. How can innovative financing and policy incentives help accelerate net zero progress? And what lessons can other industries draw from aviation's experience? Because this is very unique. If you can address it to the young crowd here, that would be really great.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And it's also very kind of complex. I spoke briefly about some of the challenges that aviation is facing, and just to speak about the sustainable aviation fuel, as I mentioned, it's very expensive. So it's 3 to 4 to sometimes 7 times more expensive for airlines. And just to be clear, airlines, just out of curiosity, how much do you think that air transport is a profitable business? Yes or no? Yes? Who's for yes? Okay. And who thinks that airlines business is not a profitable business? Oh, wow, okay, very surprising. So, in general, airlines actually, globally, are only profitable in about 3 to 4%, depending on their airline, in comparison to some companies, pharma, oil, somewhere around 40 to 70 sometimes, right, percent. So that's a very big difference. And imagine that airlines are operating in this environment. They're not very, they're not profitable. So how do you make the progress to something more sustainable if you don't have enough cash as a company? So that's why airlines and in general air transport industry needs to find ways how to mobilize the capital to make aviation more sustainable. And that's when private companies, banks, but also collaborations between stakeholders can really make a difference and either facilitate the scale up of the sustainable aviation fuels or help to provide a research for example, tracking of non-CO2 emissions, because that's a kind of a big issue also in the air transport industry. And where do you get the money if you don't have it as a company or as an industry? So you're trying to collaborate with stakeholders, with financial institutions, with other organizations such as the World Economic Forum, other institutions at the UN, to really make some tangible difference. And then obviously policies like governments, like your government, can help to scale up this and help not just airlines, but also aircraft manufacturers with grants, loans, and then really facilitate this transition. So it's an intersection and combinations. And it's not just about the money, it could be favorable policies, such as, for example, can be tax credits for the sustainable aviation fuel. And then how you do some more kind of global solutions, for example, for the region in terms of mandates for the sustainable aviation fuel, or you create kind of the environment where it's pro-aviation but pro-sustainable aviation. And it's up to us citizens to really urge the governments to think about that aviation needs to decarbonize, and there are certain ways how to do it. And the way how you can do it it's not just targeting aviation. That's, as I mentioned earlier, that you have sustainable aviation fuel that can be made out of municipal waste. How cool would that be if we can turn waste into fuel? And as we say, kill two birds in one stone, with one stone. So kind of convincing the governments and institutions
and also stakeholders who make these fuels, that these solutions are scalable and make sense for the just transition.
Great perspective. Thank you, Martina. And next, Paul, through National Geographic Pristine Seas, you've explored and documented some of the Earth's last untouched ecosystems. From what you've seen firsthand, what lessons from nature should guide how we design a sustainable future?
Thank you. Well, we should remember that the numbers come from nature. When we speak of climate change, when we speak of biodiversity loss, habitat loss, carbon capture, any of the ESG finance solutions, all of the statistics we've heard so far, they all come from somewhere, and they come from nature. It's where the numbers come from. So when we think of algorithms and projects like this, how do we work through it? We need to think not just the numbers, but it's all of us. It's people at the front line. And that's how I think we go a long way into creating real meaningful action. For instance, when we're at sea, or we're in the polar regions, I've spent most of my working life in either Antarctica, the Arctic, or deep ocean. There's something that keeps us going. Firstly, it's why we got into it in the first place, and for me as a young boy, I just wanted to do big physical things. I hadn't thought of climate change, I certainly hadn't thought of science or any of those higher thinking ideas. I just wanted to be out there doing big physical stuff. But then very quickly you realise there's a method to this, and there's a reason for this, and it's where the numbers come from. So what keeps us going, if the five of us were in a tent right now on an Antarctic beach, and it was your turn, Deepika, to go out and take photographs of the penguins every 3 hours, and I was jumping out every 3 hours, sending up a weather balloon, and you two were getting in a freezing cold wetsuit and going in and measuring stuff in the water, and I forgot your name at the end, you're out there at the end taking ice samples. What would keep us going day after day after day is the thought, the certain knowledge, in fact, that every single field observation we make, every science data point, certainly every published science paper, and as we heard from our Changemakers this morning, any powerful personal experience, really is helping to drive global economies and influence smart political decision making. That's how it works. And in today's world where we're getting, one particularly influential country is working against science and is working against science knowledge, we need more than ever before the understanding that field data and powerful personal experiences are accurate, they can be trusted, and it's beautiful knowledge that steers the future. And that's the thing that keeps us going, no matter where we are, no matter what we're doing. If it's a tiny project or if it's a huge project, that's the thing that keeps us going. And when I think of pristine seas, we looked at all of the Earth's stresses 14 years ago. And you look at the ocean and say, what's the stresses of the ocean? Well, they haven't changed. It's climate change, it's over-extraction, and it's pollution. Everybody seemed to be writing science papers. There was a lot of knowledge happening, a lot of awareness raising going on, but there didn't feel to be much action. So a man called Dr. Enric Saller said it was like writing the obituary for the ocean. Every single science paper. Let's get some action. And that's when Pristine Seas started to find, explore, and help protect the last pristine places in the ocean. And when I think of that, and I think of work being done in forests, and work being done in polar regions, and work being done in deserts, and on rivers, and you name it, we've all got the same thing. It's like putting money in the bank. You can't just keep extracting from the world. We need to put something back in. So let's get the places protected. And that was the trigger that led to the very successful so far 30 by 30 campaign, which is where all countries have signed up to protect 30% of their ocean and 30% of their land in order to keep us healthy. So there you go. That's what we do. Thank you.
Wonderful. Numbers definitely come from the nature. I really love that line. Thank you, Paul. My last question to all the panelists here. At 1M1B, through the Green Internship and the 1.5 Matters movement, we are trying to build a global climate talent pipeline. From your perspectives, what kinds of partnerships or cross-sector collaborations are key to scaling such initiatives worldwide? And give one sentence or a message to the youth while ending this question. We'll start with Theo. Yeah.
So I was thinking about this, and I feel like a lot of answers that I was thinking, we know now at the UN system, it's the importance, for example, of working with the private sector. And we've also been learning as well non-financial ways of collaboration. I think recently I was at the World Food Forum, and I think that was something that they honed in a lot on. But I think what I would like to tell to young people is the importance of partnering with each other. I think that is something, when I look at a lot of young initiatives and youth initiatives that we are currently working with at the WMO, recently one in Argentina, they started with a group of 7 friends, and they've grown now to almost like 1,000 people working together to clean waste. When I was a student as well, when I wanted to work on many issues from climate to weather and other human rights issues, I worked with a lot of young people, and I think you guys can learn a lot from each other and build each other up. There's a lot of skills that you have. For example, when it comes to public speaking, one person can be better at it, and you can build your capacities at that. I think what is central and what we are understanding, or I believe, is that when you work with yourselves, young people do have a voice, and you guys can make yourself heard. I think seeing, especially with the UNAT movement and the way there's a shift in political climate, I think the importance of understanding your power, I think, is where I'll leave it with. So I would say work with each other.
Great. Thank you, Theo. We'll go to Rajat.
Thanks. So I think it's very important to scale such partnerships, and I think it's interesting that 1M1B doesn't just look at young people as an audience, but as a talent. Everybody does always say the future is dependent on the younger generations, and it's very inspiring to see all that is happening. But in order to take it forward, I think 3 things are necessary. First of all, you need anchor institutions like the public sector to actually involve young people, not just in implementing solutions, but also decision making. And I think the same goes for international organizations as well. Secondly, private sector coalitions, whether they be in the form of green internships or opportunities for students to actually implement the solutions that they have on the ground, is very important to get real experience, so that this doesn't just stay a talk, but actually starts becoming the walk. And finally, bridging organizations like ours, like GPAB, like 1M1B, that brings everyone together to find solutions. And as Paul very rightly said, numbers come from nature, solutions come from nature, and we must deliver on environmental sustainability, on a just transition, and a circular economy. And my message for the youth will be try till you succeed.
Amazing. Thank you, Rajat. Martina.
That's a really, really interesting question, and I think I'm going to be brief on this one and just say, be courageous, don't be shy, always speak your truth. That is based on data and science and statistics, and because we see it in the world, what's happening, that, you know, people just don't say the truth, and then don't, because they're shy, or not shy, or maybe sometimes they don't just want to, you know, fight the fight. So be brave and speak up.
Great. Thank you, Martina.
I would say work with and partner with scientists and science organizations. You don't have to be a scientist to work in exciting places and bring back valuable experiences and data to change the world. If you look at very big science projects, say any of them in Antarctica, the Indian Antarctic program in particular, you've got, say, 3 or 4 science support people to every scientist. Or British Antarctic Survey, it's about 4 or 5 science support people for individual scientists. Or if it was just us on a science project, us five, we would all do everything. You wouldn't know who was a scientist and who was the person keeping the generator running. But field science needs doctors and plumbers and dentists and boat drivers and truck drivers and pilots and doctors and IT people. Every single profession is needed in science support. And as young ones, I have to tell you, it's a growing industry and we need people. If any of you need any contacts, links, networks, introductions, or personal guidance, I'll be happy to help you. If you email me after this, I have a big network and I can help to turn that into potential work in the front line. It's exciting business. And that means that you're then able to come back from a meaningful science project. And let's say, I'm not a scientist. My job is expedition leading. I put these projects together. But I can tell when I come back and I meet influential people and I'm telling the story. If I'm fresh back from an expedition, I feel 10 centimeters taller. I know I have a platform that is indisputably accurate, and I can tell that message. And you know yourselves, when you meet a colleague who maybe has just been doing something exciting, and you open the door and you look at them and you go, wow, what have you been doing? They've got a look in their eye. And that's the look in your eye that is so powerful in making things happen. And the way to get that is to work on meaningful projects. So the best advice I can give anybody is work alongside science. And if you need any help, write to me.
Students, you know what to do next. So thank you. Those words really capture the spirit of this room. Sustainability is not just about saving the planet. It's about saving the human spirit that believes we can. Thank you to all our panelists, Theo, Rajat, Martina, and Paul. And thank you to everyone here for keeping the faith in action. With this, we will conclude this panel. And there's a small announcement before we break. Just a quick update on lunch arrangements. I know all of us are hungry here. A sandwich lunch has been set up right outside this room. You're welcome to help yourselves and continue your conversations out there. And parents,
He comes up for barbecues.
yeah, parents who would like a seated space may use the cafeteria outside. The lunch is for the students here. And I think this is a great time to also have one-on-ones, and you have a lot of panelists sitting here. You can interact and network with them and learn from them. Thank you. Over to you, Safin. You want to say anything?
Thank you, Devika. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause, please?
Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
I've been in there a few times to get talks and we're packing it up.
Hey, quick announcements for all students. The lunch is outside. Parents and all the other guests, you can head down to the cafeteria down and help yourself with the lunch. Thank you so much.
It sounds small, but in climate
Mother Earth we can't deny. A promise kept, a future green. It is now, it is here, it is you. When we believe in the power of heroes. When we believe we can be the future. Together we dream, together we strive. And each of us change comes alive. Do you believe in the change our we can be? Rise up, young hearts, take a stand. We're future leaders will heal this land. So rise up, young hearts, take a stand. We're future leaders will heal this. Together we rise, no dream to fall. We are the change, we are the stars. Together we rise, no need to fall. We are the change, we are the stars. Better world, yes I believe. Sustainable dreams, yes I believe. Future is you, yes I believe. Together we can, yes I believe. A better world, yes we believe. Sustainable dreams, yes we believe. Future is you, yes we believe. Together we can, yes we believe.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Ooh. Do you hear me? See.
To all CWC top change makers who have to collect their certificate, please come close to the dais. I have certificates of some members who are yet to collect it. CWC top change makers, your certificates are with me. You need to collect it before the start of the second half. Okay, students, I need your attention quickly in just a minute. I'm not going to repeat because it's important and we're just going to start in a few minutes. This is especially the students presenting in the afternoon, both FL, TPA, anything, CWC, please listen. We have two rows here, row C and row D on my right. I'm just going to read out the names and positions one last time. If you're sitting, great. Otherwise, you're on your own. Okay, so C1 Kritin, C2 Abhinav, C3 Anushka, C4 Manya, C5 Kimaya, C6 Sudiksha, C7 Hrithik, C8 Zuri, C9 Ashi, C10 Omera, C11 Sanita, C12 Donna, C13 Nora, C14 Dara, C15 Anike, C16 Avanish, C17 Vrishank, C18 Ashwin, C19 Aditya, C20 Sritej. Yeah, this is C row 1 and onwards, okay?
Hey students, while you're taking seats, if any of you left your litter outside after eating, please make sure you put it into the dustbin. We don't want to leave it dirty outside. Please make sure you clean up after yourself.
Okay. So I'm just going to continue for the D row again and confirm. D1 Ayana, D2 Tarun, D3 Karthik, D4 Shaurya, D5 Siri, D6 Ranbir, Nirukt, this D7, D8 Purna, Simran D9, Sashwat D10, Dhruti D11, Moksha D12, Haswi D13, Amrita D14, Nishad D15, Jemima D16, Divyashi D17, Ashna D18, Anusha D19, Subhanshi D20, Lydia D21, Lydia doesn't count, it's just Subhanshi D20. And the last point I'd like to make is, row D is presenting before the tea break. And during the tea break, we want all of you to swap so you get the best of the show in front of the camera, right? So during the tea break, prioritize swapping and then go grab your tea. So row C moves to D and row D comes to C. All right? Good? Okay, all the best.
CWC students, if you haven't collected your certificates, please come in front. You will need the certificates as we start off because your photo op is with the certificate. If you haven't collected, I'm not going to give it to you when the photo is going on.
India is taking bold steps to protect its environment. The Deep Ocean Mission explores marine biodiversity and builds a blue economy rooted in sustainability. The Swachh Sagar Surakshit Sagar, or Clean Sea, Safe Sea. United
4 more CWC certificates pending. You will not be given the certificates post photo op. Please collect it. 4 more Changemaker World Cup certificates still pending with the team. Come collect it before photo op.
Hello, Chair. Hello.
Requesting everyone to please settle down now. Everybody has been informed of the sitting arrangement. Requesting everybody to please take your seats so that we can get started in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, this one. Okay, we start in 30 seconds. Requesting everyone to please take your seats. Phones on silent again, please. All right, hope you had a quick lunch, but it's energized you for a bit. Half day is done, half a day to go more. And this segment is going to be completely about young change makers and 1.5 matters. We also have certain panelists who have joined us for some commentary as well. Okay, so now we'll kick off with a very important element of the whole summit today. Can we have the slides on, please? All right, all the Changemakers World Cup participants in the house. Time to announce the top 50. Okay, so can we have all the Changemakers World Cup participants stand up in your respective places? Okay, let's have a huge round of applause for all of them, please. Okay, while the slides are coming up, okay, you can sit down. Thank you so much. I want to give a brief about what the Changemakers World Cup is all about for all the guests who are present here. Seems very interesting, right? The name of it, Changemakers World Cup. It's not a sport, but change making is the need of the hour, and all the students that you see here, all the youth here are young change makers. So we thought, let's try and make change making into a gamified sport. And that's what we tried, our first attempt. I'm not sure if anybody's done something like that globally anywhere else, but in India, it's the first time ever, a competition for change makers. And you can understand, it's the first time we're doing something like this, the complexities involved. But I would like to think that we've been successful to an extent. We had about 3,000 plus participants who had registered for the competition from about 28 states and union territories of India. And they all underwent a very competitive and challenging set of 9 missions. And it was not just one submission and you get selected. You had to complete mission after mission, be consistent, and then based on that, the top ones emerge. So from that, we had the top 500 selected. It narrowed down to top 100. A few of the top 100 are here, and we're going to announce the top 50 here. And I know most of the change makers are waiting to see who are the top 50. And I'm waiting for the slides to come up to share with you who the top 50 are. Are the slides on? Okay. Just give us a few seconds, the tech issues. Just a few seconds. You know, you can never get rid of the tech issues no matter how well prepared you are and no matter which the stage is. It always crops up. Okay, and while that happens, before we announce the top 50, we have given you the certificates right now. So I want the top 100. You all know who are the top 100. Unfortunately, you didn't make the top 50, but hey, come on, you're the top 100 change makers of India. Can we have the top 100 change makers of India on the stage, please, for a quick photograph? Quickly, guys, can I have the students on stage? Yeah, let's keep the applause going. Come on stage. With your certificates. Sorry, my bad, with your certificates. Grab your certificates and come up. And if I can request the panelists as the guests to be with the students for a photograph. All right, we can remain standing for a bit. Oh, okay, we can stand again, not an issue. We'll go ahead and showcase the top 50 change makers. Can we have the slides? Here we go. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. These are the solo participants, the individual participants in the top 50. Yeah, we'll put it on for 2 seconds so you can click your pictures. Let's move on to the next slide. Teams with 2 members each. Again, part of the top 50 change makers. Let's have claps going on. On to the next slide. Next set of team members, which has more than 2 team members. I hope those who are here are able to spot it, and those who are watching us online, of course, I'm sure many of you change makers who couldn't make it here are watching us online. Congratulations, and on to the last slide for the last set of top 50 change makers. Yeah, let's have a round of applause for them. And with that, may I please invite all the top 50 changemakers from the list who are here to come up on stage with your certificates for a group photograph. Yes, grab your certificate and come over quickly.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, students. May I please request the guests to stand for just a minute more. I have 3 school awards that are there. And can we have the slides on as well? We have 2 schools who had the maximum participation as part of the Changemakers World Cup. And we are excited to award them the Global Goals Incubator recognition. May I please request the teacher representative from Mayur School, Noida. Yeah, let's have a round of applause. And Delhi Public School, Bangalore East. Of course, ma'am, you're here. Please come up on stage. Yes, please come up on stage. If I can request you as well. Mayur School, Noida. Delhi Public School, Bangalore. And of course, ma'am is here. And we have one more award for the Changemaker School of the Year award, which had the maximum number of changemakers in the top 100, who had done brilliant work, excellent impact. And guess, any ideas which that school is? That school's also one of our top participating schools. It's St. Peter's High School, Bowenpalli. Can I please invite them on stage, the representative? Just the school representative from the school, the teacher. Yeah, do we have the school representative? Okay. Is Miss Sen Kamalam here? Okay, probably not. I thought she was in the room. All right, no problem. But yeah, just wanted to congratulate Changemaker School of the Year. Round of applause for them. Yeah, thank you so much, guests. And with that, Irene, I pass it on to you for the next segment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here for the afternoon session. This session is all about what we're calling youth climate diplomacy. And as I look out and I see so many young faces here, I know that we're going to be in good hands. So what is youth climate diplomacy? So actually around the world, as we heard this morning from, the ambassadors, from the Director General, from our guests, climate change is happening all around us. I was surprised to know that Switzerland is highly impacted by climate change due to the melting of glaciers, right? Or that island nations or riverine nations such as Cabo Verde or Ghana are highly impacted, okay? So, sorry, Gambia. So what we want to do is we want youth to help us spread the message. Youth climate diplomacy is all about advocacy, being loud about climate change, educating yourselves so that you can educate others on what 1.5 means, why 1.5 matters, and how you can help others in your school, in your community, in your city, in your country, and around the world get involved and understand what it means to be an advocate for climate action. So this afternoon is all about celebrating the youth that are here to tell us about that. We have a new program this year under the Youth Climate Diplomacy banner, which is a school delegation program. We are going to be hearing from 7 schools from across India. They are going to be telling us each about a different sustainable development goal. What did they find about that goal? What are the solutions that they feel would be valuable to understand about that goal, and how we as citizens of the world can get involved. So get ready for an exciting afternoon, because we're going to be learning a lot about what all of us in this room can do to advocate for climate change and act for climate change. Now, before we get started, I would like to ask our esteemed guest here, Miss Maria Eugenia Sosa Taborda. What a long name, wonderful. She is the head of regional coordination and membership at the United Nations Environment Program. She's in the financial initiative. So what is climate finance? Well, listen up, because she's going to tell you a lot about it, okay? But obviously, making big changes often requires big investment, okay? So let's hear now, Maria, from you on how these youth can understand how financing can play a role in, climate action. And please, enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you for the invitation, and good afternoon for everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, making this opening. Very proud of all of you and all your projects. Happy to learn more about them later. So can finance help to save the world? Maybe I start with a little bit of my story. I am from Brazil. I'm based here in Geneva, and I always worked with sustainability. But in the beginning of my career, I worked in corporates, in companies. And I used to work in a big company, that sell a lot of products that we see in the supermarket. And then I have the opportunity to be hired by a bank. And it was a good professional opportunity to say, wow, that's interesting. And I started working in a bank. And it was interesting to say, wow, so when I was in the industry, I could save the world water consumer, energy, waste, very, very specific things for one industry. When I moved to the finance, I say, wow, now I can help the world, but not only one industry, because who finance and who invest in all sectors are the financial institutions. And then I discovered how powerful could be a financial institution, and I was very proud to be part of this process. And there was a story at that time that showed me the power. And that was older than me, but in some moment, you know, we have these big NGOs like Greenpeace, and they used to go in front of the industries and they would say, oh, you need to have better environment policies, you need to have better practice, and they did big noises in front of these industries. But then these NGOs had a big idea. Say, well, instead of the industries, let's go to the banks, because if they finance all the industries, so let's tell them they are not making a good job. So the NGOs started to protest against the banks. And at that time, their logo was, do you know where your money is leaked? Do you know what your money is financing? So I would say this is, I think, a big start when financial institutions started to look for the sustainability things, yes? So after I work in a bank, I moved it to the UN, yes? So I said, well, I can have a role in a bank, but I can have even a bigger work in UNEP-FI. And today I work with banks and insurers for all over the world. That's my work, and to make sure that they integrate things in their day by day. I won't give details about my work, but I want to show you, if you can put the second slide, the third slide, the last slide, I will jump. And I find this slide very, very interesting, because this is the spectrum of capital. So when we have money, how we can use this money. So in one hand, we have philanthropy. So you give the money, you really want to have impact with the money that you're giving, yes? And on the other side, you have the traditional one. This is the finance, this is the regular finance. So they want return, but they are really not looking what is the impact that our money have in the world. But what is interesting in this spectrum is there are many things in between. So, of course, the finance, especially on banks and financial institutions, they want to give money. But is it possible to give money, to have good interest rates, but at the same time help the world? So maybe it's a little bit complicated to look at everything, but there are different ways that financial institutions can work. And I think when you are in your projects, you're going to be professionals, so you need to have, to leverage the projects that you started, and probably you're going to have bigger ideas for your projects. So in some moment, you will also need money. You will also need finance or investment. And I think here to my pitch with you, well, let's look finance in a different way. So first, you need to learn about. So you need to learn that for your own life. You need to learn how you use your money in your favor, how you have your saving accounts. So you need to be sustainable first. Second, if you have the saving account and you have some money to invest, take a look how you can invest your own money. Yeah, so your own money can go only looking returns, left side, or your money can go for things that are also helping the world. And third, when you're working, so in financing and looking, it would be interesting that see, well, there are different ways that I can finance, yes? And there are different type of investors out there that can give you better rates, long period. So learn about this kind of thing can help you to leverage your projects. Now you're in beginning, but of course in the future that can help a lot. So I think it's a pleasure to be here with you. So look finance with different eyes, and finance can have purpose, but depends on how we work on that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Okay, as I mentioned, we have a new program with these school delegations. Here with me on the dais is our esteemed principal from Delhi Public School, East Bangalore, Dr. Manila Carvalho, and she's going to share her remarks about how her team has engaged with this school delegation program and how we can leverage this as a jumping off point for engaging more students. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, delegates, and my dear students. It is truly an honor to be here at the United Nations office in Geneva for 9th 1M1B Impact Summit, representing a program that stands at the heart of hope and action, the Youth Climate Diplomacy Program. Over the past months, I have had the privilege of witnessing an incredible transformation among our student delegates. They began their journey with the curiosity, eager to understand the science and urgency of climate change, and today they stand as informed, passionate youth diplomats articulating the voice of their generation. Through immersive learning, mentorship, and global collaboration, they have explored one powerful question: why does 1.5 matters to us? And their answers have been deeply inspiring. They have come to understand that 1.5 degrees is not just a scientific threshold, it is a human threshold. It defines the safety, livelihood, and future of millions. For these young minds, it means protecting communities they have come from and biodiversity they cherish and the future they deserve. The Youth Climate Diplomacy Program has not only deepened their understanding and climate crisis, but also empowered them to take ownership, to become advocates, innovators, and bridge builders between science, society, and policy. Looking ahead, the opportunity to expand this program across India holds immense promise. Imagine thousands of young Indians from cities and villages alike, equipped with the knowledge and empathy and leadership to drive this climate action locally and speak for our planet globally. This, I believe, is how we create a movement that can truly accelerate India's journey towards net zero future, not just through policies, but through people, the young youth like you all. As we gather here today, I'm thrilled with optimism because the change we seek is already taking shape in the minds and hearts of the young diplomats who are present here in this hall. Special thanks to 1B, the foundation, and Mr. Manav in particular, and his team for creating this platform, to all the delegates for reminding us that when youth lead, the world listens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Manila ma'am. So on to the opening of our show. We have 3 schools that are going to be giving us their presentations now. We'll go one after the other. And I invite Vidya Shilp to begin. Let's get the slides. Yeah, wonderful. Go ahead.
In 2001, a 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck Bhuj, Gujarat. Over 20,000 lives were lost.
In 2003, extreme European heat waves killed over 70,000 people.
2011, Japan earthquakes caused massive tsunamis, causing over 15,000 deaths.
2004, a magnitude 9.1 earthquake triggered huge tsunamis across the Indian Ocean, killing 230,000 people.
2019, Cyclone Idai swept through Africa, killing 1,300 people.
2005, Hurricane Katrina, one of the deadliest hurricanes in US history, killed over 1,800 people and flooded the New Orleans.
2022, northern India experienced extreme heat waves, causing power outages and crop failures.
As former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon once said, We are the last generation that can fight climate change before it fights us. From raging floods to scorching heat waves, cyclones, earthquakes, and devastating landslides, communities across the world have faced nature's fury time and again. These challenges show us that resilience isn't optional, it's essential, and action can't wait. We're the delegation from Vidyashilpa Academy, Bangalore, India, working on disaster resilience under SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Our team is committed to empowering communities, inspiring youth action, and building safer, stronger, and more resilient futures.
But what is the buzz around 1.5 degrees when it comes to disaster resilience? We've noticed the extent of these climate disasters have only increased in recent times, and it's bound to spiral out of control if it crosses this 1.5 degree threshold. The primary barriers that we found include factors which trigger temperature fluctuations, such as rapid urbanization and a lack of public effort, both of which are areas that we'll talk about later on. And although not a prevention, but a cure, hazard audits and disaster drills must be mandated to aid with post-disaster stress. And hopefully, if we follow the takeaways in the rest of this presentation, none of that will be required at all.
10 years ago, disaster management was about post-calamity relief. Today, it's about redefining we are redefining it with a proactive strategy that has surprised the world, which is innovative and rooted in resilience. The Apada Mitra scheme trains 100,000 volunteers to act as first responders in multi-hazard-prone districts to help their local communities. The Common Alerting Protocol is a geo-targeted multilingual alert system that sends specific localized alerts rather than generic messages through various platforms. The Indian Meteorological Department has developed specialized mobile applications such as Mausam, Damini, and Meghdoot, which provide timely, actionable information directly to vulnerable communities, from farmers to fishermen.
When disasters strike, we listen to the government. But the real resilience, it doesn't wait for the sirens. It starts at the streets. It starts at the shores, and it starts within the classrooms. In Orissa, Mission Shakti Women, a local self-help group, act before the alerts, spreading cyclone warnings, evacuations, and leading entire villages to safety before help even arrives. In Tamil Nadu, coastal fishermen read the ocean like a scripture. They read the changing weather patterns and the wave patterns and warn the local community through WhatsApp messaging platforms, faster than any official bulletin. In Nagaland, youth volunteers use their phones to map landslide-prone regions. In regions where government mapping does not even exist, this creates life-saving local data. In Rajasthan, teachers transform their classrooms into cooling sanctuaries during heat waves, opening their doors to vulnerable groups. These are unseen architects of resilience, the women, the youth, the teachers, the quietly rebuilding safety, one act of courage at a time.
Here are some global solutions to disaster resilience. First, let's look at Bangladesh. To fight devastating cyclones, they created the Cyclone Preparedness Program, where 76,000 community members were trained to go door-to-door with early warnings. And this door-to-door method is extremely applicable in India, considering most of our rural areas don't have internet access. Second, the Netherlands, with their Room for the River program. They moved their embankments inward rather than just building higher embankments. They also dug bypass channels to ensure that water flow wasn't restricted. As we, in India, navigate the Ganga and Brahmaputra, we must integrate this idea. Instead of embankments, we can plan with the water, turning flood risks into public assets. Finally, New York City's Cool Roofs, which is their approach to heat wave management. Cool Roofs is a program to paint millions of square feet of rooftops white to reflect the sun. They also have a Be a Buddy program, where community volunteers regularly check on the elderly. Cool Roofs is a high-impact, low-cost solution for every Indian city facing extreme heat waves. This could be from Delhi to Nagpur, and the Be a Buddy network is crucial for ensuring that our vulnerable citizens in dense urban areas are protected.
India's past experiences with disasters reveal a stark reality. Climate-related disasters are increasing in both frequency and intensity. Each event reminds us that waiting to respond costs lives, livelihoods, and years of progress. What we need now is not reaction, but preparation. And that's where the RESL model comes in. It's a locally grounded yet globally adaptable framework for building disaster resilience. So let's explore this model. R stands for risk mapping. Every plan begins with awareness. Mapping floodplains, drought zones, and heat-affected regions help us identify who and what is most at risk, ensuring that protection begins where it's most needed. E, early warnings. A few minutes can mean the difference between chaos and control. By linking real-time weather alerts with local communication networks, from mobile messages to school announcements, communities receive clear, timely warnings that they can act on. S, smart infrastructure. Resilience must be built, not just hoped for. Strengthening drainage systems, promoting rainwater harvesting, creating urban green belts, and installing reflective rooftops makes cities climate ready long before disasters strike. I, involving the communities. Policies alone cannot protect people. People protect people. Training the youth, students, and local volunteers in emergency response builds confidence and collective readiness at the grassroots levels. L, and most important, linking nature and local practices. Our traditional systems once made us resilient. From stepwells and community tanks to wetlands and mangroves. Restoring these natural buffers while integrating them with modern design and innovation connects this ecological wisdom with 21st century innovation. Implemented together, the RESL model forms one clear cycle. Plan, prepare, prevent, and protect. And that can be replicated from one single school to an entire city. By embedding this model into governance and community life, India can pioneer a resilience framework that other nations can adapt to as well, transforming our approach to disaster response to disaster readiness, and setting a global standard for local resilience as well.
As global temperatures near 1.5 degrees Celsius, India stands not at the edge of the storm, but it's in its very eye. Floods, droughts, storms are already here. The question is, are we ready for it? Our resolution is a promise to build a nation that bends but never breaks. We call upon our governments to adopt a climate-resilient building codes by 2026, so every school and every home can withstand nature's fury. Why rebuild after disaster when we can build to prevent it? We urge public-private partnerships, blending government action with innovation, just like Odisha's success during Cyclone Fallen. We propose a community-resilient program to train youth in early warnings, first aid, and evacuation, because in every crisis, citizens are first responders. As technology leads, nature must guide, restoring mangroves, wetlands, water systems that protect both cities as well as farmlands. Finally, a rural youth water corporations will unite young Indians as water warriors, defending every drop and every life. Resilience isn't just surviving storms. It's learning to dance in the rain. Our aim is not to just weather the storm, but to rewrite its story. Thank you.
India has launched into a resolute journey, transforming itself in the past decade from a high-risk landscape into an exemplar model of resilience. With the tech like Sachet and Sendai framework, this is more than progress, it's a paradigm shift. Thus, we as the delegation of Vidyashilp Academy,
Priska Savakar,
Gaurav Dharmendra,
Deva Jain, Ariana Dharmendra,
Adya Kanchan,
Sia Jain,
and Shaivi Gururaja will conclude by saying adaptability, preparedness, and collective effort from government agencies, civil societies, and the public is how India will face future adversities. With dedicated action, India can set the global benchmark for disaster management. And as the Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi quotes, the Mother Nature does not favor a fragmented approach. She prefers Vasudhaivam Kutumbam, which translates to one future, one earth, and one family. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's move directly on to our next team back here. Delhi Public School, East Bangalore. Go ahead, team.
Good afternoon. Delhi Public School, Bangalore East, Karnataka, India will address this committee today on the critical issue of SDG 12, the unsustainable rise in material consumption, which is a root cause of planetary crisis of climate change.
A few weeks ago, I opened a drawer I hadn't touched in years. Inside were old phones, tangled wires, half-used pens, broken accessories, things I once thought I'd need forever. For a moment, I just stared at it, because that overflowing drawer wasn't just a part of my room anymore. It was a reflection of our world, full of things we once valued, now forgotten. If this is the waste of one person, what does the world's waste look like? And that's when I realized, waste doesn't just pile up in our homes. It piles up in our soil, our oceans, our cities, and even our bodies. Every small decision, every item we buy, toss, and replace adds to a global story we can no longer ignore. And that's where our story begins.
Could we have the next slide? Okay, across the world, we generate approximately 350 million tons of plastic, 90 million tons of textile, and 62 million tons of e-waste every year. We built a system that thrives on overproduction and on overconsumption, where it's easier to buy new than to repair old. Let me ask you, when was the last time you bought something you used only once? Maybe a plastic water bottle this morning, or that cold coffee can from last evening. We often think that climate change just knocked our doors recently, but just as the Swiss Alps weren't built by one snowflake, our environmental crisis wasn't caused by a single plastic bottle. It's the result of millions of small choices repeated every single day. Now picture these small choices again repeated by 8 billion people. Now that's the scale we're dealing with. For decades, we've been living by one formula: take, make, dispose, always choosing convenience over consciousness. But now it's time for a change. It's time to think circular, where everything has value and the word disposable no longer exists. See, the question isn't if we can change. Rather, the question is whether we'll change before it's too late.
Next slide, please. Every convenience we enjoy comes with an invisible price tag. Plastics now outnumber fish in some oceans. They break down into microplastics, tiny fragments found in our air, water, and even in our bodies. Textiles, especially polyester, release microfibers every time we wash our clothes. Did you know producing a single cotton t-shirt produces 2,700 liters of water? That's enough for one person to drink for 3 years. And e-waste, India ranks 3rd in the world for generation. Much of it dismantled in informal yards by workers without gloves or masks. These workers inhale toxic fumes while burning wires for metal, polluting not just the air they breathe, but the soil their children play on. So when we talk about waste, we're not just talking about landfills. We're talking about human lives, lost resources, and a planet stretched beyond its limits. The crisis is not just environmental, it's ethical. And that's why we need to change the system itself. Not just throw what we have, but how we think about it.
Okay. India is not waiting for the world to act. We're already innovating our way towards a circular future. In Bangalore, the 2 bins 1 bag initiative has transformed household waste segregation. Separate wet waste, dry waste, and recyclables keeps over 60% of garbage out of landfills. In Haryana, textile recycling hubs process thousands of tons of discarded fabric every year into warm blankets used in disaster relief and army camps, like shown in the top left corner picture. This gives new life to what would have been waste. Platforms like Recycle are forming smart circular parks where every item is tracked, mapped, and reused using an online tracking system. And in Indore, India's cleanest city, organic waste from households power biogas plants that fuel the city buses.
Innovative initiatives like the Garbage Cafe in Ambikapur offers meals in exchange for plastic waste, promoting cleanliness and community involvement. Bangalore's Wow Wellbeing Out of Waste initiative provides a great way to collect waste by collaborating with schools like our DPS Bangalore East, providing students with rewards in exchange for waste.
Next slide, please. Around the world, countries and companies are proving that circular systems aren't just possible, they're powerful. Let's start with Sweden, where less than 1% of the waste ends up in landfills. The rest, recycled or converted into energy through advanced waste-to-heat plants that power nearly 250,000 homes. In South Korea, strict food waste segregation laws ensure 95% of all food waste is composted or converted into animal feed and bioenergy. Other notable contributions include, in Japan, e-waste from across the nation was melted down to make over 5,000 Olympic medals for the 2020 Tokyo Games. Dutch cities use digital material passports, databases that track every building's material so that they can be reused after demolition. And in Switzerland, the polluters pay principle requires a paper bag fee for household waste with a special emphasis on separate collection and recycling. These examples prove that innovation isn't the challenge, the commitment is. The systems, technology, and creativity already exist.
Next slide, please. And that system already has a name, the circular economy. It's a simple but revolutionary idea. Design everything so that it never truly becomes waste. Imagine a world where every piece of plastic finds a second life, as a park bench, a road tile, or a bottle once again. This is not just recycling, it's rethinking. And the best part? It creates green jobs, cuts emissions, and saves resources all at once. So when we look at Sweden's energy plants, Japan's metals, or India's smart circular parks, they aren't isolated ideas. They're all pieces of one global puzzle, a blueprint for how we can design a future where nothing truly goes to waste.
Next slide, please. Now that we've seen what's possible, let's talk about what needs to change. Because the solutions mean nothing without the systems and habits to support them. The first change we need is corporate accountability. Tell me, when was the last time you bought fresh produce without receiving it in a plastic polythene? Many large companies are already aligning with sustainability, but who's holding the smaller brands to the same standard? Through extended producer responsibility, every company should be required to collect, recycle, or repurpose its packaging and waste, not just sell and forget. Every brand should be required to publish its waste footprint next to its profits. Then, we need civic sense and citizen action. Each of us has a role to play, refusing unnecessary packaging, choosing repair over replacement, and supporting local sustainable brands. Next slide, please. Change isn't just a dream, it's a decision. Because the truth is, we already know what to do. The science is clear, the solutions are here, but time is what we're running out of. Our vision for the future isn't distant or abstract. It's a blueprint built on possibility. A future where waste is not discarded, but redesigned, where every product tells a story of care, of creativity, of continuity. A future where technology learns from nature, and progress doesn't come at the planet's expense. Picture cities that breathe, shaded by trees, powered by clean energy, and alive with community.
Picture cities that run on innovation, not exploitation, and people who consume with purpose and produce with conscience. That's the world we choose to build. Every choice creates ripples. Every object, every design, every act of care matters. It's a world led by us, not as passive inheritors, but as active architects of tomorrow. A generation that refuses to accept too late as an option, that finds value in what others discard, that rebuilds the future piece by piece, sustainably, deliberately, beautifully.
The circular tomorrow we envision is not a distant goal. It's already being born in classrooms, in startups, and in ideas that dare to be different. We might not be able to undo every single mistake, but we can design what comes next. Because hope isn't passive. It's built, it's practiced, and it begins right here with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DPS East. Our final school in this part of the session is over here, Mayor School. So let's give them the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon to distinguished delegates. Sorry, let me start again. Good afternoon to distinguished guests, respected delegates, and fellow changemakers. To begin with, I would like to ask a simple question. How many of you drank a glass of clean water this morning? Now imagine if that glass didn't exist. Imagine walking miles under the sun, not for fitness, but survival. Picture standing on the edge of a beach, but instead of seashells, the waves bring plastic. Coral reefs fade like forgotten paintings. Oil stains the waters, and species vanish faster than we can name them. Hungarian biochemist Albert Imre Szent-Györgyi once said, "Water is life's matter and matrix, mother and medium." Today, these words remind us that water is not just a resource, it's a reflection. The goal of our delegation is simple yet urgent. So let's dive in together to see what we can do to heal the world's blue heart.
In 2017, United Nations declared 2021 to 2030 as the decade of ocean science for sustainable development. It aimed to restore ocean health through science, innovation, and education. From the 2023 UN conference that fostered a circular economy for a water-smart world, the 2024 World Water Day theme, Water for Peace, and the 2025 report on mountains and glaciers, all echo one message. Proper waste management isn't optional, it's survival. Oceans absorb 30% of carbon dioxide and produce up to 80% of our oxygen. Yet they are drowning in plastic, in heat, and in neglect. Have you ever seen a beach where beauty and garbage share the same wave? That's our planet's warning sign, one we can't ignore. And hanging above it all, the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. It is a fine line between recovery and ruin. And sometimes, real change begins not in boardrooms, but in villages that refuse to give up.
On World Water Day, our school's environment club screened Reviving Rivers, a documentary on the Arwari River in Rajasthan. Local villagers, guided by Tarun Bharat Sangh, built johads, small check dams to trap rain and recharge groundwater. They even formed a river parliament and made water usage rules that minimized wastage. The result? The forest cover rose from 7 to 40%. The wildlife returned. Antelopes, peacocks, and even leopards. The film didn't just move us. It inspired our own Water Wise program, where students like us learn to use water responsibly.
My art teacher once told me, when blue meets yellow, green is formed. Where blue stands for water and yellow stands for the energy, that's what 1.5 degree is. When greenhouse gas increases, glacier melt and sea level increases. Coast flood, farmland turns salty, and fresh water disappears. More CO2 means more acid in water, where coral reef bleach, fish die, and fishermen lose hope. Mangroves are natural shield and are vanishing. We have already lost over 110 square kilometers of them. If we lose balance between blue and yellow, there would be no green left. This isn't just a number, it's a lifeline. Cross 1.5 degree and 90% of coral reefs could die. Another 420 million people could face deadly heat waves. Every 0.1 degree matters. Because at 2 degree, entire coastline from Mumbai to Maldives could drown. Yet India refused to stay silent in the face of crisis.
India is taking bold steps to protect its environment. The Deep Ocean Mission explores marine biodiversity and builds blue economy rooted in sustainability. Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar campaign, or the Clean Sea, Safe Sea campaign, united millions to clean thousands of kilometers of coastline. Catch the Rain promotes rainwater harvesting, while per drop more crop saves the water through micro-irrigation. Under Namami Gange, 160 treatment plants have revived river near Haridwar and Kanpur. These aren't just policies, they are proof that when humans act, nature responds.
Across India, communities are rewriting the stories of sustainability. The Wildlife Trust of India protects whale sharks across our coast. Rakesh Khatri, the nest man of India, has built 2.5 lakh bird nests and trained 10 lakh students. Ayappa Maziki, also named Water Gandhi, created 600 lakes to recharge groundwater. Amla Ruya, the water mother of India, built 360 check dams, securing water for 500 villages. Even ancient tribal wisdom continues. The 200-year-old bamboo drip irrigation system in Khasi and Jantai Hills in Meghalaya channels watered drop by drop, wasting none. They didn't wait for someone else. They saw dirty water and said, if not us, then who? Because real revolutions don't begin in ministries, they begin in minds.
Speaking of revolutions, let's now look beyond borders to Australia, a country that has made oceans its priority. Australia follows a circular economy model which turns waste into opportunity. They have installed sea bins in cities like Sydney to collect floating debris. And over 52% of Australian waters are already under marine parks, which is well above the UN's 30% by 2030 target. Professor Akira Miyawaki's Japanese technique of growing dense natural forests, called the Miyawaki method, has been replicated on a global scale. India's Prayagraj region is one such example, where municipal corporations have grown over 56,000 square meters of natural forests, echoing Miyawaki's efforts and dreams to protect coastlines and improve groundwater levels. Indonesia is another country with a focus on oceans. The Reef Stars program is a student-led initiative where students attach hexagonal steel frames to corals to boost regrowth and allow full recovery in just 4 years of use. If we use these simple yet effective steps, we can boost tourism and restore fish population all over the globe.
Our team believes 3 big steps can make India a global model for SDGs 6 and 14. First, education. Make sustainability a part of every school's curriculum by 2027, nurturing climate-aware citizens. We propose hands-on learning and an equip, empower, embed approach to build lasting awareness. Second, collaboration. Empower fisherfolk and coastal communities with digital tools for green jobs and sustainable fishing. And lastly, innovation. Blend nature with AI, floating eco-islands, bamboo rafts with duckweed that purify Yamuna's drains, low cost, high impact, bio-AI for coral reefs, 3D printed coral frames guided by AI to restore ocean biodiversity, AI flood and foam forecasting, predicting pollution before it even spreads. Our vision is simple: use human and artificial intelligence together to heal what we have harmed. Because technology is indeed very powerful, but compassion makes it unstoppable.
The story of the thirsty crow teaches us resourcefulness, finding hope drop by drop. Our oceans have given us everything. Now it's our turn to give back. For Delhi, that begins with Yamuna, our mirror of responsibility. We need 100% wastewater treatment, stricter plastic control, and citizen-led cleanups. If each one of us becomes a single drop of change, together we'll be the tide that turns the future. Because technology can move machines, but only compassion can move humanity. As Dylan Williams said, everything works somewhere, but nothing works everywhere, which is why we must continue to innovate, inspire, and evolve. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our first 3 school delegations. We really appreciate your insights in disaster management, in circular economy, and in water and ocean health. I have some special guests on the dais here with me, and I would love to hear your reactions to what these young changemakers have brought forward with us today. So my first 2 guests, Sophia Otu, who joins us from the World Economic Forum, and Mr. Dario Liguti, who joins us as the Director of Sustainable Energy at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. So ma'am, would you like to share with us some of your reactions to what the students have shared with us just now?
Thank you. And perhaps we can give another round of applause to all the students. I think that was a marvelous presentation. So just a brief overview. At the World Economic Forum, I work with a team that is called the Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship. And what we do is that we bring together some of the world's leading social change makers that are tackling some of the key social issues, one of them being climate change, which many of you here have presented very innovative solutions to that. So the things that are coming up from me is that most of the solutions that you've mentioned are really innovative but also adaptive. Like it's adaptive to the changing times and then the changing conditions that we're in. And it's also interesting to hear you, talking about the collective efforts that it will take to tackle some of these issues. Because as we know, we are in a time where the challenges we are facing are happening at the same time. So you're having climate change with inequality, with polarization, all at the same time. So when we have to tackle it, we would need a collective approach from all stakeholders to all hands on deck to be able to do that. So that was really inspiring to hear that come out from the presentation from all of you. And it was also interesting to hear how, it was the grassroots approach to these solutions, co-creating these solutions hand in hand with the communities that are deeply affected by this. So it is not just, we going to the communities and thinking we have answers to these solutions, but really co-creating that with the people who have experienced that and who perhaps are more knowledgeable on how we can deal with these issues. So just sitting here was really inspiring to hear all of you, and congratulations for leading this massive efforts. And I'm very inspired, and I know that these are the solutions that we need, particularly in this field. So thank you to all of you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dario, over to you.
Thank you very much. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. Oh, that's very short. Okay. So I won't waste my time explaining what I do, but more importantly, I hope that the loudness of the presentations was heard in Belém, which is, as you know, is the COP30 just started, and we are at the low level of multilateral cooperation. And so your role as individuals, as young people, as students, is crucial, it's critical, like all of us is actually critical. And why is it critical? It's critical because you will have to exert influence as students, as parts of family members, with your friends, and with the government. You have mentioned several times throughout the presentations initiatives that you have shown, and you have called upon the government to take action, etc. And this is all great, and this is a lot of people who are working on that, but it starts with us, all of us in this room. It starts with you as well. In every day, as somebody in one of the presentations, millions of individual choices and millions of individuals' actions taken every day, even sending a WhatsApp message or a picture over Instagram. That is an individual action that has an impact on the environment. It consumes energy. It sends. So all of those individual little actions that you mentioned are crucial, and so you have a crucial role in bringing forward this message yourself as an individual, in your families, in your community, and in the world. So I thank you for the presentations. They were all very exciting, and as you see, more and more importantly, you are very excited about the presentations. It's not the content of the presentations that I want to hear, that I want to put forward here. Is your engagement, is your enthusiasm. Technology will change. The world will change. What doesn't change, what does not change, is your engagement. Particularly because you have a different time perspective than the older generation, than my generation. You're here for the long run. You'll be here around 50, 60 years down the road. The world will be very different at that time. So you can start thinking about what world you would like to have 50, 60 years down the road. Why I'm saying that, and I know I'm going above the 2 minutes. What I'm saying that is not only about, and this is, I agree with my colleague from the World Economic Forum. Presentations are great, but I want to leave you with a message. And the message is, it's great that we're looking at solutions for adaptation. It's great that we're looking at solutions and mitigations, but we will really change the world if we change our relationship with the non-human environment, everything which is around us. You need to build a new world, not find solutions to the problems. That's for sure, that's a temporary. But your legacy will be what are the roots of the new world. And you have the time to think about that and put that in place. And I encourage you, I invite you to think about that. What is the world that you and your children, your grandchildren will want to live to, and what you are going to do for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We do have a couple of members of the audience who have agreed to make some brief remarks, and I'm sorry, but I don't exactly know where you're sitting, so if I call your name, please speak up. I'll start in the back with Alev. Please share your thoughts about what you heard from these students.
Okay, there are a number of points, and you will stop me, and those who want to hear the rest can talk to me. The ocean's vastness and the duration of long-term projects or policies have something in common. The ocean is a large buffer. Long-term projects have large leverage. So we'd better be sure that the projects are properly designed to meet what a human in the world is. It is not the case right now. So with that, keep that question in your mind, under which conditions does innovation bring a betterment of our human situation? Now, about this, I'll go back to this morning, but first I'm going to plunge down into very, very practical question. First aid-related projects. You want to make sure that insurance regulations and penal law adequately protects those who decide not to remain bystanders, and vice versa about the failure to assist persons in danger. About disaster resilience, think about how global knowledge is provided to local communities, and also play red teaming about all the ways you would not want the infrastructure that you help build to be used, so against other things. About the development and use of AI, it requires mining, which tends to create conflict, and this is not only small or local conflicts. Nowadays, when there's a conflict, we make use of more AI, which requires more mining, etc. So you see that there's a problem we need to think about. About circular economy, think about limiting the speed of circulation. Think about limiting the rent extraction from business models that would be based on rent using this opportunity of circularity. And think about valuing the products in that realm in a way that considers all the non-circular aspects of because it's not 100% circular. And data centers produce heat. When we use as a basis of decision only greenhouse gas emissions, plunging data centers directly in open waters for cooling looks green. If the concern, though, is the rise of temperature, how does this make sense? Data centers also are poised for running on separate networks. So this has two problems. Segregation, so it could be separate from what the humans need as energy, which means that even if we bring the human use to zero, we could still be using too much energy. And the second issue there is that it can be potentially irrelevant use. So how do we prevent irrelevant use? And this is also a question of institutional design.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to pause there. We have other commentators. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have Maria Bellin Fala in the room somewhere? Okay. Shiva Yogesh, are you here somewhere? Our green intern? Raise your hand. Tell me you're there. Go ahead. Make some brief remarks, please.
Hello.
So thank you for that insightful presentation. I would really appreciate for your team link climate resilience with community empowerment. So I would love to know how you plan to scale the solution beyond your local area, perhaps integrating digital monitoring or collaborating with NGOs could strengthen your impact. Great work connecting innovation with sustainability. And when it comes to SDG 11, that is disaster resilience, so how would you ensure that your proposed system is inclusive and supports vulnerable communities in the extremist states? So yeah.
Thank you. Did you end abruptly? Okay. Thank you. May I know if Mr. Kevin Soran is here? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Can we move to Mr. Chirag Tyagi? Are you here somewhere? Okay, please.
Greetings, I'm Chirag Tyagi, co-founder of Reput.ai. Let me share how AI is already transforming sustainability on the ground. In India's textile belts, AI now traces fiber from farmers to ginners, verifying ethical supply chain and enabling green financing. Farmers who were once excluded can now receive subsidized loans directly from major banks. And through a technology called Magic Scan, AI converts handwritten documents, often the only source of data in Tier 2 and Tier 3 factories, into structured sustainability data with just a click of a button, whether it is written in Mandarin, Telugu, or in Kigali from the African region. AI brings these factories into digital dashboards and enables real reduction in carbon footprint. I'll just conclude with this. Net zero is no longer an aspiration. With AI, it becomes an operational plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, as those of you who were here in the morning know, we have a bunch of young change makers with us here today who have been working on projects. I'm going to call upon them now. They're sitting directly in front of me, and they're going to give us a brief about their projects. So just go ahead and go down the line here, please. Thank you.
In many Indian cities, landfills have grown into mountains, and one of them stood right outside my home. So in grade 5, I started with something simple, going door to door and teaching families how to use the 3-bin system. That small step became a composting plant that now diverts 600 out of 1,000 kilos of waste to landfill every day from my apartment complex. But I realized something. We were generating compost, yet our soil stayed weak. India generates 62 million tons of waste, and tons of it is converted into compost, but 58% of India's soils remain nutrient deficient. Why? Because compost was being put into the soil on estimates. So, in accordance with SDG 2, I, Ayana Agarwal, built Bhumi, a handheld soil testing device. It measures soil pH, potassium, phosphorus, and nitrogen in 5 seconds and gives you an indication on how much compost your soil needs. In trials, soil fertility doubled, moisture improved by 30%, and household reduced compost use up to 40%. My next step is to expand to 10 residential colonies and schools in Gurgaon. So my ask is simple. When you go home today, don't just compost. Compost smart and based on your plant's needs, because one handful can change everything. Thank you.
Aggregate began when I, Tarun Mukesh, had a conversation with my uncle Anjaneya, a farmer. He highlighted 2 problems. 1, agricultural technology is complex and fails to reach farmers. And 2, crop rotation can combat soil degradation but is intensive to implement. The statistics back him up too. With 732 times the area of Delhi lost to soil degradation and a proven 30% increase in yield via crop rotation, the time to switch to sustainable farming is now. Aggregate is an AI platform with multi-language and voice support. It has 3 features: a crop recommendation system with optimal planting scheduling, an AI assistant, and a forum for discussions. We plan to scale our project to 100 small-scale farmers, and with time, we want
to implement Aggregate for all the millions of farmers across India, like my uncle, and help them make sustainable choices seamlessly. And you can help your local farmer today by asking them to contact me at tarunmukesh@icloud.com. Thank you.
It all started about 10 years ago when my grandfather, who was living in rural India, suffered with a stroke. By the time we reached him, the golden period had passed, causing him to be paralyzed for life. I later found out that almost 70% of the deaths caused worldwide are caused by non-communicable diseases such as strokes, diabetes, and hypertension. While early warning signs are there, most don't know when or how to act upon them. My name is Karthik Nayak, and I am working on Asha Assist, an AI-powered mobile platform that helps Asha workers and citizens be connected seamlessly. My app allows Asha workers to conduct surveys, manage families, and also enter diagnosis for various patients. Thank you.
One day, my mom told me she was trying a detox diet she saw online. She spent days on it, but nothing actually changed. I realized that this wasn't simply an experience. It was a part of a much bigger problem: health misinformation and disinformation. I'm Shaurya Njeti, a 16-year-old from Hyderabad, and I started the Alethea initiative, where Alethea means truth. My goal is to help people critically navigate health-related information online, contributing to SDG 3, good health and well-being. We've held 3 awareness sessions, directly impacting 150 people and indirectly reaching over 5,000. Participants have really enjoyed the sessions and shared valuable feedback. Furthermore, we plan to collaborate with healthcare professionals to create educational content for our digital sessions and for our online platforms. We also want to reach underserved communities and continue our campaigns online and offline. Through Alethea, I'm fighting for a world where truth triumphs over health myths. Follow our page at alethea.initiative and join me, because together we can make this world a reality, one piece of truth at a time. Thank you.
It all started when I saw a few boys drinking a bright red energy drink. I wondered, do they understand what they're consuming? And this thought led me to start Project Unlabel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sari Gowri, and I founded Project Unlabel. Project Unlabel's aim is to help children become conscious consumers of packaged foods. So far, we have impacted 40 children and have gained the support of 64 people to make nutrition label education a part of government school education. Our long-term goals include creating an app to translate nutrition label information into local Indian languages and making 1,000 children label literate by the summer of 2026. I would like to ask everyone present here to support Project Unlabel by following our social media page and taking part in our pledge to become a conscious consumer, which will help us make SDG 3 a right of every child. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ranveer Sablok, and I founded Patients First with one guiding belief. No one fighting cancer should also have to fight the system. This project began with my mother's stage 4 lung cancer diagnosis. While I'm fortunate my family didn't face every obstacle, I saw how easily non-medical barriers could stand between patients and care. Insurance delays, transportation struggles, and financial stress. And she's not alone. Nearly 1 in 3 cancer patients delay or miss treatment, not because of medicine, but because of money or lack of support. That's why I started Patients First. In partnership with Penn Medicine Princeton Cancer Center, we've helped over 81 oncology patients through more than 10 volunteers providing rides, copays, and home support, so no patient misses care. Because while medicine treats the disease, humanity heals the person. Thank you.
Imagine the little you in your childhood primary school, but this time you have to sit on the floor because there aren't enough benches in the classroom, and your school ground is too dirty for you to play around in with your friends. This is the reality of millions of students studying in India. My name is Niruk Sharma, and that's why I launched Project Nirmoksh with the aim to develop educational infrastructure and furnish resources in government primary schools. Having raised close to 2,000 euros and significant awareness from performances and online platforms, Project Nirmoksh is underway to create real sustainable impact. So far, I developed a government schools library in collaboration with an NGO. I have also partnered with other major organizations and firms with huge plans of modern infrastructural development in these government schools. And to make this change truly sustainable, I plan on starting a teachers training program for computers and ensuring the maintenance of campus hygiene with regular checks. With Project Nirmoksh, by the end of this year, I target to benefit a total of 1,000 students, which is the exact ratio for 1 million for 1 billion. Thank you.
Growing up, I was always taught to look away when someone acted differently and to not ask why. But I was never told the truth, that those differences could be signs of neurodevelopment conditions like autism or ADHD. In India, about 1 in 8 children may face a neurodevelopment challenge. Yet, in semi-rural communities, limited awareness and access to services leave children undiagnosed. So I decided to change that. My name is Poorna Raghav, and I'm the founder of Project Include Ed, an initiative that brings early screening, developmental assessments, and awareness sessions directly to semi-rural communities. So far, we've reached over 280 students and parents through awareness sessions. Our next step is to build a program that identifies and supports children early, which can be integrated into public education and health systems nationwide. We were taught not to question it, but true inclusion begins when we finally do. So today, I ask for your support, partnership, and advocacy, even something as simple as following us on Instagram at Project Include Ed, to help us reach more students, more teachers, and more children across the world. And just like Mr. Manav said, I'm here on this UN platform to speak for the millions of children worldwide living with autism and ADHD, children who may never have this chance. I'm here to break that silence so that every child can be seen, supported, and included. Thank you.
There are over 730 million women in India, yet only 21 million are part of the job force today. This isn't about a lack of ability, but a lack of access. Hi, my name is Simran Sablok, and I am from the Princeton, New Jersey area. I've always been passionate about bridging the gap between data and service to open doors for women. And that is why I started digital literacy at Literacy New Jersey, a US government-funded program that teaches adults computer and job-ready skills. I've met women who arrive to class carrying their children, but also carrying an eagerness to learn and change their future. Many now earn higher wages or have even been promoted. But how can you help? You can help by donating your time, your money, or simply spreading the word. We bridge the digital divide faster together. Thank you.
Renewable energy is taking off, creating green jobs all over the world. Yet in India, youth and rural unemployment is still a problem. Air pollution still runs rampant. I, Sashwat Sivaraman, an American high schooler, am seeking to change this through Energyan. Combining energy with Gyan, Sanskrit for knowledge, Energyan has the ultimate initiative of bridging young rural Indians to an enhanced green energy education. Energyan has provided a virtual guest speaker session and a comprehensive green job database to 1M1B's over 300 green skills interns. Further, we hosted the Sustainability Debate Forum, giving interns the opportunity to submit argumentative speeches on green energy integration into India's economy, giving the top 2 speakers the opportunity to go to India's UN offices and present. I hope to expand this project to rural communities across the world in order to ensure that we are creating advocates and spreading green energy education globally.
673 million people across the globe are not just hungry for food, but are hungry for a sense of belonging and connection. Karune in Sanskrit means compassion, and that is the heart and soul of our project. Hi, I'm Dhruti, and I co-founded Project Karune. In just 6 months, we have served over 100 home-cooked meals with the help of more than 30 volunteers to orphanages and old-age homes. Each meal is served with a handwritten note, a drawing, or a conversation, and that connection was a game changer. While the elders seek for emotional support and companionship, the children ask for career guidance and learning opportunities. We partnered with STEM companies like Aerogo India, where the kids build glider planes and learn concepts such as aerodynamics hands-on. To scale this impact globally, we are now building Karune Connect, a transparent platform where shelter homes and donors can directly interact with each other, and volunteers deliver not just resources, but compassion. Join us in scaling this movement, because kindness should never be a one-time act. It should be a way of living. Thank you.
As a child, I often found myself searching for a dustbin to throw even a simple wrapper during family outings. This act of social responsibility instilled in me has now evolved to address one of our planet's biggest challenges. Hi, I'm Mokshasri Vrinda, a 16-year-old passionate to raise awareness on responsible disposal of electronic waste. India, being the third largest producer, generates 2 million tons of e-waste every year, and sadly, most of it ends up in the landfills. My solution, Project E-Mission, aims to establish accessible e-waste collection centers and raise awareness through youth-led campaigns. Over the past 2.5 years, we've reached out to over 8,000 students, enabling the collection of more than 300 kilograms of e-waste with the support of CMET and 1M1B. I even had the honor of presenting my work to the President of India, which reaffirmed the power of one small step. If one idea could change a whole community, imagine the world we could build when millions of ideas unite together. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to our future leaders. Now we have a special surprise for our Changemakers World Cup students. Some of you have been getting ready for giving us a brief pitch on what you've been working on, and I'm going to call your names, and if you could just briefly share the work that you've been doing, I would appreciate it. And 1 second here, please. Let me get the list. So exciting. Wonderful. Okay. The first on the list is Hasvi.
Hello everyone. I used to think soil was just dirt, but I learned that the food we eat is grown in the soil and that is being harmed by chemicals. Many farmers don't know they are damaging the very land that feeds us. This problem affects our entire earth. I decided to act. I spoken to the farmers of Galdo with the help of Agricultural Department to create awareness. I reached out to retail stores and Mr. Vasu Rajarya, Group Executives and CEO of Industries, and to the VP of Tata Rallies, Mr. P. Raja. I asked them for green fertilizers and better to compost urban waste, which could be used to help kitchen gardens thrive. My name is Hasvi and I study at the National Academy for Learning, Bangalore, and I believe we can grow a healthier future if we stand for soil and stand for earth.
Thank you, Hasvi. Amrita.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amrita from Team Ignitex. And have you ever been in the middle of an online class when the Wi-Fi is suddenly off? It's annoying, right? Now imagine that being your everyday life. No electricity, no internet, no current. And that sounds really bad, right? So, but here is the idea. Literally a solar power steady hub with free Wi-Fi. It's a small solar-powered place where students can study, charge their gadgets, connect online, all powered by the sun. And its simple idea supports several of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goal 4, Sustainable Development Goal 7, and Sustainable Goal 13. And it's good for students, good for environment, and good for community. The sun provides the power, and the hub provides opportunity. It's like turning sunshine into knowledge. So next time you think about what energy can do, remember this: one beam of sunlight can light up not just a room, but someone's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nishad.
Traffic, more and more waste being generated, suffering animals, unbearable heat, unplanned, overpopulated and unsafe cities. And the list goes on for another 20 pages. All problems of urban life. Hello, hola, bonjour. I'm Nishad Gadre, the founder of Sashti Drone. Sashti Drone is a solar-powered drone that picks up trash as well as locates street animals using a camera and a CV model. The product is still in its development phase and will be ready to deploy by late 2026. The vision for Sashti Drone is to reform urban life as we know it, all using drones working together to perform different functions, to make cities cleaner, safer, better planned, more streamlined, and one in which trees don't suffer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jemima.
Good afternoon to all present here. I'm Jemima, and my project, Garbage into Gold, seeks to revolutionize waste management by turning everyday trash into valuable compost. Using enzymes produced by naturally occurring bacteria, we can enhance the rate of degradation by controlling parameters such as pH and temperature. This process accelerates decomposition, transforming waste into nutrient-rich compost that helps reduce landfill, accumulation, and restores soil health. In the end, we're turning garbage into something truly priceless, because in my world, even trash has a chance to shine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Divyashri.
Have you ever wondered how many government schemes go unused just because people don't know about them? I'm Divyanshi, and at Project Suchit, we're working to change that. We aware people about government schemes they are eligible for and guide them to get benefits they truly deserve. So far, our in-person workshops have reached 3,000 plus individuals, helping them gain clarity on welfare schemes related to education, employment, healthcare, and financial inclusion. Project Suchit isn't just about awareness. It's about creating informed and self-reliant communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Ashna.
Every piece of waste has a place. It just needs to be sorted right. Hi, I'm Ashna, a 14-year-old currently working on Segdeware, an AI-powered app that makes waste segregation smarter and cuts emissions at the source. This app would also have a nearby bin locator and an awareness tab to ensure that waste is not thrown in public places. Instead, it's efficiently segregated. I've already indirectly reached 11,000 plus individuals with an aim to make waste segregation easy and accessible to everyone across this globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I lost my list here. Hold on, give me 1 second. Anusha.
Late December 2024, I started an Datri to bridge the gap between surplus food and hungry people, so good food feeds lives, not landfills. What began as a small act of compassion has grown into a movement uniting communities against food waste. I have indirectly impacted 15,000 people, also getting recognized by Samsung through Solve for Tomorrow, which I was a semi-finalist in, representing Ahar Riti, which is a simple app that helps connect surplus food to those in need. Every meal shared reminds me why this mission matters. Together, we're turning excess into impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the change makers that we have here. I have a few more guests here on the dais. I'd like to get your inputs on all the work that you've heard about from across all of these students. And Professor Vibhu, I'll start with you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here among such knowledgeable panel members and such a nice crowd of young students from India and so much great work. So a little bit about me. I'm a scientist and a teacher at the university. So I'm working, or my group is working on cells actually. So we look into how viruses, the viruses, the ones that cause you flu, are infecting our cells, but we use cells to look into this. So when I was asked to be associated to sustainability, it was a little bit of a tangential subject for me. So I started learning how can I link it to the work that I am doing, because that's how I have been in the past able to understand things which are completely new to me. So analogously, I would just bring in a little bit of points to say that what you guys are actually looking into is very much related to the living systems that I am looking into. So when we look into the cells that are infected by viruses, this is such a stressful conditions for cells. And essentially, I can bring it to our planet that is stressed by the climate changes. So essentially, how our cells respond to viruses is by creating communicating among themselves, creating an environment which is able to sustain and adapt. So this is exactly what I learned in the 3 group talks and also by all of great work that individuals have shared here. A little bit of points in this analogy, and I would look into some of the notes that I've been taking. It's really new to me. So for example, circular systems in biology, it's very clear that nothing is wasted, meaning if the cells are able to salvage something out of a dying or a damaged cell, they do so. So this is essentially what I could understand from the responsible consumption work that has been shared. Ocean health and water, looking into the cells and biology of these, our cells try to restore the balance, which is like a homeostasis. And what do we need for that? We need good circulation, the blood, for example. So the use of an appropriate water system is crucial for that. Disaster resilience, to bring this into more context of how I understand this, nature-based solutions for cellular repair under stress. This is very important, and it's self-renewing. One point that I really liked about was the use of smart technologies. AI, we in science and biology are adapting this change quite nicely, so I'm very happy to see that this is also a current theme which is now in use, so it's great. Lastly, just a few points about what I would like to tell each one of you is that any idea which is so much small as possible will create a big impact. Think of it as viruses, which are really, really small. We cannot see them, but they are able to damage the whole living systems, humans. So no small idea is small. Just work towards it, and it'll be very impactful and create a change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I turn to Justin Harris over here, who's Senior Advisor, Carbon Pricing, Social Impact, and Materiality from SEMI.
It's a mouthful. I'm Justin, as was mentioned, really just listening in to all the great work that our young people are doing. I don't really have much to add. My esteemed colleagues have, I think, covered most of the territory. Our organization represents 3,700 members across the semiconductor industry value chain. And it's been mentioned today already that there's an AI boom. We're growing in India. Our industry is growing in the US and in many other places. So I just wanted to thank Manav and the 1M1B team for inviting our industry to be part of this conversation today. I really commend all of the hyper-local and global action that the students here are taking in your communities. It's really inspiring and something we need to replicate around the globe. We need to replicate it in the US, we need to replicate it in communities and in all of our 50 states. So just excited to be here and listen in. What you're doing is cultivating an ethic of care for the environment, which is just so important for all of our young people. I saw a few students here from New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey, so look forward to connecting with you after Go New Jersey. And we're excited to partner with you as an industry and as a trade association. So thanks again.
Thank you so much. We will now be taking a short tea break. So refreshments are in the hallway because we're from India, so we love our tea. And if you could come back in 15 minutes, we will resume with our second half. Thank you so much.
My team is there,
really?
but we split.
Oh, okay.
Travels are very restricted for us.
Yes, it's a tough time. Right?
Very
Yeah.
restricted.
Well, if they have time to connect about the semiconductor industry, we're trying to get the chips companies to partner more with the UN and the banks around financing for communities, for youth, and those sorts of things. So,
We are based in New Jersey.
I'm in the UN, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm based in New Jersey, but I'll be at COP next week, or week 2. So maybe your team sometime.
I didn't bring my card, but maybe you can connect with me through the LinkedIn.
Are you on LinkedIn? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I'll connect you. I'll reach out.
Nice to meet
All right.
you.
You won't get out that way.
There is a spark in every heart, a flame that grows within. We see the world submerged in men, from cities and the towns. Can we see a brighter day? Every dream and every goal. No more wars, no more divides. Justice and equal rights. Every trust our women's voices, bridges reaching wide. We must save and heal in time. It is now, it is here, it is you. Did the world be clearer eyes? The war is an endless cries. A place where all can thrive to hope, live in a greener life. A world of kindness, peace and grace. Every soul deserves a place. Forests die and oceans rise and the skies are turning gray. Climate's changing, wildlife bleeds. Mother Earth we can't deny. I promise kept a future green. It is now, it is here, it is you. When we believe, believe in the power we hold. When we believe we can be the future. Together we dream, together we strive, and each of us change comes alive. Do you believe?
don't forget when you come back from your tea break, students, to swap sides of the tables that you're on. Thank you.
Earth we can't deny. I promise keep the future green. It is now, it is here, it is you. When we believe in the power of evil. When we believe we can be the future. Together we dream, together we strive, and each of us change comes alive. Do you believe in the change that we can be? Rise up, young hearts, take a stand. We're future leaders, will heal this land. So rise up, young hearts, take a stand. We're future leaders, will heal this land. Together we rise, no dream to fall. We are the change, we are the stars. Together we rise, no dream to fall. We are the change, we are the stars. Better world, yes I believe. Sustainable dreams, yes I believe. Future is you, yes I believe. Together we can, yes I believe. A better world, believe. Sustainable dreams, yes we believe. Future is you, yes we believe. Together we can, yes we believe.
Hey students, is Bhuvana from the Changemakers World Cup here? Okay, sorry, you're here.
If we can start making our way back to our seats, I would appreciate it. I know it's tight. We're running a little short on time. Any help you can give would be wonderful. Thank you. All right, kids, let's try to settle down and get into our seats. Don't forget you're supposed to swap sides so the camera and your loved ones at home can see you. Thank you. Okay, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. We're getting ready to get started again. Once again, we're going to start with the school delegations, and then we will move on to the Changemakers afterwards, same as we did in the first half. So before we get started, however, we would like to, oh my goodness, okay, we would like to acknowledge the work that was done on an AI curriculum. We have two of the teachers who worked on that AI curriculum here in the room with us. I'm going to ask my colleague Marine, who worked on this AI curriculum, to come up, and we'll call the two teachers, and we'll introduce our AI curriculum to all of you. So Marine, Roshi ma'am, Annie ma'am, please come to the dais. This curriculum is about AI and using AI for the SDGs. It's in association with the CBSE, which is the Central Board of Secondary Education, one of the largest boards in India, and it's for 11th and 12th graders. And this curriculum aims to help students understand how to use AI for good. So please come to the dais, ladies. Thank you. And let us unveil our AI curriculum book to all of you. Meanwhile. Also, we tried a little earlier to call up one of our Changemaker School of the Year, and we have located the students. So the students of St. Peter's High School and in Bowenpally, please come and accept the award as one of the Changemaker Schools of the Year. Thank you. Come, girls, come. Would you like to present? Congratulations. Yeah. One at a time. Don't worry. Come. Yeah, I know. Girls, can you? Yeah. Thank you so much. Last Changemaker certificate of appreciation for today is a very special recognition for top teacher of Changemakers World Cup, Singh Kamalan Ramakrishnan, please. Come, yes, come. Congratulations, wonderful, thank you so much for all your efforts. Come. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our... Okay, let's go ahead and get started with our school delegations. First up is, over here, Gwalior Glory High School. If we can have their slides, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We are from Gwalior Glory High School. Our presentation today focuses on Sustainable Development Goals 10 and 13. We aim to highlight the critical issues and propose sustainable solutions related to equity, migration, and livelihoods. As a school, we are deeply committed to shape a better and resilient future. Through today's presentation, our delegation seeks to learn, share perspectives, and contribute towards the spirit of international cooperation that this convention so strongly upholds.
And for the very same vision, we all have gathered here on this momentous day. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you all the truth, this evening is not to enjoy. Because today, we live in a world where a single careless action can cost millions of lives. And all these aren't just my words. These are the words of United Nations itself. Over 7 million lives are lost every single year just because of carbon emission fueled by our action.
In today's world, we have normalized irresponsibility. We have normalized that throwing away plastic waste is okay. Creating waste is okay. We have normalized the idea that climate change is just a number on a sheet of paper, not a living reality. And that mindset is exactly what fuels this crisis.
Now you all might think, hasn't climate change always existed? Why call it injustice now? Aren't floods and droughts part of nature?
That's because these disasters are not natural anymore. Now, they are human-made. Globally, the richest 10% produce nearly 50% of the carbon emissions. Yet, when climate disasters hit, it is always the poor who suffers first and the most.
Let me tell you a story about a farmer named Suryakant Mangnani from Nanded district, Maharashtra. A farmer who waited all year
for a soybean harvest, and he also took a loan of rupees 50,000 to support his farming. But when heavy rains destroyed his crops, everything he had waited for was gone, and he eventually ended up taking his own life. In a country like India, where approximately 50% of the population depends on agriculture, millions of families suffer the same fate. According to NCRB, nearly 28 farmers die by suicide every single day, with indebtedness and crop failures being the top two causes. And this, my friends, is exactly what climate injustice looks like.
But what about the cities? Don't urban people suffer floods too? Isn't everyone affected?
Everyone, yes, but not equally. Just take a look at Mumbai, the commercial capital of India. In Bandra, the posh region of Mumbai, floods cause inconvenience, but insurance covers it all and life moves on. But in Dharavi, the biggest slum in whole Asia, it's a completely different story. One single flood can destroy everything. Homes, livelihood, health, everything. Same rain, same city, but two completely different scenarios.
And yet, after all this trouble, Dharavi stands tall. With the help of small-scale recyclers and Earth 5 organization, its people recycle over 80% of Mumbai's plastic waste, turning what others throw away into a source of survival.
So, what you're trying to say is that the poor are paying for the rich. Am I right?
Exactly, that's the cruel truth. And it's not happening only in India, but other nations as well. Take for example the Hurricane Katrina of USA or the floodings in Zimbabwe. Sufferings of the underprivileged is endless.
The farmer who never owned a car is paying the price of someone else's luxury, where the rich have air purifiers while the poor can't even breathe clean air, where some talk of green energy from glass towers while others lose homes to floods. This imbalance between the contribution and the consequences is the very gist of climate injustice.
After careful observation and research, we found that this injustice doesn't exist because of a lack of ideas. It exists because of three key gaps. Number one, lack of awareness and education. Number two, lack of resources and opportunities. And number three, a lack of skills to adapt to a changing world. If we truly want climate justice, we need to bridge these three gaps, starting from the roots.
And that's exactly why. To achieve climate justice, we must start not from protest, but from a policy that bridges these gaps. Introducing to you all Project Prakriti, promoting resilience, awareness, knowledge, resources, and innovation for tomorrow's India. Under Project Prakriti, we have formulated three key pillars. Targeting these gaps. But before diving any deeper, I want all of you to just take a look at this picture. On the left side was how students were taught in 19th century. On the right side is how students are taught in 21st century. Can anyone tell me what's really changed?
Nothing.
Exactly my point. Nothing.
And yet, this is the field that shapes our world's future. How can we keep teaching the same way when our challenges have changed so much? This is exactly what brings us to the first pillar of Project Prakriti, Eco-Learning Days, where once or twice a week, students will step outdoors.
Students will visit villages and rural areas, learn from tribal who know better about conservation and protection of forests. They clean the spaces they use, they plant trees. They see exactly where their waste goes. Because today, when a child throws a wrapper, they do not see the landfill or smoke tomorrow. This approach makes them see it, feel it, understand it. And once they do, they will never ignore it again.
They clean what they dirty, and so they never dirty again. What we need isn't something new. It is something which has existed for thousands of years in Chinese, Japanese, and Indian cultures. Have you ever wondered why these civilizations have survived for millennia while many others have vanished? It is because in ancient Asia, people understood the power of education.
In Vedic times, students studied in gurukuls, not in closed classrooms, but in forests, surrounded by nature. They learned not just knowledge, but values.
Education was never about memorizing fact. It was about understanding the impact of every action on oneself, on others, and on the world.
This idea isn't just a dream anymore. In Gwalior Glory High School, we have already taken the initiative to implement these solutions. Rallies have been conducted for the cause of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Competitions have been held. Awareness programs have been organized.
All this to make sure of one single thing, that we don't continue teaching the same way, because
If we continue teaching the same way, we will keep repeating the same mistakes. But if we teach differently, through nature, responsibility and compassion, we will raise a generation that does not just inherit the earth, it protects it. Which finally brings us to the third pillar of Project Prakriti.
however, education alone cannot create the magic. We must also empower people with green skills to survive in the changing world. That's why I bring to you all the second pillar of Project Prakriti, Green Skill India. Every year, an estimate of 8 to 10 million people migrate from rural to urban areas in search of better employment. And over 5.4 million people are displaced just because of climate-induced disasters.
To address this, Green Skill India will train climate migrants, farmers and tribals in emerging green sectors, from solar installation and waste management to AI-based environmental monitoring.
The initiative would focus on skill development and job placement of these eco-sapiens. By equipping underprivileged groups with sustainable and vocational skills, this would open new pathways for sustainable livelihoods and help rural communities prosper beyond traditional agriculture.
Moreover, Green Skill India will serve as a bridge between students and eco-sapiens.
Through collaboration, students will learn from their traditional wisdom, understand their challenges, and work together to create real ground-level solutions for a sustainable future. Which finally brings us to the third pillar of Project Prakriti, Climate Innovation Labs. Here, students will get the opportunity to turn their learning into action, applying the knowledge they gain from Eco-Learning Days and Green Skill India to design and test their own green innovations. Because while on one hand we face these countless problems, on the other we have the incredible power of our youth.
Imagine a global 1.2 billion strong youth population full of energy, ideas and creativity. All they lack is proper guidance, funds and resources to bring their ideas to life. And that's where Climate Innovation Labs come in. These labs will be set up in every district to support youth-led projects, fund them, and to create a platform where their ideas are not just heard, but acknowledged, encouraged, and implemented too.
Project Prakriti will transform migration into opportunities, creating livelihood that heals the planet while equipping the youth with Green Skill India for a sustainable future.
We do not need more walls.
We need more open skies.
We do not need more pressure.
We need more perspective.
And we definitely do not need children who only know how to succeed in exam.
We need a generation of climate-conscious citizens who know how to sustain life itself.
So let us change how we teach.
Let's change what we value.
Let's be the generation that doesn't just grow up to destroy the very planet that gives us life,
but the one that makes it thrive. The change starts with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gwalior Glory. I now turn to Ridge Valley School. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Greetings, everyone. We are the delegates from Ridge Valley School, Gurgaon, and our theme is biodiversity and nature-based solutions. As the naturalist David Attenborough once said, it seems to me that the natural world is the greatest source of excitement, greatest source of natural beauty, and greatest source of intellectual learning. And it is the greatest source of so much that the life is nothing without it. With that thought in mind, we are excited to present our ideas and our thoughts in front of the delegates. Over to my team.
Before we begin, I'd like you all to close your eyes for a moment. Think of your safe space, somewhere that once made you feel at peace. Maybe it was your childhood park, a quiet patch of green, or the shade of an old tree. For me, it was a small green belt near my home in Gurugram. Rows of neem and amaltas trees filled with dragonflies after rain. But as I grew older, that space disappeared, replaced by a glass office complex. And with it, the sparrows, the rustling leaves, and a part of my calm were gone. That's when I realized that biodiversity loss isn't distant. It's deeply personal. Once part of the semi-arid Aravali ecosystem, my hometown has lost nearly 60% of its native green cover in 2 decades due to rapid urbanization. The Aravali Biodiversity Belt home to species like the golden jackal and the Indian hare, is shrinking, causing ecological imbalance, rising air pollution, and extreme heat. And that is exactly why 1.5 matters to us. A 1.5 degrees Celsius rise in global temperature could push 14% of terrestrial species towards extinction. For India, this means increasing droughts, crop failures, and the loss of native flora and fauna. To heal our planet, we first need to understand what's harming it. In the next part of our presentation, we'll explore the major root causes of biodiversity loss, discover inspiring national and international efforts to solve them, and reflect on what we as the youth can do to make a real difference.
The first root cause we'll be addressing is habitat destruction due to urbanization, which is one of the leading factors of biodiversity loss across the world. We are pushing our cities to the limit, replacing them with native forests, wetlands, and farmlands, filling them up with concrete. Is this what we really want to do? Do we also want to put an end to all the species that are there and ruin our local climate? But is hope still lost? No. India is one of the world's 17 mega-diverse nations, which shelters nearly 8% of the global biodiversity which is there. This would also include thousands of unique plants and animal species. Yet, urbanization, habitat loss, and weak local implementation threaten this wealth. Limited youth participation further showcases our slow progress. The need of the hour is reconnecting communities, especially students like us, with nature through education, innovation, and policy participation. By promoting awareness and youth-led conservation, India can protect its biodiversity and secure a sustainable, resilient future for both the people and the planet. At Ridge Valley School, we actively work to restore its urban growth. Through the Children's Forest Program with OISCA North India, our students plant saplings and create microforests around our campus. Our students have also worked on the organic mini farm which we have, which is going to teach us about sustainable farming and will reconnect to us with our mother, our soil. We want to ensure that nature and development can coexist together. India's Green India Mission, the National Biodiversity Act, and the Biodiversity Register Scheme and the Aravali Biodiversity Park showcase how urban forests can help mitigate urban heat islands and enhance local biodiversity. Globally, Costa Rica's Payment for Ecosystem Services program doubled forest cover by incentivizing reforestation, proving that economic growth and ecological restoration can go hand in hand.
To promote sustainable city development, the government must offer explicit incentives to developers who design keeping biodiversity in mind. These may include tax rebates, prompt approvals, and green building certifications for businesses incorporating green roofs and native landscapes. Steps like these will get the private sector on board with national biodiversity measures and lessen the ecological impact of urban sprawl. Going eco-friendly will help preserve local biodiversity. Moreover, this will also enhance climate resilience and urban livability. City and state governments must adopt and enforce stricter zoning laws and building regulations. Unchecked urban construction continues largely because zoning policies are either weak or poorly implemented. Enforcing green buffers, limiting construction in ecologically sensitive zones, and mandating compensatory afforestation are essential next steps to restore balance between development and ecology. The youth can protect nature by doing schemes like planting native species, creating pollinator gardens, and developing urban wetlands. Teachers and students can work with local authorities to create green maps of biodiversity, which can highlight them as endangered areas.
Unsustainable extraction of water, minerals, and forest resources has led to ecosystem collapse and disrupted natural cycles. When we exploit more than nature can renew, the planet's balance breaks and the temperature rises. In our school, we encourage resource responsibility through water conservation campaigns, rainwater harvesting projects, and awareness drives on energy efficiency. Students also learn sustainable consumption by reducing waste and recycling materials creatively during environmental weeks. India's ISRO Bhuvan Geoportal provides real-time satellite data on vegetation and wetland health. Globally, Kenya's community conservancy model empowers locals to co-manage land and water, ensuring that natural wealth benefits both people and the planet. We recommend smart resource management systems powered by AI that combine these two by monitoring soil moisture, tracking water levels, forecasting drought patterns, and helping to identify highly endangered sites. AI analytics can optimize irrigation and renewable energy use, with protecting vulnerable sites resulting in sustenance of existing resources, ensuring sustainable growth without overuse of resources.
Industrial expansion has created toxic air, polluted rivers, and degraded soil, damaging ecosystems and public health. Pollution is now one of the largest contributors to climate change. Ridge Valley students address this through e-waste collection drives, zero waste Sangat events, and plastic-free campus initiatives. These not only reduce waste, but inspire community participation in pollution prevention. India's adoption to the eDNA technology enables early detection of pollutants and invasive species in water systems. On the global front, UNESCO's Man and the Biosphere program links 140 nations in reducing pollution and promoting sustainable living through research and education. AI can strengthen monitoring systems through pollution prediction models that use industrial data to forecast emissions and alert authorities. Citizen reporting apps with AI and GIS integration can empower communities to identify and stop illegal dumping or emissions in real time.
By promoting sustainable living and embracing AI-based environmental monitoring, we act as ambassadors for biodiversity and climate resilience. We aim to expand our efforts through a Youth for 1.5 degrees Celsius network, connecting schools to collaborate on green innovation, share data-driven ideas, and create local impact for global change. Our plan is practical because it bridges awareness with innovation. It connects classrooms to communities, technology to ecology, and students to the planet's future. We invite schools, local bodies, and policymakers to start community-based reforestation, AI monitoring, and zero-waste practices this year. By taking these steps forward, India strengthens its path towards the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, showing that progress and preservation can move together. Our planet is speaking through droughts, floods, and fading forests. And today, we choose to listen. Let's be the generation that listens, acts, and restores. Together, we are the voice of the planet. Proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ridge Valley. Thank you. Now I go to Vikas Bharati.
Good evening, everyone. It is being said the future will be green or not at all. In a world grappling with dual challenges of climate change and depleting fossil fuels, the pursuit of clean, sustainable energy is not just environmental, but economic and social need. Aligning with SDG 7, clean and affordable energy, green hydrogen can be a possible game changer. In this presentation by Vikas Bharati Public School, we'll explore how green hydrogen can change the global energy landscape and has the potential to become fuel of the future. Thank you. Next slide, please.
It all started last Diwali, the Festival of Lights. My cousin came to Delhi to celebrate the festival. But that night, something unexpected happened. He suddenly suffered a severe asthma attack and was rushed to the hospital. But the doctor said that the sudden spike in air pollution after firecrackers had triggered it. The air quality had dropped to dangerous levels, touching an AQI of nearly 500, making it almost unbreathable. It was in that moment that we realized that how invisible air pollution becomes painfully visible when it affects someone we love.
And that incident opened our eyes. Across the world, cases like these are increasing every year. It made us realize that every small choice, even how we celebrate, can either harm or heal the planet we call home. What should be a time of joy is becoming a reminder of the cost we pay for pollution and dependence on fossil fuels. The chart here shows the number of asthma and respiratory cases globally, a direct outcome of excessive fossil fuel use. Behind every statistic lies a human story, a family struggling to breathe, a child missing school, a city losing its blue sky, Over 78% of world's energy still depends on coal, oil, and gas. The smoke from vehicles, factories, and power plants doesn't just pollute our air, it suffocates our planet.
And as Dr. David Hill has said, if you can't breathe, nothing else matters. The truth of that statement hit home for us. Each breath we take should be a gift of life, not a struggle of survival. Pollution doesn't just cloud our skies, it's choking our future. And climate change is no longer a future threat, it's a reality today.
And this isn't limited to one country. The signs are everywhere. Nature is speaking louder than ever, urging us to listen before it's too late. If we continue like this, by 2070, the world will still be trapped in a dangerous cycle of warming. But there's hope. Renewable energy can reverse this trajectory if adopted on a large scale.
The world stands at the world stands at critical energy crossroads. According to World Energy Report, global power is rising faster than the shift to clean sources. Although renewable energy capacity has increased by more than 50% since 2015, and fossil fuels still dominate in most nations. If we don't change the course, global temperature could rise by 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius, leading to a 78% increase in warming by 2070. We have the tools, we have the innovation. What the world needs now is the collective will to act before it's too late.
Let's take a look at how the world is responding. Japan and South Korea are developing ultra-thin solar cells and building a global-scale hydrogen supply network.
Exactly. They are also part of the Carbon Free Energy Initiative, a global collaboration pledged at COP28 to cut emissions and accelerate clean innovation. Their climate and energy cooperation centers are linking research, policies, and industries to make clean energy accessible for all.
These are examples of how technological breakthroughs are no longer confined to labs. They are shaping real solutions for a sustainable planet.
Meanwhile, Denmark and Iceland are transforming their natural resources into clean energy. Geothermal and hydropower are now the primary energy sources.
Together, these nations are part of the Green Fuel Alliance, working with India and Brazil to replace fossil fuels with renewable e-fuels.
Denmark and Brazil have also launched the Brazilian-Danish Energy Partnership Program to promote renewable industries and accelerate green transitions.
These collaborations show us that nations are no longer competing. They are collaborating for a shared global goal, a cleaner planet.
And as we will now see, India too is taking remarkable steps in this journey, leading by examples.
India is scripting its own inspiring clean energy story. At COP28, our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. Since then, India has been moving swiftly from policy to action. Indian states, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu are developing with vast solar and wind projects. Tamil Nadu alone contributes to 25% of India's total wind capacity. Gujarat's solar parks in Kutch and Charanka are among Asia's largest. Another states, Maharashtra and Karnataka, have also solar wind hybrid parks and rooftop programs which are changing the face of urban energy. India is also home to Asia's first green hydrogen factory, which demonstrating how innovation and responsibility can go hand in hand. Our country is also promoting the National Green Hydrogen Mission with an outlay of 216 billion euros, aiming to produce 5 million tons of green hydrogen annually by 2030, creating jobs, reducing imports, and cutting 50 million tons of CO2 each year.
These efforts show India is not just a participant in clean global transition, it's a pioneer in the clean global transition.
And now, the star of the show,
Green hydrogen. It is the clean fuel of the future. Hydrogen energy can power buses, factories, and even cars. India's first hydrogen fuel cell bus is already on the roads. And India's Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari himself, drives a hydrogen-powered car to lead by example.
In Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, Hero Future Energies and Rockman Industries have recently inaugurated an 11 million euro green hydrogen plant powered entirely by solar energy. It uses a 300 kilowatt PEM electrolyzer, blending 10% green hydrogen with PNG and 3% in LPG, producing 25 tons, and which is scalable to over 50 tons.
This is not just a technological achievement, it's a revolution, positioning India at the forefront of global green hydrogen production with over 150 hydrogen-based projects. India's vision is clear, a self-reliant, sustainable energy vision. Future. At Vikas Bharati Public School, we don't just talk about clean energy, we live it.
We have built the AIoT Smart Grid project that uses artificial intelligence and IoT to monitor energy use, predict demand, and redistribute surplus renewable energy.
Starting from our school, Vikas Bharati Public School, we have organized street plays and awareness campaigns to inspire our community towards energy conservation and sustainability.
The hybrid solar photovoltaic thermal system integrates copper plates and water circulation pipelines beneath solar panel. This setup maintains a lower panel temperature, significantly enhancing energy conversion efficiency while providing heated water as a byproduct.
Because real change begins at the grassroots. Schools can be the spark that ignite a national movement towards clean energy. Let's pledge to save energy, choose renewables, reduce waste, and raise awareness. Our message is simple yet powerful. One planet, one future.
3 years ago, our school installed the climate clock. This clock was actually designed by our students, and this clock is actually a symbol of truth, of urgency and hope. Every day, it reminds us of the time left to act, and today, the time is running out. We have just 3 crucial years before the window to prevent the irreversible climate damage closes. Let's not watch the clock tick away. Let's move with it. As educators, students, and citizens of this planet, it's our duty to act, to make Earth breathe easier tomorrow, and ensure the time never runs out on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vikas Bharati. Our final school this evening in our school delegation is Sir Shivaswamy. I leave it to Lakshmi Gayatri to take us away.
There was a period where farmers struggled with water scarcity. Anis Ahmed, a young agripreneur from India, saw opportunity when others saw waste. He just turned discarded coconut husks into coco pit, a soil medium that ensures moisture, cut water use, and keeps crop thriving even in dry conditions. What began as a small idea in Chennai has now become the global model for sustainable agriculture and farming. Across the world, similar such stories are taking its roots. For example, in Netherlands, it is water-efficient food production from luminous greenhouses, and in Kenya, it is women-led cooperatives, drought-resistant sorghum. All these stories keeps our plate so colorful every day. For generations, they ensure that the civilization triumph over hunger. Yet, beyond these inspiring islands of innovation, agriculture still faces a fourfold challenge: declining productivity, dwindling water, degrading soil, and destabilizing shocks from a changing climate. As soils tire, rivers recedes, and storms intensify, these pressures form a spiral of vulnerability, ranging from rising heat, water scarcity,
Crop decline, soil degradation, moving to the migration deepens the intensity of food insecurity. These forces test not only our ecosystems, but the endurance of human hope itself. But this is not a story for despair. It is a call to renewal, a call to reimagine agriculture as an instrument of planetary repair. And now, as we move from reflection to action, I am honored to pass this torch of transformation to my team's young change makers, Sibi Agilan, Ananthan, Manigandan, and Harshita, to carry forward.
India is a land where agriculture is not an industry, it is an identity. From the black soils of the Deccan to the alluvial plains of the Ganga, from Tamil Nadu's red earth to Sikkim's terraces, every soil tells us a story. In that diversity lies both our challenge and our strength. The first pillar, develop, is about restoring what sustains us. For centuries, farmers lived in rhythm with the monsoon, but that rhythm now falters. Develop asks us to rebuild the foundation, the very ecosystems that make food possible. Across India, this change has already begun. In Andhra Pradesh, AI-powered irrigation saves water and boosts yield. In Tamil Nadu, discarded coconut husks become cocoa peat, powering hydroponic systems. In Sikkim, organic farming has turned an entire state into a living model of biodiversity. To develop is not to expand endlessly, but to regenerate wisely, to turn every drop, every seed, and every handful of earth into a promise renewed. It is where agriculture shifts from being a victim of climate change to becoming its healer. The second pillar, drive, turns restoration into motion. India's fields are powered not just by machines, but by 120 million small farmers, the quiet architects of our food system. To drive is to ensure their innovation leads the way. It means giving farmers fair access to green finance and digital tools. It means investing in youth-led agri-startups, climate-smart cooperatives, and women's groups that link rural wisdom into modern enterprise. And it means embedding sustainability into governance, where ministries, schools, and markets align behind one shared goal, resilience. The next step is digitization, linking local innovations from the cocoa peat in Chennai to the olive orchards in Kashmir into networks of shared knowledge. When we develop the Earth's foundation and drive the power of its people, agriculture becomes more than survival, it becomes sovereignty.
These examples remind us that the solutions we seek are already growing when innovation, inclusion, and cooperation come together. These roots now extend into our third pillar, digitize, the digital nerve center of agricultural resilience. It is where technology becomes the bridge between farmers, scientists, educators, businesses, policymakers across continents. At the center of this vision lies the AI Integrated Global Farming Network, as shown in the model. The AI platform connects every part of the agricultural ecosystem, from farmers to digital farming tools, research institutions, policymakers, agribusinesses, and databases and sensors that collect real-time data from the field. Farmers feed data on soil, water, and weather. Digital farming tools transform this data into actionable insights. Research institutions analyze global datasets to model climate impact and predict crop behavior. Policymakers use all of these insights to craft data-driven climate strategies, and agribusinesses apply AI forecasting to reduce waste and emissions. This is not just technology at work, it's collaboration in motion. Each one of these connections strengthens the next, turning information into intelligence and intelligence into impact. The result? A system where every bit of data contributes to keeping our planet from warming above 1.5 degrees Celsius. To make this vision come true, global partnerships play a vital role in supporting digital agricultural initiatives and ensuring that innovation reaches every farmer and every field. Digitization is how we move from isolated efforts to collective sustainability. It lays the foundation for what comes next, the framework that connects these dimensions into one unified global structure.
The Global 3D Pyramidal Bridging Framework is more than just a model. It is a unified approach to transform agriculture from local insight to global foresight. At the local tier, farmers, schools, and soil labs experiment and work together to build a foundation of knowledge. A mixed farming model ensures that for every 3 experienced farmers, 2 young innovators join them in the fields, blending wisdom with technology. In India, this has boosted crop yields by over 20%, and in Kenya, it has improved water use efficiency by over 40%.
Change begins here, where ideas are sown and progress is grown. This knowledge then moves on to the regional tier, where FPOs and cooperatives turn local success into regional progress. In Brazil, nearly half of all agricultural production flows through cooperatives, ensuring that farmers have access to fair markets. In Vietnam, rice cooperatives boost income by enabling smallholders to export together. Finally, at the global tier, organizations like the FAO and UNEP unite vision with action, channeling funding, technology, and global cooperation towards those who need it most. In Ethiopia, drought-resilient farming is turning their drylands productive, and in the Philippines, mangrove restoration is building resilience against storms. Every initiative acts as a testament to what global cooperation can achieve, thereby creating a truly transformative impact. Projected cereal losses are expected to cut in half all across Asia, Africa, and Europe. The Resilience Index, a measure of how well farms can withstand climate threats, rises by 20 to 30 points. On a scale of 1 to 100, regions that once struggled with fragile scores in the 50s now climb up to the high and resilient scores in the 80s and 90s, showcasing strength through cooperation. Because resilience isn't just built in good seasons, but it is forged by surviving the hardest ones. Together, we can ensure that agriculture doesn't just survive, it thrives for every farmer, in every season, and for every generation.
The way forward demands more than technology. It demands trust. Trust between farmers and scientists to unite wisdom with innovation, between nations to share knowledge, and between generations to pass on solutions, not mistakes. Governments shall embed the 3D model into national climate plans, aligning especially with SDG 2, 12, and 13. Climate finance must support smallholder farmers, the backbone of our global food systems. International institutions like FAO, UNEP, and World Bank must drive global adoption. Education must nurture agri-technologists, fluent in both ecology and data, and youth must lead this global paradigm shift as change makers of today. By 2050, farms will become AI-driven agro-ecosystems with precision and sustainability. Agroecology and technology will guide every drop of water and every seed with intelligence and care. Carbon markets will reward farmers for restoring the earth, and sustainability will become as essential as literacy itself. Global youth networks will share real-time farm data, while digital twins will simulate and predict every outcome before planting. If we adopt collaboration over competition, the 3D framework to develop, drive, and digitize will anchor a new era of sustainable transformation built on climate justice, resilience, and equity. In conclusion, as dawn breaks, a farmer bends to touch the soil, not in despair, but in hope. That single act carries the timeless promise between people and the earth. For centuries, humanity has taken from the soil, and now it calls upon us to give back. When we care for the soil, it becomes more than earth beneath us. It becomes the heartbeat of our survival. Every empowered farmer, every revived field, and every educated child proves that resilience can be cultivated and hope can be harvested. Let this be our era of reconnection, where innovation meets compassion, policy meets purpose, and humanity finally remembers that our future grows from the ground beneath our feet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Shivaswamy School. That concludes the final school delegation presentation. I hope you have all enjoyed listening to the schools. I now turn to my esteemed guests here on the dais for their commentary. Today we have Mr. Philippe Hugh. I don't know if I said that properly. And he's the NGO Liaison Officer for the United Nations in Geneva. We have Ms. Audrey Campion, who's the Sustainability Senior Consultant at Leadwise. And we have Ms. Anaïs Cachot, who's Green Up Coordinator for Swiss Romandie. So, Philippe, did I change? Oh my goodness gracious, I really apologize. It's been a long day. Philippe, your comments for the schools.
And wonderful job to everyone in setting out the problems and looking to solutions. I found it particularly interesting to hear the solutions, because all too often it's daunting when you look at a problem and you think like, there cannot be anything done. This is too complex. This is too great. So really well done. I was really taken aback by the discussion about education and connecting with nature. I totally agree. And interestingly, it's something that I would love for a change in the Swiss education system, having young kids myself. I feel that they're not enough in touch with nature, and also that, you know, you're showing how education used to be and how it is today, and it's true, it hasn't really changed. So that was very interesting. Also, the conundrum about urbanization, and it's true that with populations growing, you know, you have, you need to protect rural areas, and so densification in cities is important. At the same time, cities are becoming too big, and then they become heat centers, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a real problem. And last thing maybe I'll mention is the very interesting pyramid. And it really made me think about the Director General's comments this morning, and how everything needs to be connected. And so you look at the pyramid, you can talk about top up, bottom down, and then or bottom down to the top. So the connections there, I think, are really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. Audrey. Audrey Cochet. Merci.
So first of all, I just wanted to say that it's an honor to be here in the front of you, and the energy is very positive, and we can feel the vibrations on stage. So thank you very much for your presentations. So I have only 2 minutes, but I want just to do some cherry picking for each presentation. So for the first one, it's very nice to address the link between climate change and the increase of inequalities, and I think that we really need to address this issue. And you also outlined the lack of funding, and if you remember earlier this afternoon we had a representative of UNEP-FI, and for sure I work in the financial industry and we have money to fund your projects, but unfortunately profitability and financial performance are still prioritized. Concerning education, I would also say that if you know the WEF Global Risk report, misinformation and disinformation is the first risk on the short term, I mean for the next 2 years. And so I think that when you talk about gamification, it's really nice, and you may know, for instance, the climate fresk, and I think it's a really good means to train and to create some partnerships and collaborations with others. I have still time? Okay. For the second group, so about SDG 15, so for sure biodiversity is jeopardized, and I think that we talk a lot about climate change, but now we need to talk a lot about biodiversity, and we have now a COP on that topic every 2 years. You may know, but 80% of agriculture is responsible for deforestation. And so we can do a link with food security. And I think that's the point I wanted to outline, that all your projects are interrelated, and you can bring some bridges between your projects. And so you can see that you cannot address one SDG and not to address the others. And so as human beings, we are part of the biodiversity. And so now more and more companies consider nature as a silent stakeholder, and I think that it's a good point. For the third group, I would say that, yes, for sure, pollution is responsible for a lot of deaths every year. And when you talk about global initiatives like net zero carbon emissions by 2050, for sure, it's still a goal. And this year we will celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. But just to remember that we need to reduce first and then to offset residual emissions, but not to focus only on offsetting, as so many companies do it still today. And maybe last but not least, because time is straight. So for the last group, I would say that I find it very nice to show that AI can be applied for good, and especially for irrigation. And transparency, traceability are key along the value chain. And so I think that it's really important now, and we can see some very positive example in the cocoa or coffee industries, that you have to pay the fair price to the local farmers, I mean the living wage, so that we can really focus on zero hunger, but also on decent work and decent economy. And so maybe last but not least, I was really surprised by the graph with the resilience index. And so we can see that there is a huge gap between the current situation and the 3D framework. So I think that's it's very positive for the future. Sorry, it was more than 2 minutes, but I really wanted to insist on your very, very good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anaïs Campion, please.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you to be here today. I think it's really important to change the world, to be really involved like you are. And all your presentations are really inspiring, and it's really important to do the stuff together. So that's great. I will be a little bit quicker on the details and more transversal about all the presentation. I really liked everything is interrelated, like the climate justice details, but also with the biodiversity loss and all this innovation initiative. Because sometimes we see that separately, and we cannot see it separately. We have to see the social part, and the environmental part, and the economical part as a whole. And it's really important to keep that in mind. And I think all these initiatives that you presented today, there is this, and we can go even further with it. About all these innovative alternatives, it's really important for mitigation, for adaptation, and to find a way to just, for instance, carbon sequestration. But it's really important to also keep in mind that we also have to find another way to consume, for the consumption. And it's really an important point to tackle, really, if we want to find solution about biodiversity loss, about destruction of habitats, and etc. It's not technology that we have to do first. It's important, but it's a little bit second. The first thing is really to adopt a new lifestyle, and a lifestyle really with a minimal consumption of natural resources. And for it, we really have to change our minds here in Switzerland, but in India and all the countries. We have to find a way to consume less, a resource-light society. And for this, there is a lot of initiative existing. It's really important. And to conclude on it, it's really, we don't need just 1 or 2 or 3 people who are doing stuff perfectly to have this lifestyle. We need millions of people who are doing it imperfectly to reach this resource-light lifestyle. And even if we are doing imperfectly, it's okay, but we have to be millions to do it imperfectly. And to conclude on biodiversity loss, if I have time, it's really important to have this action on the field, because there is a part of education, the part of action, and the part of inspiration. But it's really to do all this activity on the field. It's important about biodiversity, and it's also helping our farmers, for instance, to just go on the field and just build some shelters for specific animal species and keystone species like otters, like bats, like beavers, and all these keystone species, it also help us with agriculture and other fields. So that's also interesting to keep it in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We do have 4 students from our Green Internship Program who would like to share their very brief remarks, so I'm going to call you one by one. Please just share your thoughts. I'm going to start with Sheikh Abu Bakr.
Hello everyone, my name is Abu Bakr Sheikh and I am a third-year computer science student from Silver Oak University, Ahmedabad. First of all, a huge round of applause for all of us for all the presentations and Changemakers. Okay, so first of all, those were a strong presentation on the urgency of equitable climate policies. What stood out most for me was direct linkage between global warming and localized economic disparity. It shows a deep understanding of SDGs' mandate to reduce inequality alongside climate actions. To elevate this project's impact and scale, my suggestion would be to consider how local governance structure can be utilized to ensure vulnerable communities receive adaptation resource first, not last. That connects between policy implementations and community level results is crucial. Keep building on this powerful foundation. Another thing I want to suggest to all the delegates is to know and learn what is green computing. It focuses on SDGs 7, 9, and 12. I believe sustainable data practices and optimizer digital infrastructure are key to closing the resource gap for vulnerable communities, and I am here to connect with leaders who can scale this approach globally. Thank you to 1M 1B for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next we have Bhumika.
Hello everyone, I am Kureti Bhumika, a 1M1B Green Intern from Telangana, India. Listening to all of your projects on climate justice, biodiversity, clean energy, and climate, smart agriculture has been truly inspiring. Each of your projects reflects passion, innovation, and the true spirit of sustainable development goals. Having worked on SDGs 11, 12, and 13, worked my Green Campus Audit Initiative, I could deeply relate to your work. As a part of my project, I implemented an e-waste collection facility in my college, and while it may sound small, it has already helped prevent nearly 20 kilograms of electronic waste from releasing toxic gases and pollutants into the environment. So listening to your presentations, especially the one on biodiversity and nature-based solutions, truly inspired me. Seeing how you're taking sustainability beyond the classroom motivated me to do the same. I now plan to expand my e-waste collection initiative beyond my campus to neighborhood colleges and communities so that the environment action continues to grow wider. So if anyone ever feels their action is too small to matter, let me assure you, no change is ever too small when it comes to protecting our planet. Your projects prove that youth-led efforts can create powerful ripples of change. Congratulations to all of you for leading with purpose, collaboration, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next we have Nora Simon.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Changemakers. I'm Narsamani Kongonda, a third-year undergraduate student from Hyderabad, Telangana, and a green intern under 1M1B Green Internship Program. I'm truly inspired by the presentations today. The ideas you have shared show how youth can lead with both purpose and creativity. The way you have connected topics like responsible consumption, climate justice, biodiversity, clean energy, and sustainable agriculture beautifully highlights how each SDG is interlinked in our real and daily life. I especially appreciate many of you used data-driven insights and community-based approaches, making your projects both practical and impactful. I have worked on Green Campus Audit myself. I can clearly see how your ideas could scale into real models for schools, universities, and communities. You have all done an amazing job, and together we have the power to create a more sustainable future. I want to conclude. Switch on your purpose, because one spark, one rope, and one step can light up our planet. Together, we all can make a difference. Thank you, 1MB, for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations for all change makers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have Nidhi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nidhi, and it's absolutely wonderful to see every person in this room working towards making our Earth more livable. Hailing from a technical background myself, it's fascinating to see so many technical solutions to sustainability. All the projects presented today were brilliant ideas, and I would love to track their progress and impacts as they grow. The year 2030, the end goal to the UN SDGs, Agenda 2030, is nearing, and accelerating our efforts in sustaining our world is crucial. This is absolutely brief, and this is my idea. Let's all work together for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we turn to our young changemakers from our various programs, Future Leaders, Changemakers World Cup, etc. If we can pull up the slides, and Kritin here will begin the discussions.
One in 18. That's how many young people worldwide, ages 15 to 29, are currently unemployed. If we were to factor in underemployment, then that number rises up to 1 in 4. Hello everyone, my name is Kritin Nori, and I founded Skills Match because I believe it's time that we change that. Skills Match is for everyone who's looking for their opportunity to meet talent. I mean, their talent to meet opportunity. It's an app where we conduct something called a psychometric test, and that helps us identify the user's strengths and weaknesses, and based on that, we'll match them with a suitable career. And in doing so, we tackle SDG goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. Skills Match has already impacted over 100 job applicants in rural India this past summer, where we matched them to suitable job options, but we won't stop there. One community after the other will slowly shift our focus worldwide, because we believe that when opportunity meets talent, change becomes possible. And when change becomes possible, the impossible happens. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you all a question. How many of you all know someone who has been affected by digital fraud or cybercrime? Can I get a show of hands from the entire room? Okay, so it seems that most of you all have pretty good fortune. Unfortunately, I'm not one of you. I actually had an elderly relative of mine who lost around 22,000 euros in an elaborate digital scam, which drained around 30% of his retirement funds. That's a lot of money. That's when I realized I needed to do something. Hello, my name is Abhinav, and I started Project Softwareness to help senior citizens stay safe from AI and digital scams, while also showing them the lighter side of technology. To do this, I have impacted over 50 seniors using immersive booths and gamified learning to help them have fun while learning about this very dangerous topic. I am aiming to expand through online advocacy and social outreach on YouTube and Instagram to reach over 650 plus people during mid-January. I cannot do this alone though, so I request all of you to take to social media and spread the awareness on cybercrime and digital fraud so that this topic gets more recognition and people can put a stop to it. This project has one simple mission: a world where no senior citizen is trapped in fear of scams and can be more digitally native and use it to its maximum potential. Thank you.
In India, we see transgender women every day, usually at traffic signals, and most of us do the same thing: roll up our windows, avoid eye contact, and pretend they're not there. But they are, and they deserve the same chance to earn, work, and live with dignity. While researching India's informal economy, I came across Preeti, a 28-year-old transgender woman from Bengaluru. Thrown out of her home, she spent nearly a decade begging at those same traffic signals. Until one day, an NGO gave her an auto, training, and a license. She went from earning $3 a day to $33 and eventually saving up for her own home. Her story inspired me, Anushka Masadi, to start Project Sahara, to create not just employment pathways, but meaningful ones. Pathways that start with mobility through driver's licenses and expand into fashion and performing arts, where women find both income and dignity. Till date, I've hosted a fashion show at Samara, a transgender NGO in Bengaluru, gifting 40 plus Indian ethnic wear to transgender women, celebrating confidence and pride, and held a bake sale to raise $500 for 13 transgender women's learner's licenses. And all I ask is this: the next time you see a transgender woman, don't roll up your window, roll down your bias. Thank you.
Before we begin, let us tell you a story that changed the way we see the world. Our friend Xylee, born without limbs but peaked Kilimanjaro at the age of 9, Asian Para Games swimming medalist. Wow! Proof that ability isn't a barrier, accessibility is. We're Manya and Kimaya, and we believe if a workplace isn't accessible for everyone, it isn't truly modern. So we're working towards SDG goal number 10, reduced inequalities, in collaboration with Enable India. Disability inclusion isn't charity. It's economic power, innovation, humanity. So we built the Purple Pledge for Public and a rating system for corporations, India's first youth-led accessibility audit system rated on 6 different metrics. An applicable, replicable model sustained by youth volunteers to make sure workplaces aren't just physically accessible. If you're accessible, you're flagged. Over 100 companies have pledged to be inclusive, over 100 youth volunteers have been recruited, and over 85,000 people reached, and counting. Our roadmap: intent, initiation, implementation. From awareness to action to accessible workplaces. It's a $13 trillion economy. 1 million enterprises for 1 billion people with disabilities, 1M1B. Members of panel, help us take this global, interact with our socials, and connect us with the right people. Because when inclusion becomes visible, equality becomes inevitable. Thank you.
Our clothes today are like chewing gums. Yes, you heard me right, chewing gums. We use them for a few times and then toss them away. And just like gums, they stay in our environment for years. Because across India, millions of garments pile up, creating 7.8 million tons of textile waste every year. Enough to cover the whole city of Geneva in just 2 years. And this is the sad truth of fashion today in India. Now, the solution for this is pretty simple, actually. Buy sustainable clothes and use them for longer. But most Indians do not know where to find them. And that's when I founded Clore. Just like how you use Smoot to find all of your favorite restaurants in one place for Switzerland, you can use Clore to find all sustainable fashion brands across India in one place through an app, making the discovery of eco-friendly and quality fashion easy. Through Clore, we can drastically cut India's textile waste through purchasing one conscious outfit at a time. And so far, I've inspired over 240 students to practice this habit in real life, and will continue to do it forward. So join our journey. Follow Clore.India on Instagram and share the story with someone who can spark this movement in your country. Together, redefining fashion, not just for India, but for the whole world, through one conscious outfit at a time for you and me. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Rithik and I created Tronex's Green School Toolkit, an initiative that helps schools take measurable action towards sustainability. Schools are among the largest public energy users. In India, they consume about 9% of all public sector electricity. And in the UAE, each school uses over 1 million kilowatt hours every year. Students and teachers want to help, but there's no way to measure the real impact.
That's why I built the Changemakers Green School Toolkit, a 3-layer system combining forums that connect schools across countries to share ideas and action plans. A toolkit with ready-to-use modules on curriculum, operations, and community engagement. And the Changemakers app, which tracks energy, water, and waste data from schools while rewarding progress. Together, these tools turn climate awareness into measurable impact. My goal is to help every school become a climate-positive space where sustainability is part of both learning and daily life. Thank you.
In Geneva, we talk about human rights, but I'd argue that compassion has no species. Yet still, millions of animals are still waiting for it. Hi, I'm Zuri Datta, and I'm the founder of Project Power Avengers. 6 years ago, I found my pet cat Goose, and since then, I have rescued and rehomed over 50 cats and dogs. But 3 years ago, my eyes developed a severe allergy to cat fur. I felt like I had lost my purpose because I could no longer bring them home. Until I realized that real change needed to begin by ending the cycles. And compassion did not depend on a pet's breed. So I turned Independence Day into Independence Day. The message was simple. If you wear and eat Indian food, then why not adopt Indian? I collaborated with CARE, an NGO, to promote passive adoption, where you can sponsor an animal's care without bringing them home. We raised around $200 for this. I also collaborated with Prana Foundation and raised over $500 to neuter over 25 cats and dogs. I promoted TNR, or Trap, Neuter, Return, through various campaigns. Just like it took a whole team of Avengers to beat Thanos, we need to work together to make the world a kinder place. Power Avengers, assemble!
Two years ago, a scammer stole 20,000 rupees, over $200 from our house help, with a lie that she couldn't catch, and she is far from the only victim. Cybercrime will cost an estimated $10.5 trillion in 2025 alone. I'm Ashi Tiwari, and I started Project Cyber Siren to ensure that vulnerable people can't be exploited online, promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions. Cyber safety isn't about technical skills or even knowledge, but about building the awareness and confidence to question what we see online. In the last 2 years, I've developed a targeted curriculum covering everything from passwords to common red flags and new threats like deepfakes. I've directly educated over 1,000 people, from domestic workers like my house help to students, by working with organizations like Teach for India and Rotary. Crucially, these sessions empower young people to become digital protectors in their homes, spreading this vital knowledge to their parents and grandparents. I've scaled this mission with a digital reach of more than 35,000 on Instagram, a published article in Money Control, and secured over 7,500 pledges to self-educate. We've developed and are releasing a gamified app to make cyber safety education accessible with Skill Captain. The internet can transform lives, and our dream is to make it safe for everyone. Join us in making this dream a reality by educating yourself and your loved ones and following us on Instagram at Project Cyber Siren to stay aware. Thank you.
Next, we will have our Changemakers World Cup and a couple of other presenters. When I call your name, you may present, starting with Omera.
Thank you so much. Good evening and welcome, Changemakers. My name is Omera Yusuf. I'm studying at Ashoka University and have been a part of the 1M1B Green internship, where I researched the role of art in participatory decision-making and community representation. What you see on screen is a picture of a circular tapestry titled Our Sacred Ocean. This tapestry communicates something that statistics and the technocratic structures that we so deeply rely on often cannot communicate. Through its motifs, it shares a compelling narrative of the ocean capturing ancestral wisdom, healing practices, and everyday livelihood. The ocean is viewed not simply as a natural resource, but as a living, sacred realm. Inclusive art like this is truly impactful. It was displayed on a large rotating table to conceptually defy the historical map tables that were used during the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, when colonial powers would divide Africa with lines on a paper. Today, commercial oil and gas companies make similar maps of the ocean to extract and exploit shared natural resources. The parallels are quite striking. So with this, I wish to drive 2 points. Art and other media must be recognized as a valuable means of expression and evidence. The humanities must not be relegated and discarded. Addressing this at a forum like the one we are currently in ensures communities benefit from policy and research embracing the principles of inclusivity, equity, and respect. Number 2, as we congregate and discuss the novel solutions to the pressing problems of today's time, I appeal to and urge 1M1B Foundation and the United Nations to make policy truly participatory and not exclusionary. We need more representation. Inclusivity, accessibility, and co-option and participation is the only way forward and the only way that is right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Suganshi.
Greetings, everyone. I am Shubhanshi Chakravarti, a youth advocate, inspired by the timeless wisdom of India's indigenous communities. A few years ago, while traveling through India's tribal heartlands, I met members of the Ho community who used their own script called Varangshiti. When I studied this script closely, I realized that many of its alphabets mirror yogic postures, each of which are drawn from elements of nature. For instance, Vrikshasan, the tree pose, originates from Vriksha, meaning tree. This realization moved me deeply because it showed me that for these people, sustainability is a way of life, passed down through generations. Their language, art, traditions are all rooted in oneness with the earth. For many people, the idea of sustainability might arise from the desire to build a better CV. But for these people, their care for the earth arises from their genuine love which they hold for it. From them, I learned 3 lessons that I believe can guide us forward. First, sustainability begins with cultural memory. When we preserve indigenous languages and art forms, we preserve their environmental wisdom. Second, true climate action must be community-led, empowering local voices to shape their own sustainable futures. And third, education must evolve so that our schools and universities include indigenous ecological knowledge alongside science and technology. My book, Past is Forward, encapsulates these very teachings. As young leaders, we must ensure indigenous participation in climate policy making, promote heritage conservation, and create platforms where traditional and modern knowledge systems work together. That is how we build a future that belongs to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sanatha.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sanatha, and my initiative is called Project Blue. Our aim is to convert acarnia, a harmful invasive weed, into organic fertilizer. This can improve soil health and at the same time reduce soil pollution. Did you know that global chemical fertilizer use was approximately 190 million tons in 2023? Project Blue will help tackle this problem. Through collaboration, we have already educated over 500 students and community members regarding water pollution. Our goal is to scale Project Blue so that millions of farmers can be benefited. So go check out Project Blue on Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Donna and Nora.
This isn't just a bag. This was once made of plastic bottles that were thrown away without giving a second thought. Even this badge is made out of waste. Now, this is proof that trash can be transformed into something that's actually wearable and carryable.
We are Donna and Nora, founders of EcoThreads, and so far we've turned 20,000 plastic bottles into clothing and accessories, cut 500 plus kilograms of carbon dioxide. We have also supported 250 workers across our supply chain and supported and mobilized 4,000 students to take real climate action. Our work has also been recognized by CBSE, the Central Board of Secondary Education, Government of India, and Harvard University itself for being a most promising youth-led climate solution.
Now this is proof we're actually manufacturing a future that trash plastic doesn't win. Join us and wear the change.
Follow us at EcoThreads by DM. Thank you.
Thank you, girls. Next is Dara.
Our ancestors happily coexisted with nature, passing down ecological wisdom through folk songs. This wisdom is now fading from our classrooms. I'm Dhara Khare from Uttam School for Girls, the founder of Swar Sathi, an initiative to revive folk music traditions and inspire climate-conscious Indic cultural education. I'm working with 500 plus students across Uttar Pradesh and collaborating with 15 plus folk musicians to design a curriculum and digital platform integrating folk music with academics, simultaneously empowering grassroots folk artists to nurture next-gen, responsible change makers for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call on Anika and Avanish.
Hi, I'm Anika, co-founder of Finlit Kids Academy. We turn finance into a life skill for teenagers through stories, challenges, and real-world projects like budgeting missions and community-saving drives for underprivileged students. So far, we've reached over 4,000 students, helped first-time savers open accounts, and sparked parent-teen money conversations. As a SEBI certified financial educator, I aim to build a generation that sees money not as fear or mystery, but as a tool to create change for themselves and for their community. Thank you.
Hi, I am Avnish, co-founder of Finlit Kids Academy. We teach teens about practical money management skills like budgeting, investing, and compounding. Over the last few years, we have run various amounts of campaigns, both online and offline. We have also raised more than $3,500 towards the education of underprivileged children. Our next goal is to create a youth-led gamified curriculum aligned with SDGs to reach each and every corner of India. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call on Vershank.
I'm Rishank Manish, and my project is Solar Stealth. I aim to protect lives in conflict zones by reducing the visibility of solar panels during air raid blackouts. Solar Stealth uses AI-powered sensors to detect air raid sirens and automatically acts by covering the solar panels with a non-reflective shutter, making the light reflected by the solar panels go invisible to the sky. This ensures that civilian shelters are not revealed, saving countless lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call on Ashwin.
Good evening, respected dignitaries and fellow changemakers. I am Ashwin, studying in class 7th at Army Police School, Bhatinda, India. I started my campaign, One Less Plastic, One More Planet, after seeing cows eating plastic on the streets. I made a song using AI for sustainability. I created a prototype for digital habit detector. I made posters, spoke in classes, and inspired students to stop using plastic, save water, and keep our school clean. I joined an NGO to spread this message further. My dream is to create a generation that lives with care for the planet, for animals, for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call on Aditya.
Greetings, I'm Aditya Sharma from India. I founded Project Aditya, a life skills education initiative for children living in slums. We are currently training them in topics like first aid, hygiene, good touch, bad touch, and self-defense, empowering them with practical knowledge that can save lives. My goal is to expand this model nationally so that every child, regardless of their background, grows up equipped with these essential skills to protect themselves and others, making India a skill-empowered nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call on Shritij.
Millions of blood unit components are getting wasted globally every year due to the oversupply, and millions of preventable deaths are also happening every year due to the lack of blood component supply. There is a polarity in this. I am Sritej, and my journey is to address this. My solution is an AI agentic demand and supply management system that can onboard hospitals, blood banks, donors. Donors may be as corporates, residential societies, colleges as groups, and individual donors. On demand side, hospitals' AI agent having an ability to publish predictive forecasting for emergencies and planned transfusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I call on Bhuvna.
Hello everyone, my name is Bhuvna Kriti Gandhi and I come from a nation filled with brilliant young minds, each with limitless potential. Yet, many still face barriers that keep them from accessing the quality education they deserve. Through my project LearnMate Neo, I'm using the power of AI to bridge that gap, to bring learning, hope, and opportunity to every child, even in the most remote corners of India. Aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education for all, I believe that when a child is given the right tools to learn, they don't just change their own future, but they transform their community, their nation, and the whole world. My dream is an India where every child can learn, lead, and live their full potential. Because education is not a privilege, it's a right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I call on Akanksha.
Amos Branson Alcott said that he who tills the land feeds more than bodies. He feeds nations. Good afternoon. My name is Akanksha, and my project, TerraSense, bridges technology with sustainability. We are creating a smart system that guides farmers of rural India using real-time soil and climate data, helping them adapt sustainable farming by taking informed decisions. Our vision is simple and straightforward. It's to stand with the people who grow our food, because they are the reason we can dream, build, or innovate at all. Thank you.
Thank you, students. And so concludes our second round of Changemakers. I'll ask on the dais for your remarks on the work that you heard. Philippe?
Thank you so much. I actually don't know what to say. Your elevator pitches were amazing, and I wish I was as good as you. Maybe just to answer the call to the UN to be more inclusive, that's kind of my job. So I hear you, and I will take it on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Audrey?
So, dear young changemakers, I'm very impressed by your speeches and presentations, and for sure you are young, but already so committed to tackling climate change, reducing social inequalities, and promoting inclusiveness and partnerships. So, just to summarize, I would say that please keep your convictions. You are a source of inspiration and hope. And last but not least, follow your dreams, remain passionate and never doubt, because you raise the bar for governments and companies in terms of ambitions for our future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Anais?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's really inspiring, and there is a lot of really interesting ideas. And maybe just a quick word about it. Just never lose your motivation, and never let somebody just tell you that what you are doing, it's just nothing comparing to everything who is going on this world. I think it's the most important things. It's to really be motivated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have had an action-packed session here. And I want to summarize the work that I heard, starting from the school delegation straight through to all of these change makers, because what we would like to do out of this is we would like to put forward a draft resolution. So I'm going to try to summarize everything that I heard in 3 large buckets. And then I would like to see you vote if you agree with my assessment on how everybody spoke today. So first of all, we heard a lot of government interventions or government policy requirements, things like climate smart initiatives, things like enabling people to leverage technology or AI for sustainable solutions. We heard about green hydrogen plants. We heard about the need for partnerships to make the world more sustainable, to make cities more livable, and to enforce the regulations that maybe already exist. Okay, so that's one big bucket, is government and the need for governments to help the people in their care and in their countries put forward sustainable solutions. Secondly, I have a category here called cities, schools, and industry. And this category is all around things like public-private partnerships, okay? And how do we make each of these cities, industry, schools, how do we do things like help to restore biodiversity, help to manage oceans and ocean waste through plastic reduction efforts? How do we initiate sustainable growth with things like disaster management and inequality in our minds? And how do we leverage the financing that corporations have or that NGOs are looking for, and how do we make those match so that we can take actions on a much larger scale? And then the third large bucket of inputs that I heard was around you, the students, the youth. Repeatedly, you called for education in green skills, education in sustainability, practical use in the classroom that can help you convert your ideas into realities. How do we get these, your peers who are not here, thinking about the choices that they make every day, thinking about changing their lifestyle and their habits? We heard repeatedly about how it's your personal choices, and if we multiply it by all the youth of the world, we can make a big difference. And we also heard about how we need to educate ourselves about the people who live much closer to nature, who have those solutions that maybe we are searching for, and that we don't just rush into every small village, every farming community, and think we know the answer. We need to be listening and educating ourselves on the things that these people have been doing for generations, for centuries. So let me summarize again, because this will be the basis of our draft resolution. Governments and how they can work with us, cities, schools, and industries. In other words, institutions and how they can help drive change. And you, the youth climate diplomats who are here in this room today, who are going to help us drive forward for our generation, the oldies like me, and your generation, the youth like you. This will be the basis of our draft resolution, and I'd like a quick show of hands if people agree, and if you don't agree, I'd like to hear from them. Anybody? The ayes have it, as they say, so thank you very much. I would now, we have a couple of different housekeeping items, so we're going to start with excuse me, we're going to start with some awards, and we're going to start with introducing our latest book. Not only do we have a book about AI, but if you can bring that forward, Marine. We have a book. So in India, just so you know, if you're not familiar with India, there is an initiative in schools called Atal Tinkering Labs. Okay, these are labs inside schools where students learn how to use technology for practical applications. And Marine drove the creation of this curriculum called a sustainability-based tinkering project cookbook for the Atoll Tinkering Labs. And one of the authors of this book is here with us, Ms. Tina. So thank you so much, and big round of applause for this initiative. Okay, next, as I said, we have some awards. I think from a Changemakers perspective, my colleague Rema would like to announce the Internet Favorite Awards for the Changemakers. Yeah, we're just announcing, so if you can please let the students know, Internet Favorite Awards. Thank you.
Hi, good evening all. I'll be quick, so just to give a context, our Changemakers here, they've been national, they've gone international, and they've also gone digital. So over the last few weeks, we've been organizing some competitions, or more to say opportunities, where they can leverage the digital space or social media space to advocate and campaign for the SDGs. So we have certain categories where we want to recognize some students who've done an exceptional job in that space. So calling out the first category, the social media favorite. First one, Tejas. We're just going to call out and announce, so you can sit in your place, but all of you can applaud for sure. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So
Maybe
Tejas,
they could raise their hands so
Yeah,
we
okay,
can
yeah,
find them
sure.
in the crowd. Tejas?
Tejas, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And then, yes, same category, but second we have Yashvi. Yashvi, you can stand. Okay, and the third we have Shaurya. Yeah, okay. All right, so this second category, we have the internet favorite, where whatever space it is, Instagram, LinkedIn, doesn't matter, but they've just used internet for the right reasons. So the first winner is Sanjay, and the second, yes, the second we have Prachi and Sanskriti again. Yeah. In fact, you must know that in just 3 days, they've garnered over 10,000 viewers and engagement support, so yes. All right. And finally, we have the overall impact influencer who's just gone all out, regardless of whichever categories, whichever space, and that finally is Shaurya and JT. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good job, y'all. But just want to specially mention some students who've also used the LinkedIn space well, Shaurya and Kritin. Congrats. But yeah, this is the list overall, so good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to the winners. Moving on in the same vein of using the internet to spread your message, for the school delegations, we ran a competition called Voice of the Planet. And the idea of the Voice of the Planet was that you make a small video that says, why does 1.5 matter to you? Okay? And then, of course, we have this formula, how many people have seen it, etc. So we have an award for the school that wins this award, which is Sir Shivaswamy. Congratulations, team. The second award that we have that I know the schools are waiting to hear about is the Best Delegation Award. This award goes to the team that not only presented well today, but did the work behind the scenes and worked with us to make sure that they had the best presentation, that they had the best insights, and that they were truly working towards the goals of being part of this youth climate diplomacy program. And the winner of the Best Delegation Award is Gwalior Glory High School. Okay, as we wind down the afternoon here, rolling into evening, I really want to thank all of you, and my colleague Marine would like to thank you formally through our vote of thanks. I call in Marine.
Good evening, distinguished guests, dignitaries, partners, and dear changemakers. On behalf of 1M1B, thank you for making today's gathering at the United Nations a meaningful step towards a 1.5-degree aligned future. Your presence and participation have elevated this forum from a routine schedule of sessions to a shared commitment. Our heartfelt gratitude to the honored speakers and commentators who shaped the day, the ambassadors and the UN leaders who opened our minds, the keynote voices who changed our assumptions, and the panelists who connected green skills, AI, sustainability to real opportunities for youth. Yes, your insights gave our changemakers both a compass and confidence to act. A special thanks to the changemakers across all our programs, Future Leaders, Green Skills Academy, the Purpose Academy, Youth Climate Diplomacy, and Changemakers World Cup, and whose showcases, pitches, and dialogues brought fresh solutions into the room. Your research, campaign, and prototypes affirmed that real leadership is learned by doing, and that progress accelerates when ideas, toolkits, and lessons are shared openly. We also acknowledge the United Nations office at Geneva, the NGO liaison unit, and also the institutional partners for hosting and supporting this convening, the representatives from UNEP and the United Nations agencies for guiding and collaboration, and our government, industry, and civil society allies for opening pathways to partnerships. Your support turns dialogues into durable impact. Behind the scene, an exceptional organizing team, moderators, mentors, and volunteers kept us on time, on track, and inspired. Thank you for the months of planning, the thoughtful curation, and the seamless logistics that made today possible. As we close, let this note be a farewell, not be a farewell, but a handoff to the next conversation, the next collaboration, the next prototype, and the next policy brief. May the connection forged here continue to grow, and may today's momentum carry forward into classrooms, communities, boardrooms, and ministries. Thank you, and safe travels.
Thank you so much. One last thing that I almost forgot is I would like to ask the Changemakers World Cup students who are in the top 50 to come to the dais and receive your medals. Thank you. Come forward, CWC kids, top 50, please. Students, once you get your medals, you can stay here for the photo. Thanks.
Hey, everyone in the top 50, please step forward. We'll be taking a picture.
Hey guys, can you step away if you're not part of CWC? Thank you. Manav, come. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're done. Thank you.
Students, listen, all the future leaders, this is Deepika. I have your certificate of honors. Please collect it from me outside the hall. Future leaders, please collect your certificate of honors from me outside the hall. Okay?